How's everybody doing tonight? As always, thank you for being here, and as always, put in the chat whatever you want to talk about it. Whatever you want to talk about, put it in the chat, and I'll talk about it. If you want to be on the show, I can send you a link. Oh, not yet. Hold on a second. We're going to do this new ROKR puzzle, but today's day one, so we're just going to unbox it, look at the box, look at the instructions, look at the pieces, and then tomorrow we'll start building. Is it gonna? I believe it's actually gonna print. It says it's a classic printing press, flowing through the wood grain. Model number LK602. LED light, rubber characters. I believe those are print characters. Hidden ink box. Maybe one of those one that like spins around. It might be that right. Might be under there. It like spins when you go to stamp it. I don't know. Transmission model, mortise and tenon assembly. I mean, it sounds interesting. We're going to learn something, I think. 303 pieces. 4 out of 5 is the level. 215 by 145 by 270 millimeters is the size. Medieval astrolabe clock. I'm just reading what's going on with this. Flippable ink box. Yeah, that's exactly what I was picturing. Mechanism indicator. DIY letterpress plates. I don't know why they call them DIY, but they're the rubber plates for the ink. Little Bear printing workers. Oh, some fake workers. Kind of looks like a cuckoo clock. Honeycomb cake lamp. I don't know what that's about. From Robotime, of course. Let's go to the website and see what they have to say there. So it's a $60 puzzle. Let's take a look at some of these pictures. Classic printing press. There it is, built. I guess some bears work at this print shop. I guess there's some lore to it. But there's actual controls for a human. It's often like that with puzzles. There's the sort of fictional in-lore controls, and then there's like the controls that the human who built the puzzle uses. So I guess the bear is the lore and the human is the big hand. So there's the printing plates. That's cool. Are they settable? I mean, it shows them printing on like some business card, credit card sized item, paper. It's really more of a stamp than a printing press, but I guess all printing press was, in the 1600s when Gutenberg was, typesetting the Bible. I guess it really was just stamps. And then in between, you would like set them up. Nowadays they're probably controlled by computers, if there even are plates involved, and they're probably at a super fast speed. But yeah, I guess it's technically just a stamp, rubber stamp. I guess we'll learn something as we go about it. Alright, there's a picture of the box, which we can just look at the box. There's the picture of it constructed. I think we went around. Let's just see if there's a video before we leave the website. Sometimes they have videos, and sometimes those videos are quite cool. This one may not have enough action to warrant a video. Like there's a video for the gun and for the AK and for the pinball table. Oh, there's a puzzle. There was a video. All right, let's take a look at the video. If it plays. Can we get this to like big screen? I don't think I have the sound coming through. I forgot to do that, so I'll narrate the video. or I'll just talk over the video. I like that book. Looks like the Voynich manuscript. All right, and that's the end on that note. So I could have talked over that video because I think I forgot to set up the sound to come in from the iPad. So basically, it was easy to talk over. So we're gonna open up this box today, but we're not gonna start building today. But let's take a look at what's in there. And I think the theme, I think this goes well with a printing press. I think the theme for this puzzle is going to be writing. So for today, writing is obviously based on language. There's a lot of things you can say about language, but I'm going to tell a story. When my kids, they're 17 months apart, and at one point, one of them was in what was to be the kids' room, but at that point, he was the only one in it, and then his younger brother was still in a playpen or a crib or whatever in the parents' room. And one morning, the parents are like still in bed, and the kids are still in their cribs. And I don't know how old they were, but I guess neither of them was like speaking yet. I don't know if that makes sense if they're 17 months apart, but that was the case. And they were doing this interesting thing. I think it was, I forget which one was the starter, but I think it was the younger one was making sounds for his older brother to hear in the other room. And then the older brother was imitating the younger brother's sounds. And the younger brother recognized this. I should mention the younger brother, he's like, at this current age, like he's like 17 years old. He's like top student in a top school. So probably he was also pretty smart as a baby. So he recognizes that the older brother's imitating. He knows who's making sounds from the other room. And he starts changing the sound each time, like doing a different sound, and they're babies, so they don't talk yet. But he's like, goo goo, and then gaga, and then goo goo gaga, and then, whatever. I'm just making those up. But basically, he's just saying a bunch of nonsense, but the older brother is repeating it. And I'm thinking that they're really not that far from creating language. If you're creating a sound and someone is imitating it, now all you have to do is create that sound while holding an object. You could take a glass of water and say goo goo and then sip the water, and it's like, and then the other person sips their water and says goo goo, and now you guys have agreed that goo goo is going to be your word for water. So that's language. There's a lot of like mythical origin stories for language, and there's really some highfalutin ideas out there. But like I saw my kids, like when they were like 1 and 2, like come very close to inventing language. So I don't think it's anything mythical and spiritual. I think it's pretty normal. I'm surprised that other animals besides humans don't do more of it. All right, let's so that's my point for today. Kind of a simple point. Let's take a look at what's in this box. So here's the rubber plates. Oh, okay, I went to camera 4. I was thinking, why is that so close? I meant to go to camera 2, but I actually think that worked out pretty good. Let's stick with camera 4. So here's the rubber plates. Looks like there's some paper to print on there. Some plastic washers. Some metal screws. This is way more than 303 pieces. Yeah, ROKR only counts the wooden pieces. So this is probably going to be well over 2 pieces of wax. They're expecting us to use 2 pieces of wax. I've done a lot of puzzles. This is the first time ROKR gave us 2 pieces of wax. And by the way, I don't know if you can see it. Can you read this? I might have to take it out of the wrapper. There you go. Robotime. Robotime is the designer. ROKR is the publisher, manufacturer. It says Robotime on the wax. I don't know if that's the reason why there's two pieces of wax. I don't think it says anything. I think one of them says Robotime and one of them doesn't say anything. That may be the reason there's two pieces of wax. Here's more paper to print on. So that's good. We can test out our printing. There's an emery board. Wow, that was a lot of stuff for just one section. What's going to be in the next section? I think this is what the plates are going to mount to. Excuse me. Here's some electronics. I can't tell you at this point what's in there. This is the spinning. Remember they talked about how it was going to rotate? This is definitely that piece. So it's going to hold one of these rubber plates, and when you hit the top, it's going to spin around and stamp. And then here's one that doesn't spin. I'm not sure what that's about. Anyway, it's already looking quite cool, but it's looking like it's not going to be easy. They call this a 4 out of 5, not a 5 out of 5. Look at all these springs. I mean, my impression without starting building it yet is this is a 5 out of 5. Tweezers. They're giving us tweezers. They're giving us copper wire. More washers, a glass tube. I mean, there's a lot going on here. I almost feel like they're saving the 5, you know, like it was used for the ROKR 3D pinball. But like I think what they did is they called that one a 6 out of 5. So, all right. There's more sandpaper. There's more everything. But for now, let's take a look. So here's a parts list. These are mostly going to be the parts that are in the plastic bags that we were just looking at, those plastic bags. Yeah, I don't think they're going to talk about the parts on the sheets. Let's talk about the book. It's full color, and it's not quite the proportions of a U-Gears. I think U-Gears would be a little shorter and a little longer. A little shorter, a little wider. But it is getting close to that, and it's full color. It's got page numbers, and does it have panel numbers? It does have panel numbers. And it does have page numbers. I don't know if we should go with page or panel. I think we should go with panel. And then there's numbers, obviously, for all the pieces that we're going to use. Are these panels always numbered? Why does it feel like on this page I'm not seeing any panel? All right, let's stick with page and piece. We're not gonna break it down into panel. This book is not that big, considering how many pieces there are. But maybe there's a lot of little pieces that don't really mean a lot. There's the glass tube. So that's not going to get used till very late. There are some gears. Wasn't there some text on the front? Did we ever read that text? July 1813, Philadelphia. My printing press has finally been completed, and it will revolutionize the printing industry. So, I have to look into what that's a reference to. Something. Alright, let's look at the boards. That's all we got left, right? And then tomorrow we'll start building. I'm kind of afraid to open this up. I don't want to lose any pieces, but it's either today or tomorrow. Either way, it needs to get opened. What? What? It's like, is that leather? It's like leather on one side, felt on the other. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, some leather, some, I don't know. Okay, it's P35. LK602 is the model number. P35, I guess, is the part number. So if we went here and looked at P35, we'd probably see something that looks, yeah, there it is, P35. So P35 looks exactly like that piece that we were just holding. So that's good. The parts are labeled. All right, so we'll throw our leather pouches in here. There's stickers, by the way. I don't know if they're like a required part of the build. Here's another piece of sandpaper. Are these stickers or are these just plastic? There's 3 pieces of plastic here. They're not actually stickers, but they're something. We're not done yet. Probably should have used a knife rather than risk breaking that. What if the boards broke instead of the plastic? Then we would not be able to do this puzzle. All right, let me learn from my mistakes and use the blade here. Okay. Wow. What is going on here? I don't know. Some opaque piece of fiberglass? I'm not sure what that is. Sorry, I couldn't identify it. And then how many boards here? Well, the board, this is the A board, B board, C, D. I don't know why I sound surprised. E, F. Yeah, those are the boards. That's not a lot of boards. That's not bad at all. What's that, 6 boards? But there's a lot of screws involved. And there's a lot of little pieces. I mean, this is the biggest piece I see on board 1. It's not even that big. There's no big pieces. That's the biggest. I don't know. There's like a couple. There's a few medium-sized pieces on the B board. All right, here's 2 decent-sized pieces on C. There's a lot of little pieces. Yeah, a couple of mediums on that board. A couple of mediums there. Yeah, this is a lot of little pieces going on here. So this instructions, there might be a PDF online. I'll look. If not, I'll scan it. But either way, we'll have the instructions, on the tab. This is a fairly new model. Classic printing press, mechanical models, line number LK602 from ROKR, mechanical movable type printing. I'm pretty excited about it. I like that it's functional, which is not to say that I'm going to use it, but I almost feel like I'm getting a look into the past of how printing presses worked back in the day. I don't know if it's worth to take anything out of here. There's a lot of stuff in here. Maybe I'll take this sandpaper out. And I'll take the boards out. But other than that, I think I'll leave a lot of this stuff in the box because we're probably going to need it. I'll tell you what, though. You might have noticed that the manual was not in the box. And there's a reason for that. Because earlier today, I scanned this manual. I took the whole thing and I fed it through the scanner, and now we have a scanned manual. Oh, I got to show you the scanned manual, otherwise you don't know what I'm talking about. So here it is. I mean, I always scan the manual, but I actually got the flatbed scanner out onto my desk at the cost of like 45 minutes of my day and actually scanned this thing as a PDF rather than using the Google Drive scanner or just taking photos. What I like about that, you have less glitches. It's also very smooth, like moving from page to page, and it's very sharp. There's no sunspots, and you still can do resizing like no problem. In fact, I would say it's even better. And another thing, which is nice for you, if you should build this thing, this model as well, is that I'm going to post this on the blog. This, like, I don't know if you were aware of that, but this Just Rest Your Eyes podcast, it has a blog. And there's only like 3 posts, but like all 3 of those posts are, when I scan these things, I post them. I post the PDF to the blog. So then if you work on this puzzle, you can just go to that website and grab the PDF. Maybe I wonder if I can get the ads turned on for that. I've had a YouTube channel for 17 years and like websites for 30 years. And for whatever reason, Google has never approved any of my sites for ads or any of my videos for ads. I think it's because I don't have enough viewers. But maybe this like scanning PDFs, maybe it's like perhaps the most worthwhile thing I've ever done. I mean, at least I scanned the PDF, you know? I don't know how many views it would take to be worth 45 minutes of my time, but, you know, at least I did something. So anyway, let's start building this. Yeah, we've got the manual here, so let's take a look. Let's scroll through the manual and see what we got. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, I was on the manual. Anyway, here's the manual. If you ever wondered how I operate the manual while I'm building, it's over in the corner here on this iPad, and I could just, you know, like zoom in and stuff. Anyway, I actually don't know why I pressed that button, but it's good that I did because you got to see how that looks. So here's the first page. There's the model number. I think if you scan that, it goes to videos. You can scan that on the screen if you want. Page 2. There's a bunch of warnings. I think I'm actually going to call that page 1. So we can do that. So now the scoreboard says page 1. We'll track the pages right after the manual rather than the PDF. Because by the PDF, it's like page 2, but by the manual, it's page 1. So let's go by the manual. I think that's how people would look at it. And we're through page 1 already. We're on page 2. There was just warnings on page 1. All right, page 2 is like a key, how to read it. Test the electronics before assembling. Yeah, so they need batteries. Okay, I don't have the batteries today. We probably won't get to the part where it needs to be assembled today. If we do, you know, maybe I'll stop for the day. You know, because I don't have the batteries handy. But I'll get them. I'll get them by tomorrow. All right, so hold, release. All right, so there's a photograph of that. I mean, I saw that in the box. Here it is. So, yeah, you unscrew it, screwdriver it, unscrew it, put a couple batteries in there. I'm not even sure why, but, you know, we'll find out as we go along. A bunch of cautions here. Do not look at the light source directly. Hold, release the blade. I'm sorry, blade? Is that just a name or is there actually a blade? I don't know. We'll find out. All right, so page 2 is a bunch of warnings. I think we're done with page 2. How about that? We're on page 3. We haven't assembled anything yet, but we're on page 3. Tool assembly. So the first thing we're going to do is assemble a tool which is interesting because I haven't seen this before. I've done a lot of these puzzles, and I haven't seen a tool that looks like that. I'm not sure what that's all about. How to use this tool. This step is for demonstration purposes only and does not involve the actual assembly of the steel shaft with the shaft sleeve. Wait a second. So I shouldn't do it? Well, they just mean this part. I think this part I should do. So we're going to assemble the tool using 3H blocks, which are E28s, and then two of those like sort of M-shaped pieces, E29 and E30, and then the base is E31. That's 6 pieces total. Let's grab those 6 pieces. I already counted them, but anyway, we'll find them. They're all on the E-sheet. And while I'm looking for the E-sheet, we can talk about the theme. So the theme we started yesterday was writing. And for the first sort of topic, well, I guess there was a sound tagging, whatever you want to call it. Language was like yesterday's topic. So the second topic, I'm going to repeat something you probably heard your like middle school writing teacher say, but I'm going to repeat it because it really is that important. And that is knowing your audience. By the way, here's the H blocks. You can see right there. The H blocks, those are what? E28s. And then 29, 30, and 31. So your teacher in middle school probably told you to know your audience. It's very simple. It's like the first rule of writing, but I'm going to remind you of it because it really does mean something. For example, if you're writing notes to yourself, they're going to look different than if you're writing an email. Let's call it a fundraising email. I'm not a huge fan of that, but it's a weird sort of situation that we're in the world right now, where people who do jobs get paid like a minimalist salary, but people who run fundraisers, they're like the richest people around these days. First of all, the money's like tax-free. Second of all, they just decide how much they're going to take. And third, like they can do it like in a shameless way. I mean, I know I'm going on a tangent here, but it's an interesting time that we live in. By the way, I messed up already. It's actually very common for me to mess up on the first one of the day. Wait, did I mess up? No, I didn't. Okay, I didn't mess up. So E29, E30, and E31, and it shows all of the H blocks going between the 30 and the 31. So anyway, we live in a day and an age where if you work hard, you're in a position, because the companies are so efficient these days that and they're trying to get all the money for the stockholders. They have like fiduciary responsibility, and they're making their ESG, fund holders happy. And basically, workers are limited to the least they can get away with paying them, which could be minimum wage. Could be more, but could be minimum wage. Whereas people who raise funds, their job is just to raise funds. And the more funds they raise, the more valuable they consider themselves. And the more they take out of the funds raised to pay themselves. I mean, I'm oversimplifying the process, but my point is, when people buy something on the regular, they want like the best rate possible. When an employer employs someone, they want the most competitive like salary possible. But when a person runs a fundraiser, people are only giving once, or maybe they are doing a recurring gift. and it's creating this big base of money, and then people are drawing their salary from that, and they're getting more salary than someone who's actually doing work that everyone would recognize as work, rather than someone who's in charge of administrating. That was a big tangent. The original topic was know your audience. So anyway, if you're writing or if you're writing notes to yourself, they're like just minimalist amount of text, and you're just trying to make yourself remember what you want the note to be. Whereas if you're writing a fundraiser, you're trying to do it as influential as possible, and you're almost trying to capture the audience in a trance and get them to do your bidding. That's very different. If you were writing a song, you would want it to be rhyming, because that sounds good. And in the olden days, the purpose of those songs were to teach people things. Like, for example, the alphabet song. You learn the alphabet by singing the alphabet song. So it's, that's function. Well, that doesn't rhyme. But the point is, you make it memorable if you're trying to make a song that's going to educate someone. So you have to know your audience. There's a lot more examples, and maybe I'll think of some throughout the night. All right, moving on. We're still on page 3 in the instructions, but we're up to a new section. It's actually labeled as panel 1, but I'm not going to record that. Just say that it's page 3. And you can see there's a lot of pieces involved. A1, A2, A3, A4, 2 A5s, A6, and A7. And then C1, C2, and P4 and P5. I think the most interesting thing there is the P4 and P5, which I have scanned. I can show you, but it's the last page in the PDF. So I'm actually just going to pull it up here. So P4 and P5, those are the pieces they want. So P4 is a 4mm. I don't know if a screw is the proper. It says screw with gasket. And then P5 is a spring. So there are 9 of the. Sorry, I hit the microphone. There are 9 of those screws and 5 of those springs. Why is there a 2 here? Anyway, I think there's 5 of those springs. Yeah, quantity 5. Anyway, P4 and P5 we got to find. It could be like a task just to find those. Let's start with just counting up how much is going on here in panel 1. So 2 P's, 2 C's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 A's, but one of them is doubled, so it's 12 pieces. So we're going to go from 6 to 18 on the piece counter. Supposedly this is 303 pieces. It's probably going to be a lot more than that, I think. We'll see. All right, so where's that screw with the gasket? I think it's going to be in here. Oh, it's I forgot to mention. You usually can tell where it's going to be. So the item number is 4 and 5. This one doesn't have it. There have been other part lists that are grouped by like bag numbers. This one doesn't have that. But anyway, we'll find 4 and 5. I think they're in this bag 2 here. See, it's labeled bag 2. Now, where's that information on the sheet? Maybe I'm overlooking it. Is that why it says 2 here? No, because it's the only place it says it. But it says 2 here, 2 here, 2 here. Oh, the bag number. Okay, it's written very small. That is the bag number. That number in the parentheses is the bag number. Now, here's the thing. There's no bag number listed for P4. I mean, we'll find it, but I'm just telling you there's no bag number listed. All right, so I guess we'll grab the screwdriver and the spring. It only shows, it doesn't mention the millimeters on the spring. So I'm guessing there's only one spring. In 20 seconds, I have to check the sound on this video on YouTube because I just heard a sound from my iPad, and I don't know if that's coming through. Like, if that is, then that's going to be annoying for you. I'll test that. All right, so there's the screwdriver. There's the spring. Oh, I do see those screws with gasket. They're in here. They're in bag 2. So I don't know why they didn't mention that they were in bag 2, but they are in bag 2. 4mm screw with gasket. That looks like way more than 4mm. Is there a smaller size screw? All right, maybe that's 4mm. I don't know. I'll tell you who does know. Mr. Calipers here. He knows what 4mm is. All right, 4mm. Which is the power button? On, off. I think the battery's dead. All right, even without the calipers, I can tell you using the scale that's 4mm. Yeah, this thing needs another watch battery. All right, let's see if this is 4mm. It is. It's like exactly 4mm. So that's it. That's 4mm. That's the thing. That's the screw with gasket. What else we need? From C board, we need C1 and C2. Alright, so here's our tool, which I don't even remember how we're going to use that. I think it's putting a washer in there and a pole through the bottom or something like that. Anyway, there's P5. There's P4. C1 and C2, they don't give you a picture of what they look like. There's C1. Is C2 this huge thing here? It says C2 on it. C2. This huge piece is C2, I think. Yeah, C1 and C2. C1 is this tiny piece. C2 is this huge piece. That's it. That's C2. So, and they're showing use wax. So we're going to need wax. We're getting right into this, you know. Right from the jump here. Got a lot going on. The very first panel, we're using screwdriver, sandpaper, and wax. Very first panel, we're using 3 tools. That's crazy. But it's good. You want to get into it right away, right? No time like the present. It just means I got to find the wax. There we go. There's some wax. You can use a tea candle if somehow your instructions doesn't have it. I heard from some people that there's certain countries where the wax is not there for some import reason. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but someone posted that on one of the videos, so it's definitely a thing where people don't have wax. So if you don't have wax, you can use a tea candle. All right, so A1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 5, 6, and 7. So basically A1 through A7. We need them all. So is A1 this huge piece again? And then 2, 3, 7, 2 of them. 5, 4. Do you see it? 3. All right, let's just see if every piece is in here. So there's A1, the big board. There's A2. There's A3. A4. A5. Where's A6? There's a 8. There's a 7. Oh, okay. I see a 6. All right. It says a 6 right there. And it says 8, 7. And there, even a 8. So basically the point is everything we need is in here. It's inside. This big piece is A1. And everything else that we need is inside of this. So let's pop them out. And there's even more than we need. So there's A1. A2 is the first one of these little builder bears. A3 is another one, or maybe it's the flip side of the first one. All right, A4 looks like a wrench head or something. A5 we need 2 of. That's a C ring. We need 2 of those. A6 and A7. This big piece is A6, as we established. And there's A7. There's actually 2 of them, and there's 4 A8s. So all we've done is collect pieces so far, but we're about to start assembling them. So the first bit of the assembly, it's A2 and A3. Put them side to side, but here's the problem, like, are they going to stick together? Or do they immediately need to... Yes, they immediately then need A4 and A5. That's what's going to keep them together. All right, so let's just hold them together by hand for a second. All right, so they have ink on one side. So this is the A3. This is the A2. The A3 has a little stem on it. The A2 doesn't. There's a tab on the bottom. Anyway, put the 2 blank sides together. Now, the next piece up is the A4, which is going to start locking it in. And then the 2 C5s, the 2 A5s, which are C-ring pieces, are going to lock the A4 in. So the A4 is locking in the builder bears, and then the A5 is locking in the A4. There's a lot going on here. I think that's typical, though, of any of these building projects. You usually need something to like lock it in. It's good. It's good. You want it to lock in. All right. So there's the A4s on, and then the C. It's actually more than just a locking in piece. I think it also has some artistic, what's the word? Maybe artistic is too strong of a word. It's also meant to display as something. I mean, we're building a model. It's supposed to look like something, maybe a gong or something. He's like holding something. What is he holding? Whatever he's holding, it's that thick. You can see there, or can you? It's kind of thick, whatever he's holding. All right. Anyway, what's next? Next, we need you wax the yellow part. So they want us to wax the underside of, I think this piece was called A6 maybe? I don't remember what this piece was called. Yeah, A6. So one side is inked. They want us to wax the side that isn't inked. So there we go, that's waxed. Now, how does this bear go in here? All right, they want us to flip it around. And I think there's 2 holes here. And there's 2 like sort of appendages there. So that's all supposed to line up, we assume. We're going to find out. I think it's almost on. Yeah, it's on. That all worked nicely. All right. We're not done yet. We waxed it. We obviously have a lot of pieces we didn't use yet. All right, continuing on with the instructions. All right. So now we're going to attach two big pieces, the two big pieces, A1 and C2. And they're going to attach, you can see there, the ordering, 1, 2, 3. So the C1 is going to be one attachment, and then that bear that we just built is the other attachment. So the order to do it, all right, first of all, the piece that goes on the bottom is this ROKR piece here. And we're going to match what they're showing on the instructions by spinning this around. So ROKR's on top, and we're looking like down at it. Like we can't read it. And then if we hold it like that, then C1 goes on this left side here. C1 is this tiny little piece. All right, so there's C1. That's in there, nice and snug. Now, on top of that is going to go A1, and you want to get this correct. So, for example, there's this tab here. This tab should be underneath the second R in ROKR. And when you do that, this slot is going to line up with where that C1 is. So there you go. That's how you do that. Now, where does the bear go? He's going to have some movement. You see this like slit here? This bear is going to, I believe, he's going to be able to move through that slit. Or maybe he's just going to sit here because this does look like it's going to cover it up. I mean, my guess is that this bear is going to move like side to side. But who knows? Let's see if he does or not. Place your bets. Will the bear have movement or not? I say yes. All right. There's the bear. What's next? Oh, we're going to use the tool. Remember that tool we built? We're going to use it right now. And we're going to use that tool to drive the A7 piece into the stem of the bear. All right. So it's going to go in from this short end here. All right, is it going to line up? It's kind of like, we've got it here. We've got the short end. We've got the stem. And there's where that A7 is going to go. It looks like really like tiny spot to fit that in there. But anyway, they want us to use this tool. I haven't used this tool on anything before. I guess it's something new ROKR's come out with. Is it going to work? Well, at least we're not going to hurt our fingers. Often when you push these tiny pieces into a construction, you hurt your fingers. The tiny piece like stabs your finger when you try to push it in. So this time they've given us a tool. Now, I don't know how to use this tool because it's kind of wiggling around. I think what I'm going to do is line it up first and then kind of put the tool on top and use it. Like I can't deliver it with this A7 already in the tool, but I think I can line it up and then drive it in. Let's see. Who knows if that's going to work or not. Let's see. It spun, so it didn't work. First attempt didn't work. Let's try it again. All right, now it's actually started. Is that going to help? Yeah, that's it. We got the piece in without breaking our fingers. So this tool was useful. So ROKR is, they're not resting on their laurels. They're getting, they're improving. This puzzle came out 2 months ago, and they built a new tool, and the tool is useful. Oh, the spring. Nice. All right, so the spring and the screw are going to be put together right now. There's some cautions here. Note the direction of the spring head. So this is bad. That picture is bad. This picture is good. Can anyone tell the difference between those two pictures? Wow. They look exactly the same to me. What am I missing? I see that this one has a block here and this one doesn't. What are they trying to say? Oh, okay. Look at this coil where it comes from, like, sort of the backside, I guess you could call it, and then this one comes like from the top. All right. The coil is on the top of the spring in the correct one, and it's on the bottom of the spring in the incorrect one, and that's why in the correct one you can see that square, but in the incorrect one you barely can. All right, so this is how we're going to do it. We're going to do it correctly. So it's going to hook on the bottom of the bear. Hopefully we do it the right way. And then we put the screw through it. That's the plan. Stan. All right, so how? I want to do it correct. All right, so correct, it's like this. And then the screw goes in. But we got to have the direction of the bear first. All right, so that's the direction of the bear. We're going to put the spring flat against here, and then we're going to drive the screw through it. That's the plan. This screw is way too big for this piece of wood. I know we measured it and 4 millimeters seemed like this was the size of this screw, but I don't think it's right. Let's see our instructions here. Are there any other screws with gaskets? There is. Let me show you. P15 is a 10 millimeter screw with gasket. So I don't think this is the right screw. I think we got to find one. I think when I said that it was 4 millimeters, I was somehow wrong. I'm not sure how, but it was wrong. There's a shorter one in here somewhere. I'm convinced of it. I don't see it in this bag, though. And it's weird that it didn't say what bag it's in. I think we have to check every bag. How about this bag? This bag's got tweezers. Something that looks like a ghost. There's rope. There's 3M. There's a 3M sticker. And there's rope. What is going on with this puzzle? I guess we'll find out. All right, here they are. P4. Here's the 4 millimeter screws with gaskets. There they are. So they're in bag 4. So I don't know why that's not indicated on the instructions. Somebody removed the bag number. But I'm going to write it in. It's bag number 4. And I'm going to edit the PDF that I'm going to post on the blog. But that's once I confirm that I'm right. So I think, yes, I think it even says P4 on the bag. So maybe that's why it didn't tell us the bag number, because the bag just says P4 in it. Anyway, at least we caught that mistake before we went too far. Wow. That spring is slippery. It's like a slinky. Do you know the slinky toy? I don't know how popular that is through time. It was like a spring, and you would put it on the staircase and it would like walk down the stairs. Has a good jingle. You can search for it online. Slinky, slinky. I don't know. Something. Fun for a girl or a boy, I think was one of the lines. I think that was the line that rhymed with toy. Alright, let's get this in here. And then we're finally done with panel 1. Alright. There's the spring. It's attached at the top. Yeah. Okay. I think it looks correct. I'm not sure how it's going to work, but it's looking good. What we did, though, was kind of cool. There's this spring here. I don't know if you can see. I'm like holding the spring underneath. And then there's a bear on top. So if I pull the bear this way, because of the spring, he's going to spring back. I don't know. It's something at least. We did something yesterday. It was only the first day, really. First day we unboxed. Day 2 we started building. The scoreboard shows page 4. So, is this page 4? It looks like page 4, all right. Yeah, so we didn't do page 4 yet. I guess we did through page 3. All right, so we're going to do page 4 today. Let's see how that goes. Start grabbing the stuff. It's the instructions we don't really need because I scanned them. Boards we definitely need. And who knows what else we're going to need. All right. And then we have our theme, which is writing. I'm not going to waste any time telling you the main crux of that. Though it's a rule I don't always follow myself. I should more. I invented this rule. I call it in my mind the 24-hour rule. I've heard other people say it too, but I invented it at least a decade ago for dealing with Amazon. I found that I had been susceptible to marketing, so I started a rule where like I can't buy anything the same day. I mean, maybe if it's like school supplies for my kids, but like anything else, I put it in the shopping cart and I have to come back and look at it 24 hours later and see if I still actually want it. And you don't know how many times I came back the next day and either deleted it or removed it from my cart or put it in saved later. You know, anyway, that 24-hour rule, it also can work for writing. Sorry, my chair was squeaking. So that 24-hour rule can also work for writing. If you think your writing is done, it's probably not. And you should wait 24 hours and try again. So when you've made your last edit, wait 24 hours. And if you don't make any more edits, then maybe it's done. Read it again. And if you make edits, you know, wait another 24 hours. I mean, at some point it's like due and there's deadlines and you just have to go. I think that's why writing deadlines exist, because you probably would edit forever if that's the case. So, you know, a 24-hour rule, it's like, you know, maybe you're going to submit it 24 hours later without a change. Or maybe you're going to make one minor change and then submit it. But that's the rule. Maybe I'll talk about that more. Maybe that's it. Let's talk about the instructions right now. The pieces. We need 3 A8s, 1 A11, 1 A12. Let me just grab those before I go any further. So that's 5 pieces. That brings us up to 23 pieces. I don't know why, but I just feel like dealing with one board at a time rather than... I see that there's 2 boards and then like probably 3 bags or something like that. I remember we knocked something. Oh, right. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Besides sandpaper and wax, there's this tool they had us build. And then there's this board. Are any of these A8s? Can you make out what that says? Yeah, those are A8s. So good thing I checked this board. So this was in the middle of this piece that we used yesterday, but it also has the A8s that we need right now. So 3 A8s. There's 2 of them. Kind of stuck together. All right. 3 A8s. A11 and A12. I see A14. Why did my screen just go blank? You don't see it. I could show you it if you're curious. So that screen just went blank because I was on Rumble, so now I switched to YouTube. For some reason, Rumble times out. YouTube doesn't. So anyway, whatever. I'm back. I have those screens open so I could see if anyone posts comments, which doesn't happen much. And unfortunately, what often happens is I stop checking it because I don't see, any comments for a long while, and then as soon as the day that I don't look at the screen, someone's posting like 3 comments and then gives up because I'm not replying. So I try to keep an eye on it, but I can't make any promises. I'm like, I don't know if you can see how much of my setup you can see here, but it's like I'm like building here, and then I'm producing here, and I'm controlling the instructions here, and I've got a live monitor up there, and then the streaming. Like this is the main monitor, and then this is like where the different places it's streaming to. So basically, I'm just like doing everything myself, and I'm only one person, so there are times when my son works. Either like the first week that I got the YOLO box, he was like producer, and now lately he's just like guest builder. We just decided that I can just stick my left hand over there and run the YOLO box. We don't really need like a second person, though it would be better with a second person, but I'm already doing this like daily. Some second person is going to do it daily. That's going to be tough. All right, C10 times 2. That brings us up to 25 pieces. There's C9. There's C10. There's 4 of them. We only need 2 of them. That looks like a cool piece. What is that? I don't know. It looks like a circuit or something. Not sure what that is. I guess we'll find out eventually. Let's grab our 2 C10s. And then P1, P4, and P6. All right, who even knows what that stuff is? Let's find out. All right, P1 is the power pack. P4 is 1 4mm screw, and P6 is a 7mm screw. It's called like screw with gasket. Actually, one of them's called screw with gasket. The other's called tapping screw. The 7mm one is called tapping screw. Not sure the difference. I should know, but I don't. So P1, P4, and P6, that's going to bring us to 28 pieces. Now, I also have these batteries, so I was kind of ready for today. I knew that the power pack needs batteries, so there it is, and we're going to put some batteries in it. Let me just go back to a second, because I think it was like on the first page they were telling us what to do. Open it, put batteries in it. Yeah, okay. I think we could have figured that out, but whatever. It was nice to see on the instructions. I don't know if you saw that. I didn't have it on screen, but I scrolled back to the first page, and it showed the power pack, and then it showed using a screwdriver to open the power pack, and it didn't even show putting the batteries in, but I just pretty sure we're supposed to put batteries in. I think it said it in the text. Put batteries in. So this, yep, P5, right. So that piece was P5, all right. So there's some, actually there's a lot of attachments on here. Is these alligator clamps? It's kind of like, yeah, really weak version. And then there's two red wires, actually twisted red and black. The other halves of the black are going here to the alligator clamp, so that's probably the ground, which sounds a little bit dangerous, honestly. One cord is longer than the other. I don't really know. I don't know where we're going with this. I'm just kind of looking as we play along, as we build. There's an on-off switch. If you can see that, it's like embossed. It's in the off position right now. My screen went blank again, but I again woke it up before showing it to you. And this time it was on YouTube. I'll tell you why it went blank this time. It wasn't streaming, which makes me think I should check the YOLO box, because maybe I'm just speaking to myself right now. Yeah, well, it was definitely way behind, but now it's not. I see my fingers holding the power pack. So I guess we're caught up now. Alright. I felt the screw catching. It's not open yet. There we go. It's open. Make sure the screw doesn't fall out. Load up two AAAs and then put this thing back together. I can't tell if that's lined up. It's gotta be, right? Because if the back is in, the front's gotta be in. Well, it's definitely lined up now. Alright, that's done. The batteries are in the pack. Alright, now what? Now what? What are we gonna do? Oh, we're not even done collecting pieces yet. We still need the two screws. The 4mm screw with gasket and the 7mm tapping screw. 7mm is here. The 4mm is somewhere else. I'm sure we'll find it. You know what? I remember it was a little bag of just, yeah, here it is. It's a little bag labeled P4 that has just these 4mm screws with gasket. I gotta tell you, the tapping screw and the screw with gasket, other than the length, they look the same to me. I'm not sure what makes them different. You can look at them on close-up. See if we can figure it out. I mean, they're a little bit different. Mostly it's the length, but I guess they're a little bit different. Alright, now why do we need all these pieces? Let's look at the first panel here. So we're going to screw through the bottom of the construction. It's going to pass through the bottom. And then with the 4mm screw. And I think it's going to go through the spring. That's it. It just shows it going through the spring. So is the spring going to, are the threads going to catch on the spring? I don't know. Let's see. First of all, Okay. Where is it? Where is it supposed to go? Okay, the threads, the spring doesn't have to catch because it's going to go through it as long as it's big enough to hold it in there. What I don't see is what it attaches to. I see a hole there. Is that the hole? Like, I don't know how to confirm this. Okay, I've got it. You've probably figured it out too. You can see the pattern. There's like 2 horizontals, a vertical, and at the front a circle. So that must be it. So basically, we're gonna put the 4mm screw through the spring. We're gonna make sure we got the orientation correct, which basically means with the screw is going to be in line with the spring. I almost dropped the screw. And then it's going to go through that circle. That's the plan. Huh. Wow. Didn't get it. It's tricky. It's a very small screw. I'm having trouble holding on to it. I'm going to get it started on the screwdriver so that at least when I get to that hole, I can like kind of stab it and it hopefully won't move around because the spring is strong and like pulls against whatever is there, which in this case is the screw, which again fell out. So I'm going to try to pinch it until I can get the screwdriver over there. All right, it's pinched for the moment. Screwdriver's in. It's falling out. Oh, damn it. What do the pros do? How do they keep it in place? Gotta learn some secrets. Vice kind of grip type of thing. Probably something like that. Anyway, using the brute force method, we got it in. So that screw kind of holds that spring down. So remember we were talking about this bear. Now he's spring loaded. It actually works pretty good. That was a lot of work to get only one panel deep. And the second panel is also a lot of work. Oh my goodness, the second panel we're installing the power pack. We're starting installing it. Okay. Short wire and long wire. Doesn't really matter though because they're both going to the same place. No, they're not. The short wire and the alligator clamp are going to the same place. The long wire, they haven't told us yet where it's going. But let's do the short wire and the alligator clamp. All right, so we spin this around so that the bear is right next to us and that the R is on the right side. The bear is close to us. The R is on the right side. And we're going to take the short cord and the alligator clamp, and they're both going to go through something. But let's check the something. I bet it's that, but let's check. Yeah, that's it. That's where it's going. Was worth double checking. Those alligator clamps don't want to fit through. Well, the good news is they probably won't back out if you barely can get them through in the first place. Oh my goodness, it really doesn't want to go through there. Okay. through, finally. Looks like there's a notch for a cable right there. I'm not going to guess, but probably this is going to attach somewhere. I'm not going to try to guess where. All right. Next panel, we're going to use the 7mm screw. And it's going to go in from the top. And it's going to go through that alligator clamp thing that we were just talking about. So basically that's going to get screwed in right now, which is good. We need that. And then there's some note here. It says, align with corresponding holes before tightening screw. And they have picture. And like one it's flat and one it's slanted. So they don't want it to be slanted. But is there like a reason? Like what's making it slanted? I'm not really sure what they're doing different in those two pictures. But slanted is bad. You know what I think they're doing? I think there's something at the bottom of that clamp. Let me show you what I mean. So this is the clamp. I'm calling it a clamp. And here's two holes. And I think maybe there's something at the bottom of this that's going to go through the smaller hole. And then the screw is going to go through the bigger hole. I think so. Let's see here. Yes. Yeah, I can't see it, but I can feel it. There's a little nub there. So we're going to line the nub up with the small hole by virtue of feeling it catch. There we go. I felt it catch. And then the top one we're just going to screw in. That didn't catch it. It was in the big hole. That doesn't count as a catch. It needs to be in the small hole. Get it in the right hole, please, for the love of Pete. All right, let's see if we can get this in. Okay. All right, let's line that up. I got the screw going into the big hole and a little nubbin in the small hole. That tapping screw, that gasket, is this the right screw? Because it seems like that gasket is too big. I'm just checking, is it possible there's two 7mm screws? We want to make sure we're using the right one. Yes, there's two 7mm screws. I think that one I grabbed was the wrong one. Yeah. P15 is a 10mm screw with gasket. We don't need the screw with gasket. So, unfortunately, we got to redo this. But at least we noticed that something wasn't right. So, what bag has the 7mm without the gasket? P6? Yeah, that's not P6. Alright. Well, no, P6 is the part. It actually doesn't say what bag it's in. Would be helpful if it did. There's probably going to be a bag that just says P6. The way this bag just says P4. Let's look for a P6 bag. The P16, almost. Nope. This has got to be it. P6, this is it. Alright, so I had the wrong screw there. Let's get that out. Hopefully we didn't break the wood underneath. Hopefully it still catches. You know, it's funny, someone was commenting today on one of my videos about the mistakes, and yeah, I definitely make mistakes. It's part of doing it live, but at the same time, I should try not to make mistakes. I mean, yeah, it's like you can have an excuse, and you could feel better about that excuse, but you still want to avoid making the mistake if possible. All right. It's in. I don't know why I put it in because I don't have the screw ready yet. Well, there's a lot of these P6s. We're going to be seeing those again and again and again. All right, for the third time, let's get the nubbin in place. Come on, get in there. All right, it's in. Now we got to get the screw in. Drop the screw. That's annoying. I think that's in. Let's see. It's definitely catching. So the other screw didn't damage it too badly, if it damaged it at all. I'm not sure how tight they want this. Did they say? I feel it coming out the bottom, so I'm going to stop turning it. All right, that's... we're not done yet because we still have all these wooden pieces. Maybe they're going to be used to secure this battery pack. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. All right, C10 and A11. They're going to be used on the underside. 2 C10s, 1 A11. And in fact, they are making a cradle for the battery pack. All right, so... and it's going to go over, remember that long cord? It's going to kind of go over that long cord. All right. So let's flip this over. I'm not sure which. Okay, yeah. It's this direction. This is the direction. You can see this. I don't know what this is. But you can see there's like a rectangle in the wood there, so I guess that's where it goes. And then underneath that, that's, well, really over the top, not underneath, is going to go the C10. It's actually not even going to tighten it. There's plenty of space. No, that's not a C10. The piece that's supposed to go there is the A11. I don't know what that piece was I picked up, but it was an A11 or C10. It was just some other piece, probably A12 or something like that. All right, now the cable is getting pinched in there through this piece, the A11 piece. Pinch the cable in there. The battery is still flopping around. All right, now the C10s, where do they go? Also across the cable. C10s also go across the cable. Okay. Well, the second C10 goes way down at the other end. I don't know. Way down from the perspective of this model. In reality, it's like an inch away. And that pinches all the cables down into this little like trench or whatever you want to call it. Groove. Let's call it a groove. All right. we're not done. We still have like 4 more pieces. All right, the next panel is going to use 3 of those pieces, the 3 C10s. Switch side. They want the switch side to face up. But I don't think it's getting pinched in yet, so I don't know how much that switch side really means. And then this cable, the long cable, is going to get run underneath those 3 like C10s. So 1, 2, 3. I mean, it'll make more sense as I do it. And then the battery pack, they want switch side up. So it's like this. Again, it's just sitting there. There's nothing really keeping that there at the moment. Maybe this piece is going to keep it there. This piece, but I don't know. Yeah, it is. I think I know exactly where that piece is going right here. So why aren't they telling us to put that piece in? They're going to tell us that in a minute. I'm going to choose to do it first. I'd rather do that now so this stops flopping around. All right, so they're showing us something about the cable. Like a loop of the cable needs to stick out. Let's see. Arrange this wire as shown. Pass the wire through the hole into the groove with the tweezers. Okay, yeah, they gave us tweezers. All right. So, what's the name of this piece? A12. I'm just trying to get the cables to stay in between the ends of the A12. So they don't get pinched in there. They're gonna get pinched if I'm not careful. Oh man, this thing fell out. The whole point of this A12 was to keep it from falling out. And it didn't do its job. Alright, oh, you missed that action. I was putting this A12 on, and this power pack fell out again. Something's going to go across the top, and that's definitely going to keep it in. But that something is not there yet. But let's do our C10s. Pinch this cable down. That'll help. A little bit. But just by getting the cable to pass through, we then can pull on the ends to tighten it. Ooh, it's going to pass in between these other parts. It's still like some intricate wiring. Well, at least they're having us do it while it's very accessible. They could have us build the wooden construction first, and then have us do the wiring last, and then we'd need to be like professional electricians to do it. But by doing it first, it's like easy. Alright, now what do they want with this cable? They need it to go into a particular hole, and it's this hole, this like weirdly shaped one. It's probably the only one it would fit in. Anyway, it's in. And I guess like push it all the way through, and then kind of get this wire into this like, there's this like tight spot at the end here, and I think they want the wire into that tight spot. I think so. But what if I'm wrong and I damage the wire? Maybe I shouldn't force this. In fact, they said something about tweezers. What did they say? Pass the wire through the hole and insert it into the groove with the tweezers. So they do want it in the groove, but they want us to use the tweezers to get it in there. This wire just came out of its groove. I was talking about the other wire, but they both have grooves. Alright, let's get the tweezers here. Is this going to be a complex puzzle, or are we just doing all the complex stuff first? Let's see. I think I have to wait until that battery pack is like wedged in before I play with this wire, because if I keep flipping it over, that battery pack is going to keep jumping out of its spot. These tweezers are made of plastic, and they're like not strong enough. I know I'm using them incorrectly there, but they're not strong enough to use correctly. I'm just going to use my fingers, and I'm going to let the battery pack flop around, because otherwise this is never going to get done. Alright, it's in. Put the battery pack back. Make sure the wire is through. It's not. It's only the black part's through. We need both parts through. Now this one the tweezers will work on. They told us to use tweezers on the other section of wire, but this section of wire is actually where they'll actually work. Tweezers will actually work. Because you just need to grab them through this groove. For some reason this red wire is like really tight. I'm worried that if I yank on it too hard, I'm going to break it. Anyway, it's somewhat through. I don't know how far it needs to be. Maybe I already broke it, because before it wasn't coming through at all, and now it's like quite a ways through, so maybe I broke it. That would be a shame. We're barely even into this puzzle. Alright, page 5. I just want to see if on page 5 we're going to put a cap on that battery. It doesn't look like it. Okay, we are. Good. So let's keep doing page 5, because we need to get that battery on locked in. Alright, so A9 times 2. Yes, 30. 30 pieces. So A9 times 2. Just checking if A9 is here. A7, A8. It would be nice to know what A9 looks like. I guess we're going to find out. Oh, there's A9. Nice. It's a nice big piece. A9. There's the A9s. Alright, C4 times 2. C4 times 2. Are we going to need C7 times 2? We are. Let's count that as well. Let's count all the C's. So we also need C8 times 4. And C9 and C5. So we're going to be up to 40 pieces. So the C7, I just happened to run into that while I was looking for the C4. C4 is right here as well. And we need C5, which is a tiny little piece. They only need one of them somehow. C7. Here's the C8s. Remember there's like 4 of them? Well, here they are. 1, 2, 3, 4. I dropped out the C7. I think it's an extra. And the C8 little garbage piece there. We still need C9. C9 is the big piece. And we're not done yet. Now we need to go to the F board and get F1 times 4. I didn't know the boards went up to F. It's probably like the last board. Let's see. Yeah. F board is the last board. By the way, it's a very thick board. We need F1 times 4. Where's F1? Is this it? This little football piece? I think that's F1, yeah. Maybe it looks more like a lemon than a football. Anyway, we need 4 of those, which is going to bring us up to 44 pieces. Where's my little guitar? Because this board is extra thick. I have a metal guitar here somewhere. Here it is. It's a black tool on a black surface, so it was tough to find. And so is the tweezers, but they're like 3D. This thing's like 2D, so it was like really tough to find. Flat, I guess, not actually 2D. And then we need a bunch of P's. My goodness, a lot of them. P12 times 4, P13 times 4, P7 times 2, and P8. So that's 11 pieces right there. So we're going from 44 to 55. Kind of funny. Alright, so P12 and 13. Those are rods. No, 12 is a rod. It's a 25 millimeter rod. P13, it calls it a silicone gasket. Says it's in bag 3. That's bag 1. 15. What is this? 16. This bag is not labeled. Bag 3. Yeah, it's bag 3. It's supposed to be in bag 3, but this piece is not in here. The silicone gasket. It's not in bag 3. Or is it? It looks like it's those little tabs. They're probably going to be feet. It's just what it looks like. P13, right? P13 times 4. Wasn't there a candy like this when we were kids? It was like on a roll, and you would like roll it out and take the little candies off it. Wow, this thing doesn't want to move. Alright, bringing in the big gun. They only need 4 of them at this point, so I'm going to put the others back. so we don't lose them. Oh, that's the 3M, so it's going to be very sticky, whatever it is. All right. P7 times 2, P8, P13. We still didn't deal with P13, which is, no, we did do P13. That was the silicone. P12 we didn't deal with. That's the 25 millimeter screw, which is supposedly in bag 2, which is this bag. So 25 millimeter. There's a lot of stuff in there. This one looks like it. Just so it's got a screw head. Which is what we're looking for. Is this sheet like actual size? Like, can I hold this up here and see if it's the right size? At least see if it looks the same. It doesn't look the same because this one is threaded all the way. And the one in the instructions is only threaded at the bottom. But if there's no other screw here that's the same size and threaded all the way, then this is it. This is the screw. Here's some more screws. All right, I got to break out the calipers. We need to know exactly what size 25. Excuse me, 25 millimeters is. Make sure I got the millimeter side this time. I believe that's 25 millimeters. That's not it, yeah. That screw's too small. That's probably the 18 millimeter one. It's not going to be easy to find this thing. Yep, early stages of a puzzle. You spend a lot of time just finding the right pieces. It's just all a bunch of metal tubes in here. I don't know how to find what we're looking for. This looks like it. Just the way it's like only threaded at the bottom. Yeah, that's 25 millimeters. So that's it. So we need a second one of those. I'll look without my glasses. Yep. Found it easy, quicker that way. Alright. We still need P7 and P8. So we're like not done yet here. P7, it again doesn't say what bag it's in, but it's a little washer. So it's probably a bag of all washers that's labeled P7. P16. I could have swore that was going to be it. So, yeah, I guess there's a second bag of washers that says P7. I'll just pull everything out of here till we get a bag that says P7. That bag doesn't say anything. So I'm going to assume that that's P7. If I don't find another bag with washers that says P7, yeah, I don't. Okay, these are P7s. We need 2 of these. We still didn't find P8 yet. Which are going to be 1 P8. Wow, all I've been doing for the last like 20 minutes is finding pieces. I definitely should have been talking about the topic. Actually, I think it was 11 minutes. It felt like 20 minutes. So the topic was, when you write something, there's many reasons to go back the next day. I call it the 24-hour rule. One of the reasons is when you can still memorize the writing, you don't notice the mistakes. Like typo type mistakes. Like when you've memorized and you're rereading something, you read what you think it is. You have to come back the next day or maybe even like 2 days later to read it again and find the errors. And also when you've forgotten what it is, you can read it and see if it makes sense. Because when it's fresh in your mind, it makes sense because you wrote it. You got to come back and see if it still makes sense. All right, so we still need one more piece. That piece is P8, and that's a 15 millimeter. I don't know. They call it a steel shaft. So we're looking for a 15 millimeter steel shaft. So 15 millimeters, it's like that size. We're looking for just one of these, right? We didn't put that back. Need to put that back. Is it going to be in the same bag as all the other stuff? I assume so. Bag 2 seems to have all of this stuff. It's a simple piece of steel shaft. So we're looking for something with no threading and no head. Let's see. And then we got to measure that it's 15 millimeters. I think that's 15 millimeters. All right, finally we can start putting this together. We finally got all the pieces. It was a long time we had to wait to get all those pieces. Avoid the wire while assembling. That's the first instruction here. Excuse me. So we need to put 2 C7s, one at each end, and it says avoid wire while assembling. So we're going to assemble with these little like nubbin pieces on the bottom and these big pieces on the top. And they're going to wrap around each end, and they want us to avoid the bottom, the wire. I want us to avoid the wire. Let's start at this end. So really what they want is us to kind of pinch the wire inside of this thing. That's another way of describing avoiding the wire. Our battery pack is still not secure. So that's still flopping around there. Remember that wire that we pinched? We haven't done anything with it. And now it's like in here. So hopefully we don't ever have to do anything with that wire because it's like pretty much buried at this point. I don't know how you would get it back out if it falls in. Probably have to take some stuff apart. Alright, the C7s are on. Next up is a lot of stuff. The two A9s and 4 C8s, and they again go symmetrically at each end. And they have logos on them. I think the logos are saying like blank side in and ink side out, which is like, if you're not familiar with puzzles, that's always the way it is. They're always ink side out. I shouldn't say always. There are some exceptions, but they're almost always ink side out. Now, is there an upside down on this A9 piece? I don't think there is. I think you just stick it in there. You can't go wrong. the C9. I think also no upside down. Looks like an hourglass. Looks like you can put it in either direction. Hold on a second. I'm just having a sip of water. I'll be back in a second. Oh, by the way, we're on page 5 and we have 55 pieces. That's cool. Let's hope that tomorrow we don't have 66 pieces. Oh no, page 5. Yeah. Not necessarily tomorrow, but yeah, probably tomorrow. I don't think we're doing page 6 today. All right, one side in. Let's do the other side there. That's done. And these little hourglasses on the end. There we go. Oh, nope. Try again. Good. Good. What next? Wow, there's a lot going on here. All right. I have to build this little... The first thing we have to do is build this little construction. By the way, they're making sure we have the P7. I think we do. It's like one P23 is like a donut, P16's like a wafer, and P7 is a legit spacer. So anyway, two C4s and a C5, they go together, and then somehow two P7s and the P8. Like, there's a lot going on right here. There's like a little construction. We're just clicking some pieces together, but there's just a lot going on with these pieces. So two C4s snap onto a C5. That's like the first step here of this multi-step process. All right, so there's the first step there. Now, for the second step, we're going to put this P8 through this hole. But first we need to attach it to one of these P8s, if we can do that without it flying around. All right, let's put it here and then use the tool. So I put it on the wood with the washer spacer at the bottom, and I'm going to use this tool from the first day to push it in. Yeah. So now I've got it flush with the back, and now we're going to drop this through here and do the same trick. We're going to get it started, then flip it around and use the wood to push it in. Fell out. It keeps falling out. Alright, all we got to do is get this washer started and we'll have no more problems. Alright. You just use this piece of wood to get it in there. I don't think it went in. Let's try again. Try one more time. Well, I guess it's good. I don't feel it coming out either end, but maybe it's perfectly flush at both ends. It kind of looks like that is the case. No, it looks flush at one end. At the other end, I think we can do better. Where's that tool? Let's try that tool. What do you think? Yeah, I think we're good now. It's flush at both ends. Alright, now why did we just do that? Why did we just build that thing? Just to stick it in this C9. So this is C9. There's no ink, so we have to be very careful that we get it going the right way. Looks like the sort of busy end. That gets this thing that we just built, but let's be careful that we're putting it in the right way. So, what is the right way? All right. The spacer end is going to be towards the closer to the close wall. I think as long as you do that and the pins are facing up, you should be good. So pins up, spacers to the back, push it in here. And then next, we're going to put this long board here on top of this, which is finally going to lock in that battery. All right, good. Finally, lock in the battery. Well, it's not going to be easy because there's a lot of connectors. Okay. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Nobody said it would be easy, but we'll get it done. Let's do the battery first. Trying to line up all these little pins. There sure are a lot of them. Once we get them all in, it's going to be very secure, but lining them all up, it's like you line up one end and the other end, they start popping out. But once you finally get them all in, you're rewarded with the pieces then staying in place. There, everything becomes much stronger. Alright, what is not hooking up here? Maybe this front piece here, near the battery pack. When they don't go in, the answer is not to force them. The answer is to wiggle them. Sometimes they just need a good, wiggle, and then they slide right in. Well, it's not happening this time. Well, it's on. As you heard, it went on with quite some force, but it is on. Hold on another second. We still got to do this end. And some of this stuff is popping out already. All right. All right. I think that's on. Excuse me. Maybe not every piece, though. Like, what's going on back here? Why is this piece not going on? It looks like such a simple little piece, but it is not on. Alright, now it is. Something is still not on here. It's right here. This piece. I don't know if I gotta push it out or in. I just know that it's not on. I'm trying to pull it out. Oh, I might have pulled it too far. All right. Let's try that. Nope. I see it, and I see that it needs to go in just a tad, and I'm pushing on it, but it's not going in. Why not? Maybe the board is split. Yeah, that thing does not want to go in. Alright, let's try the tweezers. Probably useless, but... I'm just trying to get a look. I'm using tweezers. I got my glasses off. Trying to get this thing lined up. I think maybe it's like front to back. I was thinking like push in or pull out, but maybe I gotta push it a little bit like forward. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I think that is it. I think it needs to go forward a little bit. Nope, backward. That's it. I'm about to give up on this piece. It's just not going in. Wow. Yeah. I'm not playing with this anymore. That's as tight as it's going to get. Which is a shame. Why? Why won't I go any further? If I could get like a cutting tool in there, I would just trim that piece to make it fit. I don't know if this is gonna make it go in or if it's gonna break something. I guess we're gonna find out together. Yeah. This is not happening. Not sure why, but it's not happening. We're wasting time. We must move on. Can't be stuck on that one piece forever. Let's just finish page 5 for today. That's a shame, though. So we were supposed to have 4 of those screws, huh? I guess I only grabbed 2 of them. Alright, so we need 2 more of those long screws, which is no problem. By the way, those screws are probably gonna, like this job I couldn't get done, they're probably gonna create like a kind of a clamping force that'll complete the job. So I was struggling with that for no reason, really. Definitely the thing was to go on to the next instruction, because the next instruction is to put these screws in, and these screws are going to probably pull everything together. Which means that I was wasting my time trying to squeeze it together. I should have trusted that they would have an answer. Because sometimes you put the thing in, the pieces together, and they're loose. But then you put together, the next set of pieces, and it tightens everything up. And looks like that is the case here. Looks like the screws are going to tighten this up, hopefully. Alright, so where do these screws go? In the corners, right? Yeah. Let's start right here in this area that we couldn't get. Do that first. Oh man, what a fail. Unbelievable. Is it going in this time? Doesn't feel like it. Oh, it's failed to the other side. Wow. Let's see if I can line it up with my eyes. Alright, it's definitely lined up right now. Let's see if we can screw it in. Yep, that's in. Let's do another one. Kind of securing everything that we just did a minute ago. Getting secured by these screws. Piece came out and went from helping to getting in the way. Sorry that I'm off camera. I need to put it close to my eyes to see what's going on. And as a result, it's no longer on camera. All right, 2 more of these. And then I think the last piece for the night is just like gluing on some feet. There's actually 8 pieces left. There's 4 silicone feet and those 4 like lemon-shaped pieces of wood. But I assume that those are part of the same thing, but that's an assumption. Maybe not. One more. The screws turned out to be much more challenging than they looked. Maybe it'll go easy for you if you get it lined up, and I don't know. I was trying without my glasses, which is like, I don't know. I need like some, I see these ads on Rumble for these glasses where you like spin a dial or something and they change from like far away glasses to close-up glasses. I would need them to change from far away glasses to no glasses, because I don't need any glasses for up close. I don't know if those spin dial ones do that or not. Gotta check that out. Alright, what's next here? Yeah, so they go together. Those lemon pieces and those 3M pieces, they go like in pairs. And they go on the 4 like, I don't know. Flip this over and there's these 4 pieces poking through. One of them doesn't really poke through because it's that one that we couldn't get. I don't know why we couldn't get it, but we couldn't. Anyway. So they're just like feet or whatever. The silicone is just, I guess, making it like soft. I feel like they're not going to be even though, because this last one is sticks out a little bit. Sticks out a lot. We can't even get it on there. All right. And we just stick the feet on there. What have we built here? It's supposed to be a printing press. It's just like the floor of the printing press, or I'm not really sure what we've been working on. It's like a base or something. All right, well, we're 3 days in, and we really don't have much to show for it. It's like this little this little thing here with this little bear. That's all we. So today is episode 573, which is nothing too special about 573. Let me check camera 1 again. All right, the POV cam is back. So what was special was 572. Because I'd done the first 572 episodes consecutive. Like, I've seen people make videos like, you know, I live streamed every day for a year, and they did it just to like make their video and give you their thoughts on what it's like to live stream for 365 straight days. Well, I did 572 straight days, and I wasn't even trying to prove a point. That was just my, you know, normal schedule, just like what I do. I mean, you know, I remember at my company, I went the first 8 years without taking a sick day. And before I was working for my company, I was freelancing at my company. I'd worked, at one point, I remember it was a 4-day Thanksgiving that I'd taken off, and I think that was like the only time I'd taken more than like one consecutive day off. Like either I would work like either Saturday, Sunday, or both days every weekend. And when I was in not grade school, when I was in high school, I did a paper route like for 4 years without missing a day. Like whether it was like rain or sleet or snow or heat or cold or like, the same things the post office puts up with. I was like doing all the same stuff. So anyway, I just did 572 days. I might do another 572, starting today. But I also might not, because what I did yesterday is I released a remix. And I think I'm going to do more of that. So I took like the comments. You know how I started doing themes? So like when I was doing that racing car like a week or two ago, during each of the episodes I was commenting. Let me just get into the instructions and I'll tell you more about that. So we left off page 6. All right, so where is page 6? All right, here's page 6. So we need to start collecting all these pieces. So while I'm collecting those pieces, I'll tell you about the remix. So I was while I was building the car, I was commenting on like the same stuff each night. It was Mafia was the topic. It was kind of a weird topic, but I know there's like several other podcasters who like their first big episode is either like conspiracy theories or mob, which like, so I did the first one. Well, that gives me an idea. I should do another one on conspiracy theories, but I did one on the mob. It was kind of lighthearted, but whatever. It was, basically it was only a 3-day build. So I only had 3 days worth of material, but actually that made it easy because I was then, in terms of making the remix video, it wasn't a lot of editing, which is good because I'm not really that far along in like my editing journey, meaning I'm not that good at it. So like a 36-minute podcast and slideshow probably would take a normal editor like 36 minutes. It probably took me like an hour and a half or something like that. So anyway, that's out there, and that's what I released yesterday rather than coming online and doing a podcast. So I'm probably going to work on more of those. So there'll be other nights going forward so probably don't expect another 572 streak. I would probably have to like intentionally want to break that, but I probably won't because, it always was, I always knew that I was just trying to learn podcasting. Like I never really thought that what I'm doing now is what I'm supposed to be doing. So, or like that it's the final version. I always knew it was development. So there's the two A13s. Let me just take another quick break and just count up how many pieces we're going to find here. So 2 A13s, 4 A14s, that's 6, 15, 16, 8. I don't know what D1, A, and B are, but that's 10. D2 and 4, 12. P7 times 2, 14, 11, 14, 16, and then 3, 15, so P19. Let me just double check the math there. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 19. All right, so we're on page 6 now. Yeah, page 6, and we're collecting 19 pieces, so that's going to go from 55 to 74. So I always said, like, that all we were doing in these early episodes is like kind of developing the format. And I mean, maybe I could take credit for thinking of that idea, but I've had that idea in my brain for probably like 30 years because I have a friend, he recently retired from FDNY, but we were in the same sport in high school and we were roommates freshman year in college. And while he was waiting for the FDNY job, which by the way we were both offered, I stuck at my job. He he went to FDNY. And like all my friends, by the way, took, either FDNY, NYPD, DSNY, whatever. Basically, I'm the only one who stayed at their like corporate job rather than going to the city. And that might have been the smart move because everyone else retired. When the city jobs required that COVID shot, like all my friends retired rather than take it. So I'm basically stayed in a corporate job, and I'm still there. I just, my company, I just had to work remote for 3 years, which was, weird, but whatever. At least I didn't have to resign. So anyway, his job, like one of my friends who went to the NYPD, his job, he worked for Tops and Upper Deck. And now he's retired from NYPD, and now Tops and Upper Deck or, Fleer. I don't know who owns who at this point, but he'd worked for all of them. And now he can go back into that. Plus, he's got the experience of like 20 plus years of being a cop, which probably is worth something. The writing on this is very thin, and I can't make out where the A-15s because the writing is so light. I may have to take my glasses off just to find the A-15 pieces. It doesn't help that they don't show you what the piece looks like. So anyway, one of the friends who went to NYPD, his job was being a NASDAQ trader. And it was the early years. I think the guys he worked for actually all ended up in prison. But they had invented some, not invented, that's too much credit. They basically built a computer network, and they were the first electronic traders. And what they ended up getting imprisoned for, it wasn't that they were doing anything illegal with being the first traders. The problem was they ended up hiring traders, not hiring traders. They ended up opening, they did hire traders. They hired a room full of them, and my friend was in that room, and they told him make so many trades per day. Even if you don't know what you're doing in the beginning, just make 100 trades per day so you start to learn. So that's where I got the idea that I just have to stream every day, even if I don't know what I'm doing, because I'll learn as I go along. So that's the end of that story. So let's move into why his bosses got in prison. So nobody had a problem, or maybe they did have a problem, but officially they didn't get, I'm bringing this close and taking off my glasses so I can read the numbers. Officially they didn't get arrested for doing electronic trading when nobody had approved that yet, because over time it ends up they did approve the electronic trading. By the way, there's the 15, there's the 16. So it ended up, they started doing it, sort of without this being a thing yet, but then it became a thing, so that wasn't the problem. But they eventually started to open their service up. Instead of just having traders that they're bankrolling and taking their money, what they started doing is having accounts, people could open accounts with them. And it's such a weird thing what they got in trouble for. They were monitoring other people's accounts. I don't know if they were originally doing it intentionally. I'm just kind of telling the story the way my friend did. I'm sure it's actually been litigated since these people went to prison. You could probably look up the real facts, but I'm just sort of reporting what my friend told me 30 years ago, which was that they basically, since they had just invented electronic trading, they didn't really know, there weren't really rules. Now there's all these rules, you have to do this and you have to do that. But back then, people were just making it up as they went along. So looking at someone's account and knowing who that person was would be totally illegal now, but back then it was a gray area. So what they did, and I don't know, what crime it was considered that they broke, but I can just tell you what they did is they just were observing who was making trades that consistently were making money, and they just started riding their coattails. So they would see who's coming in confidently with big orders and using their platform to trade, and they were just doing the same trades. That's what they were doing. They were just copying. They just noticing who's using their system to make money, and they were just copying what they were doing. which is stupid, right? What they should have done is just told the people, we're going to give you like a premier account, but we get a percentage or something like that. Like they should have found some legal way to like ride the coattails of those like top traders, because those traders had come to them and opened accounts. It's not like, I mean, the opportunity to like legally ride their coattails, I'm sure existed, but you know, when you think about it, the same type of people who open like a trading platform, electronic trading platform, when that's not a thing yet, are probably the same type of people who's not going to check with anyone before they like, you know, come up with this system of like riding someone's coattails. It's, you know, it's kind of like a fortune favors the bold type of story, but combined with you'll get roughed up at the casino just for winning. Like, they don't have to prove that you're cheating. Just the fact that you're winning is enough for the casino to have a problem with you. And that's what kind of happened with these guys. So, like, you know, nobody's saying, like, they can't do their trading. But when they start winning too much, people start asking questions. And then, you know, if they want to find some reason something's illegal, they will. And I'm sure that should have been. I don't think you're supposed to just like, I mean, it should be private information who's doing what trades. You shouldn't be able to see and monitor. And that probably is what they got them on. Again, you can look up the real court records. I'm just kind of speculating here. Where's my wax? On day one, I had like a piece of wax, and it was embossed with Robotime. And I've lost that piece of wax. I'm not going to go crazy looking for it right now. But that's a shame. Because it was cool. It was like the first time I wrote it in the review. See, this wax, just a regular piece of wax. There was a second piece of wax, which was embossed with Robotime, who are the designers of these puzzles that ROKR publishes. So I don't know what I did with that piece of wax. It was cool. I'm sure I have it on camera that I once had it, but now it's lost. Anyway, we'll use this wax. Hopefully I don't lose that. And if I do, I'll use a tea candle, which is what I always advise people when they comment on my videos that they lost the wax or their puzzle didn't come with the wax. All right, so P7 times 2, that's the next piece that they want. And the other topic, what the hell is that piece? P7? P7 shaft sleeve. Doesn't say which bag it's in, which means there's going to be a bag that just says P7. It's not that one, that's P16. And let's look for the P7 bag. So the other topic, the theme, so I made that Mafia theme remix video. So for example, this video, the theme we came up with is writing. So when I do the remix of this, it's going to be the writing theme. So tonight's topic, part of the writing theme, tonight's sort of point, the topic is writing. The point for tonight is voice. So when you speak, you have a voice. No matter what someone tells you, when you retell the story, it's going to be in your voice, unless you're deliberately trying to impersonate them. It's like you can't help but tell the story in your voice. And when you write, you have to do that too. Oh, here's the Robotime. So here's the wax that's embossed with Robotime. I don't know if you can see that. It says Robotime. I might have it upside down. Let's try it this way. Wow, I just can't. That camera just won't do it what I want it to do. Will this camera? Robotime. I saw it for a second. There you go. I mean, it's tough to see. You can like feel it with your finger, I'm sure, but it's like tough to see. There it is, Robotime. All right, we still didn't find the P7 yet. P7, there's going to be a tray, a bag like this. So when you tell a story orally, you can't help but use your voice. And I don't mean your accent. I mean your phrasing, your vocabulary, your everything that's your voice. But when you do writing, It's somehow possible not to. This bag doesn't say P7, but it must be the P7 by process of elimination. I don't know why it doesn't say it. So when you're doing writing, for example, if you cut and paste 2 sentences from Wikipedia, you may not get charged with plagiarism, but you've used someone else's voice. And the more sentences you lift, the more you've diverged from using your voice. In order for your writing, it's like part of making your writing good. It doesn't really matter what your voice is, although some people might prefer some voices over others. What really matters is just that you have some voice. It's going to sound like choppy if it doesn't. Like if you changed your accent type voice while you're speaking, it's just as jarring when you're reading. I mean, you have to stick to your voice. And if you're plagiarizing, then it's going to be choppy. It's not going to sound like your voice either across works or within the work. If you like plagiarize from multiple people. I always thought plagiarism was like the weirdest crime to begin with. I mean, first of all, as we're discussing, you're ruining your writing because now you're losing your voice. But then second, why are you plagiarizing? Like someone's willing to read your work or like listen to what you're saying, and you've been given that opportunity, even if it's just the teacher who's going to read your writing. Someone is going to listen to your speech or read your paper, and you decide that you're going to plagiarize. So basically, you forfeit the opportunity to have someone hear your voice. To me, this is insane. I'm doing this podcast every night. Obviously, it's my own voice. I'm just sitting here talking for like an hour straight. I don't have time to be stealing someone else's thing to say. By the way, if you noticed, these are exactly 50 because I used the calipers, but these ones are very close to the size of the 50. So I was kind of wondering, just to double check the calipers, I went and looked at this piece of paper, and the P11 is 50 millimeter steel shaft, and the P10 is a 45 millimeter steel shaft. So that makes me feel confident that this is the right one. I mean, if the calipers didn't already make me feel confident. So I'm on the podcast every night. That's what you're listening to right now, and I'm speaking for an hour straight or whatever, and I'm just saying whatever the hell I feel like saying. But, this is not plagiarism. That's like one thing that it's not. I'm just talking. I'm just sitting here shooting the shit, But to someone who plagiarizes, that to me is the most bizarre crime. It's like someone's willing to listen to you and you don't say what you have to say. I mean, you might say that maybe it's like an aggregator on Twitter or a website. I think Matt Drudge was very famous for aggregating at one point. He was like just putting everyone else's links on his site. Oh, we only needed one P11. I got to put one of them back. He would put everyone else's links on his site. And that was called aggregation. He got paid a lot of money for that. He just put other people's links on his site, and instead of using their headline, he would pull out a quote from the article and make that the link. And he got paid $1 million per day for doing that, if you can believe it. I think he had some helpers. He didn't get all $1 million right in his pocket. Anyway, that's aggregator. And you could say, well, a great speaker is just an aggregator. Fine. I think that they got to have a bibliography or a works cited, and they got to give credit where credit's due. But, regardless of whether or not they do that, they have to convert it to their own voice. If they're going to make a speech, if they're going to, just read a list of quotes, or they're going to say, I'm going to read this what someone else posted, that's fine. And there's plenty of people who do that because they're given credit right away. But if someone is just trying to take what they've learned from everyone else and turn it into their speech or their writing their speech that they've written down first, or the writing, maybe they're doing some article or something. All right, the next thing we need is 3 P15s, and those are 10 millimeter screw with gasket. So let's get out the calipers again. So it has to have a voice. I was tempted to say it has to sound like you, but it doesn't have to sound like you. It doesn't have to sound anything like you. How you talk, or even how you write your letters home to your mother could be completely different from your writer's voice. So you might do a certain voice, and that's just the style you've chosen to do as a writer, and you're going to do that like forever. Like you've picked it, and that's what you're going to do, and you're going to stick with it. Fine. That's like Picasso. When he's doing a sketch, maybe when Picasso's doing, all right, that's 10 millimeter screw with gasket. We need 2 more of those. So maybe when Picasso's doing a sketch, because he's going to redesign his study, and he first sketches it out on paper, it probably doesn't look anything like the art that he sells, the famous, like Picasso paintings that he's known for, with the people with like triangle faces and stuff. But that's his voice or his style when he does art. So we're calling it a voice in writing because writing uses words and speaking is words, but in art it would be called a style. So you need to have some kind of style when you write. You need to have some voice. You need some consistency. You need some way that when people read it, they know it's you. Are you ever able to do that? Like read something and you can hear the person's voice? And sometimes you didn't even know who wrote it, but you read the text and you hear the person's voice in your head, and then you look it up and turns out it was that person. Have you ever had that experience? Well, that's an example of the person using their voice. All right, so we finally collected all of these pieces. And I'm going to pause right now, and I'm going to make sure that my camera is no chance of getting what I'm doing, because what I'm doing is, and you might have heard me mention in the past, that my work is always very busy on Friday nights. And tonight is one of those nights where, it's like, basically, I'm kind of waiting for someone else to do something, but I've got to do my thing. And wouldn't you believe it? There are emails here, so I'm going to take a look right now. Okay, so we're going to do this right now. All right, and then I'll get back to the stream. All right, I feel like I need to set like some music or something, because now I need like a couple of minutes to address this. All right, I guess I'll talk about that writing voice a little more. So, for example, you might have a politician who has like speech writers who write for them. So those speech writers, you might say, well, they're not that politician, and in fact, they might not even be the person who wrote the last speech. And those politicians are very successful, their speeches. A lot of people listen to them, they quote them, they repeat them, they analyze them in the news. And you might say, well, what's their voice? Did they have some like PhD writing their like speech for them? Well, the difference there is that the people writing the speech are aware that they have to do the voice. They're not like they're they're doing it intentionally. Like they're making the politician in the speech sound the way he's supposed to sound. They're not unaware of that requirement. So that's why they're able to meet it. They're able to make it sound like him, and that's an important part of the job. That's like not something that I'm making up. That's well known. And if the writer doesn't do a good job with that, then they're going to get fired because they're not. They need to do their job, and part of their job is to make it sound like the politician. And that's one of the reasons why politicians get dinged so hard when they plagiarize. It's like they're wasting everyone's time. It's like you're supposed to be making this speech and all you're doing is cutting and pasting. Like we could have cut and pasted ourselves. And you might think, well, but it's not bad. It's like they read the stuff and they thought it was good, so they repeated it. Yeah, but think about it. This is a politician. What is a politician's job other than to have a voice? Like, the politician is not an expert on anything. Maybe once in a while you get a politician who used to be a general and he's an expert on the military. But even when that's the case, he's not an expert on the modern military. He's an expert on whatever the military was up to when he last, served. So that's still not even valid. And even if he's in like business, fine. So he's like an expert on business. But is he an expert on like every business, or is he an expert on the businesses that he did? So politician is never going to be. The politician is never even going to know everything that he's talking about. Like, it's impossible. Even those documents that the politician signs, let's say you're like the president or something like that, and you've got to sign like so many documents. Do you even read those documents? Do you even have time to read those documents? I mean, it's a little scary to think about, but you probably don't. And now, let's say you do read the documents. You're like a good politician and you read everything that you sign. That's probably impossible unless you're a speed reader, but let's say you do it. I just want to mention that the ink is obviously ink side out, which is not relevant for these pieces. But with this key in the middle, it points up. So let's say you're a good politician and you read every document that they put in front of you before you sign it. As I said, you'd have to be a speed reader to do that, but let's say you try your best. Okay, here's another way to remember that. There's one tab at the bottom, 3 tabs at the top. The 3-tab side is where the ink on this key-shaped piece goes. All right, so you're a good politician and you read the document before you sign it. Do you understand everything in the document? Because it could be one document is about energy, the other document is about housing, the other document is about transportation, another document is about farming. Okay, you're very well educated, you're 70 years old, you went to the finest institutions, you've been in Congress for 50 years or business or whatever. Let's say you do understand all of those things. Fine. Do you have valid opinions on all of those things? Have you taken the time to weigh your opinions on all of those things? Obviously not. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. You can choose to like claim that I'm wrong and you disagree, but I think it's pretty obvious that politician does not know all those things, and at best he's relying on experts that he works with, and I guess sort of at worst he just just doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Hopefully somebody in that politician's sphere knows what they're doing. All right, so sorry, I was off camera for a little bit, but I picked up this tool and I put this plastic piece here, It kind of holds it in place while I start feeding this rod into there. So you would hope that someone on that politician's team is paying attention to what needs to happen. But again, is that person know everything? I know I'm getting a little bit off the voice topic here, but we just stumbled across something good here. Like you assume that the politician doesn't know everything, and you probably would be correctly assuming that, by the way. They want this, I want to show you this. This piece has 3 windows. There's like a close one, a fat one, and a far one. They want the plastic piece to be lined up with the far one and the metal rod to go all the way through. Because then, see, the plastic piece is going to go a certain percentage on the metal rod. So this tool is kind of like the measuring device for that. So we're going to do that. So the politician probably needs several experts on their team. Now, we've got several experts. Are all these experts sitting in a room and like discussing all these decisions, or how are you getting the information from these experts? It's complex. I know we're getting way off topic here, but you know what? Let's save that discussion for another day, because that's just like too good. I think maybe that's going to be another theme on another episode. Like, how does a politician actually get their job done? Because they obviously, everything they're telling you is bullshit. They obviously don't know anything that they're telling you. But there have been successful politicians in history. So how have they managed to be successful despite the fact that we all know that they can't possibly know what they're talking about? So there could be a way. As I said, it could be a boardroom full of experts, or it could be something else. But I think we're going to leave that topic for, I don't know, some other build that we do. We're going to deal with that. Not today. Today we're going to talk about writers and their voices. And in fact, I think we're going to focus on the build right now, rather than the writers and the voices, because I kind of was getting like too much into that topic and was not getting anything built. And it's actually something interesting here. So we put this plastic piece on this end and we use this tool. And now I need to do the same thing on the other end to the same depth. And it's actually kind of difficult to do because I need to hold the top, the bottom, and the middle. And I don't have enough hands to do that. It's kind of like what we were talking about, how that president doesn't have enough brains to handle all the different things. Right now, I don't have enough hands to do this job. I think if I do it this way, maybe, put the piece that's already settled on the bottom, and then I push from the top with the tool. Let's see if that works better. That should, right? Yeah, that worked. So there we go. So, oh man, I keep being off camera tonight. I think my camera, sorry, you like missed everything. I just did the cool thing, but it wasn't on camera because the close-up cam, which I've been overusing tonight, was not focused on the right area. It's now, I fixed it, but you already missed everything. So I'm sorry. Bad show tonight. As I said, it's always on Friday night. My work is like never ending. So that kind of like puts me a little off my game when it comes to this, the building. All right, so we've got the rod threaded through there. What's next? There's a lot of pieces here. It looks like, are they not labeling these pieces? Or am I missing something? Like, when did that piece get on the... Oh, that piece is already there. Okay. All right, the 3 screws. Let's do the 3 screws next. I think that's what's up next. Oh, they want... No, that's not what's up next. There's something else. Note parts direction. Okay, we did that. The 3 rods. All right. We have to... We screwed this up. This piece that looks like a ghost was supposed to be in the middle there. So this work that we did, we have to undo. Probably when it wasn't going on, that was my subconscious telling me it's not time to put it on yet. But I didn't listen, so now we gotta get this piece off. We'll get it. Well, not yet, but okay, I have an idea. It might kind of break things up. I have this new tool. I haven't used it on the live stream yet, but it pushes things apart. Can you see how that operates? You squeeze it and it pushes apart, and it might actually work perfect here. So if I thread this in here and then I push that apart, yeah, that worked. So I just took that apart, but now I have to remeasure it and I have to re-click everything back together, but at least we can continue on. Actually, it didn't work totally. Let me do a little further. All right. Now it worked so good that the piece fell on the floor, which is probably why I didn't give it full strength the first time. All right, that piece is gone. We're going to grab a new piece and just do it again. We're going to hope that they gave us enough extra pieces. I lost one of these pieces last episode as well. So we're now basically hoping that they've given us like 2 extra pieces, which they probably have. And if not, I don't think it's the most important piece in the world. All right, so we're doing this again. Basically, I was doing too much chatting, not enough instruction reading. All right, let's try this again. So we're going to measure here. Now, the part we missed last time was putting this thing through the middle. By the way, there's like a little piece there. I don't know if that's... Oh, wrong. I don't know if that's its own piece or not. What is that little square there? I'm not going to worry about it right now, but it might be something. All right, they want these teeth, which means that this is going to be part of a gear, which makes sense because it's it can spin. It's got a hole in the middle. It's going to get a steel rod through it, so it obviously will be able to spin. And when it's able to spin with these teeth, it can turn gears. So I don't know what it's going to do, but something like that. Now, what we missed last time was that this rod needs to thread this. So let's try to get that this time. So I think let's line it up first, maybe. I'll try to get it. Gotta make sure it goes through the middle one. How are we gonna do that? Yeah, the top middle, because there's a bottom middle. It needs to go through the top middle. How do we know if it's through the top middle? Wow. This is a fail. Okay, let's get it a little bit wedged out, and then we'll be able to feel when it clicks in. Alright, it's not working. What's some trick that electricians use? Well, one is the vacuum with the balloon. The other is like a string. Yeah, we need a string. Because if we had a string on the end of this, we could put it through here, and then we could feed it. What I'm thinking to do is just widen this out a little bit, like the same way we just did a minute ago with this tool. Like, just do that again. So I can see in there. Yeah, that's the answer. All right, so that was the answer. Just like push it apart a little bit so you can see in there. All right, so now we got the little teeth in there, and we got this piece again, and we're going to line it up once again with this tool. Oh man, it came out. I don't know why I did that. I tried to pick it up by the piece of steel. I'm telling you, I'm off my game tonight. It was like 2 straight nights of not having a moment to think, and it like wore out my brain. Okay, the way we solved this last time was putting the steel on the bottom and the tool on the top. Let's try this again. Unrelated, I was listening to this podcast, and someone said they had a Lexus, or they said their like friend had a Lexus, and the podcaster got excited and said, "Oh, a G-Wagon." So I think I had I told this story? I'd been watching these Mitsubishi Pajero videos, and then this car was driving behind me on the road, and it looked like a Pajero, but it was a Lexus. And I looked it up when I got home and watched a couple of videos, and it was a Lexus G550, and I thought, oh man, that car looks great. But it was $550. No, $175. I gave away the answer. It was a Lexus G550, but the cost was $175K. So anyway, when this guy on the show said, "Oh, is it like a G-Wagon?" I wondered, is a G-Wagon the same as a G550? And I looked it up, and it was. Like, I just put in Mercedes G-Wagon, and the same car came up as the Mercedes G550. So I guess that's the best car. I don't know. There's like a lot of people on my block who have these Mercedes, but they're these like little tiny cars, like sedans. I'm not impressed by those cars. I mean, no offense. I mean, you don't have to impress me with your car, but it just, me and this radio host both thought the 550 looked really good. The G-Wagon. So now they want us to put these screws through, which I think is going to, again, like make me want to separate these other pieces. It'll be like the 3rd time I separate this if I do that to get the screws in there. Does it matter which side they go in? The showing them, it's kind of tough to figure out which direction they're showing. All right, I want to match the way that I'm seeing it in the instructions, and they have these 3 buttons on top. All right, so with the 3 buttons on top, it's this one on the bottom. That gets the screw from the back. The other 2 get the screw from the front. But I don't know how I'm going to get any of these screws in, especially if you've got to screw them just to get to the starting point. Like, I've got to screw them just to get through the first piece of wood. Now, how am I going to know if the next piece is lined up? I'm trying to look through the... Oh, okay, I know. I got to stick a paper clip through there. That's the answer. Let me see if I have a paper clip. I have all these tools. There better be a paper clip in here. I see something wiry in there. No. Alright, I got something. No. Yeah, it's not a paper clip, but I think this will work. Let's see if we can put this through there. On the theory that if we get one to line up, the other 2 will also be lined up. So it's definitely not lined up now, because you can see The wood ends here and the circle is here, so it definitely needs to move a little bit. No, that wire's not going to work. We need the paper clip. I don't think this is ever going to work. Because if you look at where these circles are, and you look at how wide this thing is, it's like, oh, okay, there's another circle inside of there. All right, let's, no, we can't see. All right, another thing we can do is look for light. Like if we cast a shadow down here, and we turn a light on, maybe we can, if it lines up, the light will go through. What do you think? Is that going to work? I don't think so, because there's too many light sources. All right. How about one of these other things? One of these other pipes should fit through, right? Yeah. That's the answer. If we get one of those through, then you just leave it there and make that the last screw. I wonder why they didn't tell us to do that. I guess that's why they call it a puzzle and not a model. I guess you got to figure some things out for yourself. All right, so let's try again here. Two, three. All right. For some reason it's not fitting in there. All right. Let's see if we can find a skinnier one. Nope, yeah, it doesn't fit. I think we're only going to get one page done tonight because it's already 50 minutes. Oh, man. And there's still the second part of the page. All right. It's not that what we need to do is difficult. It's that I just can't tell if it's lined up. I'm going to take my glasses off and just try to look through it. No, it's so dark. Can't see a damn thing. You know what? If you look at this piece, like before we put it in, does it even look like it's lined up? Like the holes are on both sides of that middle, and then one is at the bottom. That doesn't look like that's ever going to line up. Oh, okay. It has to be in this position. Okay. So it's going to kind of attach at an angle. Okay, that told us something. All right, let me check now. All right. Let's just see if that works. It did. Well, we never got the light to pass through. We never got the paper clip to pass through, but I just eyeballed it and it worked. How about that? And now I see the light passing through. Like, look. I don't know if you can see that. All right. All right. Do you see that? There it is. Look at that. The light's passing through. Now it's not. Now it is. So it's perfectly lined up. Did I put the screw in through the right side? Let's see. I can't tell. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I put that through the right side. That would have made me cry if after taking 20 minutes to do that, I did it wrong and needed to take it apart and redo it. But it would probably go faster the second time. But all right, so I probably wouldn't cry because that would be poor leadership. I can't just have a podcast where I just sit and cry. Who would listen to that? I remember once that my kids, when they were like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, one of them was like crying on an online video game. And I said, like, you can't cry on an online game because someone could tape it and upload it. And my son said, who would listen to a video of someone crying while playing a video game? And it's like, that was like one of those like life-changing comments. Like, I remember once I was like complaining, like I shoveled out my car, and then someone took the spot, and some old guy that I didn't even know who the old guy was, but somehow I was like complaining about it. And he said, don't let it ruin your day. And that comment like changed my life. Like, don't let it ruin your day. And since then, like, I have that attitude. Like, I don't let things ruin my day. Like, yeah, things happen, but it doesn't have to ruin your day. And that one of the other comments was my son saying, who would watch that video? Like, who would watch that video of like someone crying while playing a video game? And that was another comment that changed my life. Now, like, people try to control you with that, oh, it's like people are going to find out and you're going to be embarrassed. But then you have to think, like, who the hell would watch that? Who would care about that? Like, a lot of the things that the people try to intimidate you with, if you think about it, like, who would really care? Like, have you ever watched a video of that? Then nobody else would either. And I'm not giving examples, but I'm thinking of a few. Lots of like online scammers or just like general people who want to intimidate you and control you will make these threats that they're gonna, do this or that to you. But then you have to think, like, who would really like respond to that? Like, someone's like, I'm gonna show everyone pictures of you shirtless or something like that, and you're gonna think, like, well, who would look at those pictures? Like, come on. Nobody wants to see that. I mean, maybe there's people who do, but who cares if they do? Like, you shouldn't be embarrassed. Now I feel inspired. I'm going to turn on the cam. Because usually I think, like, you don't want to put your face on camera. People will, like, recognize you. And I'm thinking, like, yeah, they also recognize me when I go, like, to the supermarket. Should I, like, wear a mask when I go to the supermarket? Are people still doing that, wearing masks when they go to the supermarket? I remember during COVID, that was big. Also, why is my face, like, on this side, I guess it is, why is it all, like, in shadow? I remember it used to work where, okay, I need to lean this way. It used to not be all in shadow, but lately it's all in shadow. Anyway, we have a model to build. I can't be all day just, like, talking to the face cam. But I should turn it on once a night just to, like, not be, what's the word? To not be shy about being on the face cam. So here's the back of my head cam. I got to turn on, like, all the cams. This one's actually called the studio cam. That, like, back of the head cam is actually a studio cam. But anyway, I got to turn on all the cameras each night. I think that was the lesson of that book, Johnny Tremain. He had, like, a hand that was, like, burnt, and people would, like, recoil when they saw it. And someone said, oh, that's only because you're hiding your hand in your pocket. If you would not hide your hand from the start, people would get used to it. I don't know how, truly accurate that is, but that was the lesson of this book called Johnny Tremain. If you have a burnt hand, don't hide it, because A, it'll make people think there's something weird if you hide it, and then B, if you don't hide it, someone might see it and they might know how to fix it, which is what happened in the book. Like someone says, oh, that's like easy to fix. When you burnt your hand, they didn't wrap the fingers individually, so they the skin grew together, but all you need to do is like widen it and cut it and sew it, and it was like a procedure, but he basically got his hands repaired. All right. Note the direction of the word. I wasn't noting that. Hopefully it's going correctly. Yeah, no, that's not correct. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, that is correct. So why does this one look wrong? All right, well, anyway, this way matches the picture. So there's a picture here, and there's the physical item here, and they match. So I guess that's correct. All right, what's next? Did we use all the pieces? All right, I guess we did that. So we have to at least get one page done today. So even though we're at 58 minutes, we're going to do this little section here, which I guess is panel 3. So C11 times 4, D3 times 5, D3 times 2 actually, D5 times 2, F2 times 2, F3 times 2, P10, P16, wow. All right, so that's 8, 12, 15 pieces. So what's 74 plus 15? It's got to be like 89, right? All right. And I think when they show yellow, that means wax. So you can see here, there's a lot of yellow going on. Actually, we're starting a new piece, and all this piece is a gear. So I think that this will go much easier than the previous section that we did today, which was a pain in the wherever type of places people get pains. Take your pick. All right, C11 times 4. Okay. Some boards are printed darker than others, because this D board I can read no problem. But I remember that A board, it's like I couldn't make out anything. All right, C11. C board is like empty. This piece just fell out of the C board. I came out of the B board. That's B1. All right, here's the C11s. They're down here. There's 5 of them. And we need 4 of them. So let's grab them. There's also a C10 there. 2 C10s, but we don't need any of them right now. All right, there's the 4 C11s. Now we need D3 and D5. All right, D3 and D5. 2 of each. 2 D3 and 2 D5. So D5 is this piece that looks like an old film reel. And then D3 also looks like old film reel, but maybe a different version. I'm not enough of a film expert to tell you, though I'm using this cool tool. Let me show you this thing. This thing is called a DaVinci Resolve Speed Editor. It's from Blackmagic. It says here, it even says on it, like DaVinci Resolve Speed Editor, Blackmagic design. See jog? This is the jog wheel. And I think if you set it to jog, then it's like you hear the tape when you're editing video forward and backwards, as if it was like reel-to-reel tape. But then if you set it to one of the others, then it makes this sound like it's totally artificial, but it's like the sound of like tape rewinding. So one of them you hear the tape rewinding. If you pick the other one, you hear the film playing in reverse. Anyway, it's like when you're editing films, you use this. Editing videos. In the old school, they edited films. nowadays people edit videos and they just give you that jog wheel. So I don't know. I guess people who learned editing in the film days, this is supposed to make it similar, but for people who learned in the digital age, then it's just cool. But you can tell by the sound effects that it's inspired by actual film editing. All right, that's it for the D's. Now we need the F's. F2 and F3. A piece just fell out of the D's onto the floor. I have to go grab it. So a lot of pieces are falling out. That means they're going to be easy to get the pieces out of these boards, but it also means you won't know what they are. So like this piece just fell out. Actually, this piece does say on it D24. Again, tough to read, but D24. I don't know why the close-up is so tough to read lately. It's like I got to work on the lighting. I think I got to go back to the diffuser. I don't know why I stopped doing that, but like I think the shadows were less harsh and the stuff was more readable. All right, F2 and F3. Here's F2. And F3 is right next to it. I'm going to say these ones look like steering wheels on wooden boats. Steering wheels on wooden boats. Empty film wheels. Film editing wheels. Alright. P10 and P16. Here's something interesting. This is blue. I don't know why it looks purple on video. I can just tell you that it's blue in real life. I don't know why that looked purple. So clearly the clearly the colors on my setup need a lot of work. All right, so P10, that's the 45 millimeter rod that we picked up by accident before. P16, it's called a distance sleeve. They want two of them. P16. Let's just look for a bag that says P16. Yeah, there it is. P16. It says right on the bag. So we need two of those. Oh, this bag's unopened. Alright, let's open that up. Two of those. I accidentally dropped the third one out. I'm not going to try to get it back in the bag. Alright, now we need the 45 millimeter rod this time. Last time we had the 50 millimeter rod. So if I pull two rods out and one's slightly smaller than the other, that's the one we need. Well, I can't even get this bag open. Okay. But I'm grabbing two. As long as they're different sizes, we're in business. If they're the same size, we need to keep grabbing. One's definitely smaller. Just to show you there, clearly smaller. And clearly still showing up as purple. Why is it purple? I mean, this color looks pretty good. This color looks pretty good. This pliers show up purple for some reason. Alright, we're putting the bigger one back. And we're saving the smaller one, which is 45. Alright, so we're finally ready to start assembling. Alright, so it shows it. Oh, we gotta. No, we're not ready yet. We need to lube up the gears. These things that look like steering wheels from old-timey pirate ships, they need wax all on them. Has anyone seen the trailers for Ghostbusters Frozen Empire? I don't know if the movie's any good, but I want to see it regardless. It's just like, call it nostalgia or whatever, but it looks really good. I mean, it's like Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, whoever played Winston. They got the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, but he's like back to his original size, and there's like a bunch of them. And there's some kids, and there's the secretary, Ghostbusters, but she's now wearing a suit. You know. Are all of them still alive? I think maybe One or two. One of them isn't. The original Ghostbusters. And there's Ant-Man from... I know he's a famous actor, but I just can't remember his name right now. But he plays Ant-Man in the MCU, and he's in this movie as well. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. Looks good. I can't really tell you much about it. I can tell you I don't click skip ad when the trailer comes on. Look at all that crap that came off. So meanwhile, while I thought I was like waxing this thing up, I really was just dropping wax everywhere. So I'm going to try again. And hopefully, rather than dropping wax, I'll be applying wax. I'm just going to redo all of these. I'm just going to do them like one direction this time. And maybe somehow more wax will apply rather than just fall on the table. Though I'm sure it's still falling on the table, but I feel like it's worth it to do it again. Alright. We have to start at some point. Enough playing with the wax. Alright, I'm going to have to clean that all up as soon as this broadcast ends. Alright, so the C11s. Are we building two of these, or are they going to connect? Yeah, I think they're going to connect. So the two D5s go in the middle. I don't know where to start. Like at the end or at the middle? It's like crazy here. Like, where would you start this? At the end or the middle? Oh, there's a 1 and 2. All right, so the 1 means do that first. All right, so the 1 says take the big one. It doesn't seem to have a concern about inside out. And put it through any one of these holes, I think is the idea. I don't know if it needs to go in a specific way. And then after it goes through that hole, then it has to go into a D3. How far does it have to go in? I need to see what it's going to look like after it's built. Let's see if the next page shows it built. Is that it? So it's going to be all pushed together. I don't know if what I did makes sense. Like, how far deep is this supposed to go in? Am I supposed to keep pushing? I don't want to break anything. Alright, let's see if this one's big. Yeah, this one's bigger. Okay, so this one is supposed to slide on, I think. Like, further. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Are we supposed to put all 4 of them in? Well, it's easy to see the light go through this time. Remember last time we were trying to get the light to go through? It's like easy this time. Maybe we should have put all 4. Yeah. In first. I'm going to pull this off. I think it would have made more sense to put all 4 of these in here first. And then put the clip on the other side. Which we still can kind of do that. Like, yeah, we still can do that. Yeah, I'll just get these in there. And then we'll push the cap back on the other side. Alright, so it got pushed out. We're going to push it back on. But maybe it's going to push those pipes back out. Yeah, it does. It's like a tug of war. Or the opposite of a tug of war. It's like a tug of friendship. That sounds wrong. Basically, they need to go in here. Yeah, I don't know. Everything's sounding wrong tonight. Okay, let's just get this on. Get it threaded. Okay, good. Now to F2. So we got D3 in the back, F3 in the middle, threaded 4 C11s, put a D5, and now we're going to drop on next 2 D2s. So I'm just going to slide right on there. All right. Is this all like one big gear? I never would have predicted that before I started building, that all 4 gears would just get put onto one axle like this. Technically 4 axles, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Oh, wait. No. I almost forgot a piece. A little spacer. So the D5s are really just spacers. All right. Let me put the other one. Now, does it need to line up with the first one? Is it possible to mess up? Let's just try it and then check it, and hopefully it works. And if it doesn't, then we'll like spin it 1 click. All right, it looks good. Looks good. We just got to put the D3 cap on, and we're good to go. Okay. Oh my goodness. Get on there. All right, it's good. Good. Whoops. Wait a second. How come we didn't use this piece? What am I missing here? Oh, okay. It's on the next page. On page 7. Okay. So we put it through, and we thread the basically the P16s. And I'm wondering, are we supposed to use this tool for how deep to put in the P16s? They don't mention it. They don't show it. But I'm going to do it. I mean, you got to do something, right? So let's try that. All right, yeah, that was like way too easy. It didn't even stick on. I'm wondering if this is not even the right piece. Maybe we have the... Nah, it's got to be the right piece, but it's just not sticking on. Probably something else is going to go on the outside, and that's going to... We're going to continue with this classic printing press from ROKR, and I'll talk a little bit about the theme it's been for this model, which is writing. So I'll just give you that right now. The next point I was going to bring up about writing is when you're writing, why are you writing? What are you trying to say? That's something you should know before you write. And if the only answer you have is that the teacher assigned you to write, well, then it's going to take some effort on your part to come up with some reason you're writing. You need to have some reason. You have to have something to say. You can't just write, because then you're transcribing. Like if you just copy something, then you're transcribing. If you write something but you don't have anything to say, that might be even worse. That's kind of like scrambling eggs. It could be interesting, not scrambled eggs aren't like terrible, but there's no real plan going on. You're just kind of mixing the eggs around. So, for example, I'm trying to say here 2 things. I'm trying to show you how this model works, and I'm trying to talk about writing. Podcasting can be like writing, and I'm going to get into that a little bit more in a second, but let me also just get back to the instructions here. I see it says page 7. Is that the page we're on? That definitely looks like the last thing that we did. we built this. And I remember there were these like plastic pieces on the end that were like sliding, and we needed to get them pinned in. So that was page 6. So it means we're up to page 7. All right, we actually started page 7 because we put that rod through. So now, here's what we're going to do next. We're going to collect all those pieces. First, I'm just going to count them up. A17, 18, 2D9s, D10, D11, 2D12s, 2F4s. Those are all the wooden pieces. And there's P7 times 4, P16 times 2. Those are items from the bags. So if we add that all up, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14, that's 16 pieces. Good. We passed the century mark. We're going to go from from 89 to 105. So we're passing the century mark. 105 is going to be the new number of pieces, and we're still on page 7. So I'm going to start collecting those pieces. And we can talk more about writing. So for example, why did I start? Like, what do I have to say here? I mean, I mentioned each individual episode, or each group of episodes has the theme and the model. But why did I even start daily live streaming at all? It's funny, I started it first, but I heard Alex Jones say it afterward. I don't think that he heard me say it, but you know, it's probably just a great minds think alike thing. I'm looking for A17 and A18 on this board, which I don't see them. At the moment, the printing is very light on the A board, such that I can't always see. I also know that there's these pieces that got popped out. So let me check all of those for the A17 and 18. So Alex Jones on one episode, when he was talking about the J6 people getting arrested and imprisoned, and he said, is he going to have to start like a 24-hour live stream, like to show the FBI that he's an open book and there's nothing they need to investigate? And that's actually one of the reasons why I started this podcast. It was after January 6th. I didn't hear about the organization of the protest. I didn't know anything about it until after it happened. But after it happened, I thought, you know, it's great that someone like sticking up for, you know, fighting against election theft. I mean, that sounds like really important. But then I heard at night all these speeches made by these politicians. I think the first one was Chuck Schumer, and then there was a bunch of other people. And they were like really accusatory. Like, I'm thinking these people should be apologizing and saying that they want a thorough accounting of the vote, and they're not going to allow any cheating to go on, you know, and that they're going to get to the bottom of this. Like, that's what I'm thinking they should be saying. And instead they're coming out and they're trying to intimidate the protesters. That really got me. Because there's so many protests that they go along with. I know it seems like I'm like stretching this out, but I really can't find this A17 and A18. Let me just get this close to my eyes to see it. Oh, you know what I can do? I can turn on this close-up camera and then look at the monitor. I don't know why this writing... I know it looks great on the monitor, but you'll have to trust me, in real life, I can't see the numbers on the A board. On the other boards, I can see them. So now I'm looking for A17 and A18. So, like, every other group protests something, and these, like, people in Congress are supposedly, like, so sympathetic. And then all of a sudden you protest that your vote's being stolen, and the Congress is responding with threats and intimidation. And I thought that was really horrible. And I went online that night and was like defending the J6 protesters, even though I really didn't know anything. I didn't start following until those people came on and made those speeches, like Chuck Schumer and those people, and I got really mad at that. Well, I can't find this 17 and 18. I don't know how to move forward with this construction if I can't find those pieces. All right, let's take a look. Okay, A17 looks like that. All right, there. So that must be A17 and that must be A18. All right, so we finally found them. 17 and 18. Look how faded that 18 is. I mean, how am I supposed to read that? You can read it a little bit on the monitor, but there you go. Now you can read A18 and A17 on the monitor. But in real life, there's like nothing to read. Okay. So I thought, let me start a blog, not a blog, a podcast, daily podcast. And not only will people see that I'm a regular person, but maybe they'll gain some perspective. Oh, wait, no, I jumped ahead. So first I started posting online, like basically on Twitter, saying like, just defending, just anyone who's like attacking, J6, I'm giving my counterpoint. But then I hear the next day that like the FBI is looking for people and they're like posting pictures, and now I'm like getting mad all over again. Because to me, FBI, it's like Federal Bureau of Investigations, and if someone's complaining that their vote has been stolen, I'm thinking the FBI has to investigate this. They have to prevent the votes from being stolen, right? I mean, they're going to do a Federal Bureau of Investigations. They're going to do an investigation, and they're going to prevent the theft or stop the steal, even, which I think was like one of the code words back then. But they don't. Instead, they're trying to arrest the people who went to the House and protested. Now think about this for a second. The people in Congress are there to represent the voters. They don't have any power on their own. They don't have any purpose other than to represent the voters. Like there's nothing else that Congress has to do. It's not like they're not a king and a queen. They didn't like found the land and invite subjects to come and farm it. They're just representatives. Like, we voted for them. They don't have any power on their own. So it's kind of insane that they're upset that people are protesting them because they're supposed to be representing us, and then B, they're refusing to listen to claims of voter fraud when they don't have, if they can't back up their votes, if they can't prove that their votes are legitimate, then they don't even belong in Congress. So the fact that they would like throw a fit out of this and like accuse people, that to me was crazy. So I wanted to show. I just basically wanted to get active. I wanted to be a public voice, even if the smartest thing I could think of was to put models together. But I just wanted to show that us, I mean, I didn't attend January 6th, but I'll consider myself like a virtual sort of January 6th, because I definitely think that you should not be stealing votes and that votes should be counted accurately. And then, once you've counted the votes accurately, then whoever wins, wins. I mean, I don't have a particular, horse in the race, but definitely you shouldn't be stealing votes. That's wrong. And if you do steal votes and then you respond by making speeches trying to intimidate people, and very disappointingly, now the FBI is investigating those people. Why is the FBI investigating protesters? Seriously? That's like so un-American. It's like they're supposed to be investigating crimes, not protesters. You don't need to investigate protesters. They're protesters. They'll tell you exactly what they want to protest. There's nothing to investigate. They probably have a website that probably says exactly what they're protesting. So that was very disappointing. But the other thing is, was very interesting about that day was those speeches that like Chuck Schumer and all those people made. If you look at it from a writer's perspective, which we've been talking about writing during this printing press, like, okay, P7, we need 4 P7s. Those are just those plastic washers, the thick ones. So we'll either see a bag with P7 or I think this is it. So we need 4 of these. So as a writer, you can recognize when a speech has been written in advance versus someone just like speaking off the cuff, especially if it's being presented, very like rehearsed manner. So supposedly this was like some random protest and the congressman got scared and they hid in the basement and they came out 4 hours later and they made speeches. But the thing is, they all made speeches. It wasn't just Schumer. The speeches went on for like hours, like several people made speeches. And they clearly were like written and rehearsed speeches. If this supposedly was like this spontaneous event, that they didn't know what was happening, they were like sheltering for their lives. All right, P16, which we need 2 of, is just another washer. It's the thinner one. Then who was writing the speeches? When were they writing the speeches? Were the speech writers in the bunkers with them? Like, so much of it like doesn't add up. All right, we're looking for P16 here. I don't want to say doesn't add up. That's 2 Alex Jones, but it's not that it doesn't add up. It does add up. It adds up to these speeches were written not during the 4 hours that they were hiding in the bunker. They either been wanting to say this stuff for a while and they finally got a reason to say it, or this was always how it was going to be and they were totally expecting to hide in the bunker and come out 4 hours later and make speeches. I don't want to go that far, but let's just say, let's go with the first interpretation that they've been wanting to say this for a while, and now is their chance. Because I think we've all kind of been in that situation. I think, or let's just say, if you haven't been, you've probably seen a movie where someone like has something to say, and they're making faces and they're making looks, but they're not saying it. And then something happens. It's like the straw that breaks the camel's back. And the person suddenly becomes vocal and they launch into like this tirade that goes on for minutes because they've got a lot to say because they've been like holding it in for a while when they should have been saying it. Excuse me. So in that case, it's very obvious what they want to say. But in the case of Schumer and company, after they came out of the bunker on J6, they obviously meant to say they want their political opposition to sit down, shut up, and that they don't consider them to be in charge, because the voters are in charge, right? That's how our system of government works. We're at the top of the heap. But these politicians trying to create this new reality where they're in charge. So like America exists as an alternative to monarchies, but now these politicians are trying to act like monarchies are back, but the only difference is that instead of being the king's son, you like interview through, I don't know what, however they distribute like Rhodes scholarships and Ivy League memberships and whatever the system, and these people are just going to be in charge and they don't care what the voters think. But that's not how it works. The voters are in charge. I mean, if they want to start their own country, then they need to start buying up land. And I don't want to give them any ideas, but if they don't want to work for voters, then they need to start buying up land and starting their own country. They can't like capture a country that already exists, already has a constitution, already has laws. That's never going to work. All right, so now we're going to attach A17 to D11. All right, so we need to first identify which pieces. All right, this says D11 on it. Does this one say 17? How do I tell 17 from 18? The only way I can tell, since I've already detached them, is by this arrow. On one piece, it's more to the right, and the other one is like more to the left. So matching the picture that they're showing us, they have the piece at this orientation. And at this orientation, it looks like it's on the right. So this must be A17. And then they want to grab D12. And that's going to go, I guess, it's like kind of a T shape. And like the smaller end is going to go in the A17, and the larger end is going to go in D11. And that's how we're going to start this construction. Excuse me, sorry. All right, so bottom line, when you're writing, you have to have something to say. So you can start before you figure that out. You know, like I'm saying, like if the teacher assigns it, you could start by making notes of things you want to cover, cool lines that you want to include. But before you launch into some like multi-paragraph stream of consciousness productive writing session, you should figure out why you're writing. Because even if what you're writing about is how to change a tire on the side of the road, you know, that could be like what you're writing, but what you want to say could be, and I'm going to use a boring example here, but it could be, you can think of much more dramatic examples, but I'm going to say maybe what you want to say is, this new jack from company A works great. So one thing is like, what is your writing about? And then the second thing is like, what are you trying to say? Because this is your chance. I mean, yes, it is going to be obvious if you use the example of the jack, you know, and the changing a tire, but I think that's not so bad. I mean, people sort of expect, it's like a fair exchange. It's like, yes, you're going to talk about this jack and how it's so great and people should buy it, but in exchange, you're going to give people information on how to change their tire. So even though they will recognize that you're doing an ad, you're sort of giving them something too. And they, you know, I mean, you're not forcing them to use that jack. You're just saying, I'm teaching you how to change a tire, and I think this jack works great. All right. You know, this issue with the light printing, ROKR has not just on the pieces, but on the book. Like, look how thin the lines. I mean, I do line art. I make comic books. And I could tell you, those are some extremely thin lines. Not extremely. Those are some thin lines. They're not as clear as they could be. I don't know if they're trying to save money on ink or what, but it's kind of like tough to see. I'm not making a good point here because it looks good on the monitor, but in reality, it's not that easy to see. It's kind of like white on white with some little thin lines. It really takes a lot of imagination to read this. Anyway, they showed us putting 17 onto 11. And then in the next picture, they're showing the two attaching, right? So that's why I'm holding these like in my hands. But actually, it's too soon, I think, to do this, because I think we have to do the other side. Like this D11 has this A17 on it, but I think D10 is supposed to have A18. And I think we have to do that before we put this in the middle of those two pieces, right? Even though it shows here 1, and by the way, this tumbler, whatever gear, is also going to go there. So it shows 1, 2, and I think what that means is the 2 indicates this window. So we need to attach the A18 to the D10 before we do that stuff in the middle. So this doesn't read like right to left, as you might think. It reads, sort of, it displays in the positions that the pieces are going to be attached. But as to which one you do first, you could read those ones and twos, though it's kind of unclear because they repeat inside and outside of the insets. And I'm just telling you, do the insets first. Create the pieces, attach them together, and then those, multi-segment pieces that you've created, then attach all those together. So we've got 1, 2, 3 built. We're going to build the fourth one, then we're going to attach them all together. And you might think that's like subversive propaganda, like, you're writing about how to change a tire, but you're trying to sell a jack. I'm not sure how that's avoidable. I shouldn't say that. It is avoidable. You can, if the teacher tells you make an article about how to change a tire, I'm sure you could do it without trying to like sell anything. But in the real world, where economics exist, there must be some reason you're doing this. In the early days of YouTube, if you were the first person to upload a how to change a tire video, you might get a lot of views. But in the early days of YouTube, they also didn't pay for views. If you remember, like the first 5 years or so, there was no like money for YouTube. You just did it. And then nowadays, there's so many videos on how to change a tire that you can't really get Mr. Beast money by making how to change a tire video. This is, by the way, a very tricky part. Like I'm like talking through it, trying to figure it out while I'm chatting, but I think I got it. So like, where does this go? Maybe I don't have it completely. Okay, it goes on the outside. So, in the early days of YouTube, there was no money, even if you could get millions of views. And nowadays, you can't get the millions of views, I don't think, by doing a how to change a tire video. So, the only one who's going to fund that how to change a tire video is someone who has some stake in the matter. And that stake could be that they're trying to sell a jack. So it's not unavoidable, but it's a kind of like an expected reality. Like you kind of expect if someone's doing this video, they have some reason. I think that my reason is probably as close to pure as possible, because even though I'm picking politics, which is like the worst thing ever, I'm doing it in a defensive way. Like you shouldn't be arresting me for supporting J6 because that's a normal thing to support and I'm a normal person. So the only thing I'm trying to show is that I'm a normal person. And then after that, I'm putting models together. So I think that's actually a pretty fair trade. I'm not really asking a lot of the audience. They don't have to click a link and buy the models from me. Though that would be a normal reason for a person making a channel like this. So this feels to me like it's not totally clicked together. Like these pieces need to attach somewhere. But even what's there, it's kind of cool because, like, when you push this down or pull it up, like, I don't know how it's going to work when it's actually installed, but I'm just trying to give you a sense now. You see that, right? Like, I pull this thing and this wheel moves. So something's happening. I think it needs to be installed somewhere, and then some more stuff is going to happen. I'm actually worried it's going to fall apart between now and when it gets installed, so I'll kind of rest it on this box here, which you can't see. I'm resting it on this box here. Anyway, just until something else gets clipped to it. And we do have some more pieces here, so let's see what's coming up next in the instructions. Not much, really. They're just sticking F4s and P7s on the outside. That's not going to hold. That's not going to do much for us. All right, there's the F4s. Now, are the P7s the thin ones or the thick ones? You can probably tell by... Okay. We have 4 of the thick ones. So they're the thick ones. P7s are the thick ones. All right, so there's 2 P7s, there's 2 F4s. And those are going to go down here. Like, there's 2 sets of these steel shafts coming out, so you got to make sure you get the right one. And we might need that tool again. Remember that tool we were using yesterday? We might need that to sort of get this piece to stay on. I just dropped one. And if you watched other episodes, you know that I've already lost 2 of those P7 washers. At some point, I'll have lost too many and I can't finish the build. So hopefully I can find this one today. The 2 other days I didn't find them. They disappeared. So now there's 3 of them on the floor. You would think I'd be able to find one of them. But I'm looking at the floor. I heard it roll. It didn't seem like it went that far, but I don't see it. I'm going to get a flashlight, though, because there's 3 of them. I got to be able to find one of them. Well, they're tiny pieces and they're clear. Okay, I found one. I think it's the one that just fell now because it was like on its side. You see, it was like standing up on its side. Like it rolled, and it was behind my chair. So I think that's the sound we heard. Well, I can't get it to roll now, but obviously it rolled. See, it rolled and stayed on its side. I don't know if you can see that from that angle. Standing on its side. Now it's tipped over. But it rolled on its side, stayed on its side. Not that time, it hit something. But anyway, a minute ago it rolled on its side and went behind my chair. So I think I'm going to use this tool to try to hold it this time. I might still drop it, but that's what this tool is for, so hopefully it stays in there. All right. Let's try again. Oh my goodness. All right. That attempt didn't go anywhere. One more time. Anyone have any thoughts on the Kia Rio? I was watching some videos on Kia Rio. I have 2 kids that got licenses. One got it this month and the other got it like 6 months ago. And one of them definitely wants a car. The other one is like, why do we need more cars? And he's saying we, and I'm like trying to tell him, I don't need any more cars. But you need a car because, you know, it's not that I don't want to share my car. Well, it is something like that, but it's like, for example, if I take the car to work, it's now gone all day. Which is fine for me, but if someone else needs the car, they can't get to it. And if he takes the car, then I can't take it, and I might have somewhere important to go. So basically, I think, I don't want to say that it's a hard and fast rule that each person has to have their own car, but I mean, that's the ideal scenario, is that each person has their own car. But maybe that's not ideal in terms of like, you know, all these new what do you call it? These goals with the environment. So maybe actually that's why he doesn't want it. I know he watches a lot of those environment videos, and like that they talk about how like Dutch people have streets that where they ride bikes, and another country has like electric trolleys, and he watches all those videos and he probably thinks that he shouldn't have a car. But I'm thinking like, that's fine. Just don't say that you don't want a car and then drive my car. Like, if you don't want a car, then take the bus. But if you want a car, then you should have a car. It shouldn't be like, oh, I don't need a car. My dad's got a car. So that's basically how I feel about that. Is like, you don't have to have a car, but if you want a car, let's get you a car. All right, so this piece here, you can see that there, interesting shaped piece. It's going to go from this rod to that wooden piece, and it's going to get on the inside the thin P16, and then on the outside the thick P7. So these are not like, well, the P16 is easy. I think I'll do the P7 last. And then how's this go on? It's inside out. I think the wood maybe? No, let's do the circle first, then the wood, and then we'll put the P7 last. In fact, I think I'll save the P7 until we have both sides basically on, and then we'll put the P7 on. This is not going in. The wooden piece is not going in. Why not? Yeah, it's not going in. What's the problem? There we go. All right. Not sure what the problem was, but eventually went on. All right, we locked in the thin piece. Actually, I think I will put the F7 on now so that there's no chance that this comes out and we lose the thin piece. The wood piece is easy to put on again, but that thin piece could be annoying. So let's get the F7 on as well. All right. I mean, I'll tighten it at the end, but at least I got it on enough that this isn't going to fall off. I'm liking this thing. It looks cool. Kind of looks like something right now, but I'm not sure what. Does look cool. That's for sure. Let's hope it functions as a classic printing press at the end. I guess we'll find out in a few days. Why is this wood piece get so like problematic? It's like, I don't know, both sides had trouble getting it on. All right, now for the F7. And it's a weekend, so I don't feel obligated to go any further. But at the same time, I don't even think we did a page yet. So maybe we will go a little further. Let's take a look and see what's coming up next in the instructions at the side. All right, so we're not done with that. Oh, we are done with that. We're almost done with that page. Press and lift to make sure the parts run smoothly. Oh, okay. So the last part of this page is just a test. We're just testing that it runs smoothly. It runs very smooth. Excuse me, I apologize. Well, now I wish I'd ended the stream already, because I would have saved myself that embarrassment. I think we can do this. This next page, page 8, looks very simple. And but at the same time, we're down to, okay, we have this piece like one piece, and then we have this like one piece. We'll have a third piece if we start on page 8. I think we can. I might regret it if this takes an hour, but I think we can do one more page. So let's take a look here. page 8, A19 times 2, A20, D6 times 2, D7, D8, D17, D18, F5, and then 2 more P7s and a P10. How many pieces is that? 3, 5, 6, 10, 12, 13. That's 13 pieces. So that's panel 4, which we're not tracking on the scoreboard. But anyway, 105 pieces plus 13. It's 118 pieces. Let's get into this. Actually, I'll start gathering the pieces, which means while I'm gathering pieces, we could again talk about writing, which is today's theme. Why are you writing? Why are you writing? Why are you writing? You're writing something. Well, maybe you're just writing a letter. Do people still do that? There used to be a concept of pen pals where people would like write to other people. Like maybe the person was a family member and they lived in another state. And I don't know why they wouldn't call, but some people would write. I guess how long has the phone been around? Like 100 years? I actually think it's been around a little longer. But maybe it was like expensive to use or something. Anyway, sometimes people would just write letters like to keep up to date. And then that letter wouldn't be structured very well, but it was still interesting because it was like someone who meant something to you. So that's sort of easier. Like, let's say you're writing your grandmother to tell her how your life is going since you moved somewhere. Or, you know what was a big thing? Letters home from the war. Like, soldiers in the war would write letters home to their wives because I guess they didn't have access to phone while they're at war, so they would write a letter, and then in that case, you know, the wife who's at home, I mean, it's her husband, so of course she's interested. Well, I shouldn't say of course. I believe so, and that's a normal thing. There's nothing wrong with that, but maybe it would be slightly less offensive if I say the grandchild is at war and they're writing the grandparent. You know, let's say the grandchild's not even at war. Let's say the grandchild is studying in another country, and I guess this country doesn't have phones, and they're writing letter back to their grandmother. So the grandmother is, of course, going to want to hear what the grandchild is up to. So it's like the letter doesn't even have to be, the writing doesn't even have to be that good. You just write, "Hi, Grandma, I'm at the Peace Corps. We're helping these people build a bridge so they can walk from one side to the other. I wish you could see it. These people really love walking on bridges. They must not have previously had bridges in their village. One of them said, 'Can we walk an elephant across the bridge?' And we tried that. And so we're going to be starting construction on a new bridge next month because someone tried to walk an elephant across the first bridge, and now that's destroyed." So, you know, it's like there doesn't need to be much structure if you're writing your grandmother from the Peace Corps. It's like she wants to hear from you. That's like no problem. But, you know, that's like a layup. You know, just work on your like penmanship. Like you don't even have to work on your writing skills. You're just working on your like literal like lettering skills. Like is the text readable, legible? That's like all your. This kind of look like a church, don't they? I just I don't know. Does that look like a church to you? I don't know. I don't know what made me think that, but it looked a little bit like it. All right, F5 is the only other wooden piece we're still looking for. this like new thing lately with ROKR. They don't design their boards in like the way they design them. You often have to flip through several boards to get all your pieces. In the U gears, maybe they waste more spaces and they're not as efficient, but they put them in the same order that you're going to use them. So you're just like working on this board, pop out these 5 pieces, go to the next board. Whereas U gears, I'm like having to flip through 5 boards just to gather the pieces, which means I need to spend a lot of time talking about like who knows what, just to like, rather than just narrating how I'm flipping through boards. All right, so 2 P7s and a P10. P7s we know, we have those. Those are those little, they're not that little actually. Well, they are kind of little. They're these chunky washers. They're little until you compare them to the thin washers. I almost dropped one. I wish you could see how close that... I think if I go to camera 4 and I close-up camera and I pull it back so it's no longer close-up, you'll see. No, you can't see it. It's on a line down here, and what's really amazing about it is it's off the table. But this fabric that I have on the table extends like a 1/3 of an inch off the table, and it stopped on that part. Like the friction of this surface caught it, even though it was already on the slant of heading down off the table. And I can't get it back in this bag. I can't do that. I'll give it 3 tries and then I'll not bother. Well, it rolled off the table, but I caught it. That rolled off the table again. I caught it this time. All right, 2 more tries. Try to get this back in the bag, and then we just give up and throw it in the box. All right, second attempt failed. I got an idea. I'm going to stick this in there and turn it sideways so it's kind of like open. And then I'm going to place the disc on top of the thing that I shoved in there and let it slide down until it goes back into the bag. As you can see, that still didn't work. I don't know how that didn't work. All right, the bag is slightly ajar because I had that thing in there for a minute and now I got it back in. All right, so that was the answer. We still need one more piece. P10. What does P10 look like? All right, P10 is a 45 millimeter steel shaft in bag 2. All right, so as you might recall, there are 2 steel shafts in this bag and they're different sizes. They're 50 and 45. So as long as we get at least 2 different lengths here, we can tell which one is the 45. Yeah. So these 2 are the 50s, that's a 45. That's probably the last 45. So they should ask only for 50s going forward. All right, we've gathered all the pieces. We can finally start construction. It starts with wood construction. The 3 big pieces, the 2 D6s, and in the middle the F5, and then we're going to stick a bunch of pieces in there. 2 A19s and a D7. Actually, just 3 pieces. I don't know if 3 is enough to be considered a bunch. But there's going to be 3 pieces in there. And they've got numbers on them. 1, 2, 3. And the 1 is D6. So I'm not sure how important it is, but we're going to assume that it's very important, and we're going to pick up the D6 first. And then we're going to pick up an A19 second. And then an F5 third, and then 4th D7. Because they put those little numbers there, and that's the order they said to do it. Now, what they didn't say is to do both both A19s, but I'm going to assume that that's correct. Like, if we're putting one of them in first, I think we got to put them both in first. Get them all the way in there. As deep as they'll go. All right, one more piece goes in there before we move on to piece 2. To D7. Now, they definitely don't say to do this. This doesn't have a 1. The only place it shows a 1 is in the first A19, but I'm thinking these all are 1 because they're all doing the same thing. They're all 3 pieces are sticking into the D6 before we put on the F5. So I did all 3. I consider them all important. All right, now we're going to put the F5 on. And it should slide onto those 3 pieces. Hold on. That's not an F5. That was the other D6, which would have fit on. But at some point, it would have screwed us up to do that second instead of third. All right. So just lining up these pieces. It's not controversial. There's only so many pieces. I'll tell you what is controversial. There's ink on only one side of the F5, but I've got it going the same direction as the instructions. And there's no logo that says that, but I think that's correct. All right, I think this is going to go right up against it. No space here. Yeah, that's it. Goes right up against the other piece. They're like 2 peas in a pod there. Just pressed right against each other. And it's going to be the same thing with the D6. So 3 peas in a pod at that point, I guess. But we're also going to press this right up against it. All right. That's that. What's next? All right, now we got to do same idea. The D17 and the D18 on the outside, and then on the inside, the D8 and the A20. And then they're going to pass through the existing construction. So D17 and the D18. If you don't remember which one's which, there's 2 ways to show it. It's an inside out. They're both going to go inside out. And then, but that doesn't tell you much because that could be this is inside out, and this is inside out. So which one's correct? I'll tell you. The notch goes in the back. I don't know that it's the back. The notch goes where this griffin is. You know, the MAC tournament is coming up this week. I kind of wish that it wasn't a griffin here. But I will mention that I first said that this looks like a church. Because in the MAC, there's 2 teams. The one I root for is the Saints, and another team is the Griffins. But the Saints, currently they have a Saint Bernard as their logo, but when I went to the school, they had a building that looked like this, and it had a halo around this tower. And that was the logo. So this could mean, which one's going to win the MAC tournament? Is it going to be the Griffins, the Saints, or someone else? I don't know. Watch and find out. There should be one more piece, D8. Did I not punch out D8 when we were there? I got to go back to the D board and figure out what's going on here. Or is it this piece back here? No, D8 is smaller. That's the E board. Yeah, it's right there. I don't know if I didn't punch it out or if there's 2 of them. I think I didn't punch it out. All right. So inside out, notch to the back, D in the bottom. I know. Okay. And then the A20, there's kind of like this groove side and a flat side. The groove side faces up, and by up I mean the same direction as the top of this. And there's like 2 holes. It goes in the higher one. All right, that's easy enough. What's tricky is now it has to pass through the existing construction. And it's got 2 potential pass-through points, but I think the way it actually works is that one is going to pass above. Let's see if that works. No, that doesn't fit. Oh, I have it upside down. All right, it's probably going to fit when it's right side up. Good, so you can't mess up. Another way to know that is see that circle, and then there's a circle here. I guess that 45 millimeter rod is going to pass through there. All right, so we put it in the bottom, and then we put the D8 through the bottom, and then the D20 passes over the top. And if it doesn't seem to fit, you're doing it upside down. And then the D17 goes on the other side. It's going to hit those same 2 points and attach to them. All right. They didn't tell us to put this rod through and put the cap on both ends and use this tool, but I'll bet you dollars to donuts that's the next instruction. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So the only question is which depth on this tool, and it's the shorter one. So they want us to, if you put the P7 here and pass the 45 millimeter shaft as far as it'll go, the P10, it will stop there as long as you put the P7 up here. All right, now how do we do that? I'm going to use another piece to push this down. There we go. So that's as far as it'll go. I can feel it scratching at the edge. All right, and then we have to do that again, but after we pass it through. So there's this hole here, and we're going to pass it through to the other side. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Honestly, that doesn't look like it's going to be snug to me. It looks like it's going to have some room for movement, but I guess it's supposed to have that. I don't know. I mean, we'll find out when we build it. I'm just following the instructions at this point. Don't worry, I only follow ethical instructions. You know, I mean, on this type of project, it's okay to follow instructions. But if your commanding officer asks for, you know, I'm not even going to get into it, let's just call them war crimes, then obviously you're not going to follow those orders. All right, it didn't go easily this side, so I'm going to kind of do it a different way. I'm going to flip it over, line up the bottom, and try again from this direction. Oh, you didn't see it. All right. It's done already, but basically I put the pin down there and the tool up top, and that worked. So it's not totally snug. Let me try to do the other side again. Maybe I can get this one tighter. Let's see. Yeah, it got a little bit tighter. Now it is snug, so that's good. Don't know what that piece is. It looks great, though. I just wonder if it's supposed to go in between this, in which case how? Or maybe it's going to sit on top here. I guess we'll find out eventually. No reason to speculate. We're not done with page 8, and we're at an hour. But we started it, so we're going to do it. By the way, this is called D. This thing we just built, it's referred to as D. I'm sure we'll see it again. All right, so we got to finish. Yes, we must finish this page 8. So they need an A21, 2 A22s, D13, 14, 2 D15s, 2 D16s, and F6 times 2. That is 3, 5, 9, 11 pieces. 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11. So 118 plus 11 is 129. So we're up to 129 pieces. We're definitely going to go past that 303. That's probably just a count for the wooden pieces. All right, let's start collecting the pieces. So A21 and 2 A22s. I see the 2 A22s right here. Wow. That didn't come out clean. Like, from any angle, it didn't come out clean. Wow. What a mess. It's still not clean. It was like just too strong. Those like end pieces were too strong. They wouldn't separate from the wood. They're still like not. I don't know if you can see that. Do you see that like splinter there? It's still like won't separate. All right, finally. And on the other side too. All right. Those are the A22s. We still need the A21. Where is that? All right. We're going to have to peek at what the... Oh, there's A21. Okay. D13, 14, 15, and 16. The D board. It's another broken piece. There's 15. Do we need 2 of them? Yeah. We need 2 15s, 2 16s. There's the 2 15s. There's the 2 16s. And we need 13 and 14 as well. There's 12. It's just a tab. 13 and 14 are like huge pieces. Yeah. Well, not huge, but big at least. Yep. And then F6. So finally, there's no like washers and rods for once. So I guess this section will go fairly quick. F6 times 2. Those are just little clips, almost like staples. F6 times 2. All right. These look like easy pieces. I feel like I'm setting up for these to be not easy by saying that. But they look easy. Maybe we'll mess up on the direction. Let's see. All right, let's grab D14. Hold it ink side up. And then A21. All right. They're showing it like blank side, but they're attaching it to the back. So if you flipped it around this way, you'd be looking at the ink side. So just keep that in mind. I think this is a symmetric. They're both symmetric pieces. So really, the ink side out rule will get you through that. Now, the next thing you want to do are the A22s, which are going to go on the sides. And again, ink side out. But there's no ink. I think what you other than the lettering that says A22, the real thing you need to note is those little, this is really tricky here. This little notch, it has a direction to it. So we have to get that right. And I would have done it wrong. My instincts would have done it wrong. It actually goes, the wider side goes towards the bottom. All right. So good thing we took a close look at that. So this like wider side is going to go on the bottom. And the whole structure of that notch goes towards the front. These are relative terms I'm using, but if you consider this piece we already did to be the top, and this second piece we attached to be the back, then the notch goes to the front with the wide part facing down. Widened part. Okay, and then same idea on the other side. Yep. You might have to flip the piece over to get it that way. All right. We're not quite done yet. The two D15s need to attach as well. These are the D15s. It's like a double notch, double tab, and this little front piece. I don't know why I called it front. It's actually going to go in the back and towards the inside. You see that cut there? That's where that's going to line up with that. I believe so anyway. Let's see. Yeah. Yep. There we go. Not sure what... There's a lot of like... Not sure what we're building with this. I guess I don't know the parts of a printing press very well. But we're going to learn it through the course of this build. Okay. And now we're going to put the medium piece on top of the big piece. There's no ink to worry about inside out, but it's also not a symmetric piece. In particular, there's this circle here. So where does this circle go? I actually haven't found it yet. Like, where is it? Where does it go? Oh, okay, in the back, right. Again, relative terms. If we consider this A21 the back, and then this becomes the back right. So we're just going to drop that on there. And I'm not sure what lines up yet, but as we put on these other pieces and we attach them through the D13 to the whatever the name of the bigger piece was, it was D14. These are going to go through the D13 into the D14, and then we're going to see where everything lines up. So, all right. Thankfully, these D16s are symmetric pieces. Let me just double check. They seem to be symmetric. So they line up with the notches on the D13, and those holes on the D14. And that's perfect because it allows the notches on the edge of the D13 to line up with the holes on the D14, which seems like relevant, like something's going to attach there. Maybe something we already built, I don't know. And then the other D16 goes on the other side. And then the F6s are going to go... Where are they going to go? I'm not sure. I feel like I need to see what it looks like built. Okay, they go in the middle. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, that looks good. Yep. Okay. All right. That's page. Classic printing press. ROKR LK602. And it seems like we've made some parts that do some things. This one has like some kind of measuring device or whatever. I mean, it's like, it's got an arrow and it points at these settings. I don't know. Something's going to happen there. This piece got wires. Maybe some electricity involved. It's got a bear. The bear used to move, but his springs are like now kind of, I can't reach them anymore. So I don't know what's going to make the bear move. I mean, he still technically can move, but I don't really know like how to trigger it other than with my finger. Anyone want to guess what this piece is? You'll know before me if you have a guess. We can maybe look at the picture and try to see if we see it. I'm almost as stumped on this piece, other than to say it's some sort of lid. I don't know. Let's take a look here. So there's that main piece that we saw that right here does that cranking. And there's the little bear at the bottom. Now, does anyone see this piece? I think this one is like kind of across the top there, but it's not quite complete. But I legit don't see this piece. I don't know. It goes somewhere, but we're not up to it yet. I think we got, yeah, we finished page 8 yesterday. So we're going to start page 9 today. And we're also going to talk about our topic while I'm like setting up and counting the pieces. All right, let me count the pieces, and then while I find them, I'll talk about the theme, which has been writing, which is I think appropriate for a printing press puzzle. So the pieces we need is A23 times 2, A26, F7, F8, 2 F9s, and then 2 of the P's, which are the ones that come from the bags in this box. P18 times 4 and P19. So if we add that up, it's 3, 4, 5, 7, 11, 12 pieces. Adding 12 pieces to 129 is probably 141. It is now, if it wasn't before. That's how we're going to do it. So we were talking about writing, and we did some interesting thoughts, and we also did a simple one, and I'm going to do another simple one tonight. This is another one you've heard. If you ever tried to write a story or a movie or a play or anything like that, you probably heard the concept that a story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Right? Simple enough concept. But I want to include it in the list, which is not to say that I'm going to include every possible item on the list. There's people who do that. You should watch, a few videos on writing, listen to a few lectures on writing. I'm not a huge fan of Alan Moore. I think he's very hit and miss. But I remember once reading one of his guides on writing comics, and what I appreciated about it is whether it was accurate or not, he had written some things that I hadn't seen in the other million comic book writing guides that I had read or listened to or, whatever. So I like to, when I do these topics, pardon my chair being so loud. What I like to do when I do any of these topics is just say what I think. So I'm not going to give you the most comprehensive list, and it's not even going to be necessarily an accurate or truthful list. Oh, by the way, I noticed my map is upside down. I probably shouldn't use this camera today, because then you'll see that I hung the map upside down. Anyway, so we probably won't use that camera tonight. So what I'm going to do with my list, I'm just going to say whatever I think, and maybe you'll hear something you haven't heard before. So in terms of the beginning, middle, and end, if you're writing a story, it's got to start somewhere, something has to happen, and it has to end somewhere. If you're doing a short story or a screenplay or whatever, I think we can all agree on that. But I also use that format usually when I write emails. It's like if someone's working on something, let's say a vendor or whatever, and they give me a status update, I might say, great. That's the beginning. And then in the middle, I might ask some question or give some additional task. And then in the end, I might say thank you. So I'm not saying that your emails have to have a beginning, middle, and end, but sometimes it makes sense. But what I really want to say that maybe you haven't heard before about beginning, middle, and ends in writing is that there's kind of a fractal nature to them. So your movie has a beginning, middle, and end. Maybe the beginning is like the team's trying to win the championship. And the middle is like they're going to train really hard and come together as a team. And the end is like they win the championship. But inside of that, whether it's a screenplay, a play, a book, there's going to be a lot of things that happen in the middle. And each one of those things is, I don't want to say necessarily a scene, but it's going to be made up of scenes. So maybe maybe some things are going to take several scenes, maybe some things are going to go back and forth. But some stuff is going to happen, and that stuff is going to happen in scenes. And each of those scenes should have a beginning, a middle, and an end as well. So you go into the scene, and the scene is like the coach says, hit that tackling dummy. And then the guy hits the tackling dummy. And then the coach says, good. I don't know. I just made up that scene right this second, but it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. By the way, I felt a piece fall off the table and hit me in the leg. Turns out it was just a piece of sandpaper. I'm not sure how that fell off the table. I don't know if I dropped any other pieces that were more significant. So each scene in this, let's call it a movie, has its own beginning, middle, and end. And you might think of 100 examples where that's not true. Fine, there's 100 examples when it's not true. just because I say something doesn't mean it's 100% true. And you should always keep that in mind, because I had a lot of arguments, not arguments, discussions with my teachers throughout my education with, like, they say something and then I come up with an example of when that's not true. But those were all a waste of time. Well, maybe like one or two of them weren't a waste of time, but I probably did it like 100 times. So one or two of them I needed to learn like the concept, and then the other 98 times was a waste of time, because there's always going to be exceptions, and there's always going to be you giving yourself to break the rule, giving yourself permission to break the rule, because you just know it's going to work better that way. So you might know that, like, you want to do a beginning, middle, and end to every scene. But then you have another scene that doesn't have a beginning, middle, and end. It's just maybe the coach. Well, I don't want to say that, because, like, if I say the coach makes a speech, then there'll be some reaction shots from the players, and then there'll be sort of an implied end when something changes at some other part in the movie. So it might take me a minute to come up with an example, but there's probably some scenes that don't have beginning, middle, and end. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm just trying to think of, like, a movie starts with a news report. Okay. Well, the start is it's a news report, the middle is the information, and the end is the reaction, even if that end is shown in a later scene. So I'm actually having a tough time thinking of scenes that don't have beginning, middles, and end, at least in some interpretation, but I'm sure you could think of them. By the way, I can't find that P19 piece. So let me instead go for the 4 P18s. P18s are in bag 2. It calls it a screw. And if you look on this piece of paper, it doesn't really say anything other than that there's 4 quantity of them and that it's a screw, and this is what it looks like. But on the instructions book, it tells you it has 4 millimeters. And it's a 1-to-1, so I can line it up with that piece of paper. But I think I'm just going to try to find it, and I think that'll work. Maybe I'll use the calipers to measure the 4 millimeters. Like, that's probably it, right? Do you see that piece there? There's like a little piece there. Maybe I do want to line it up. All right. Let me get one of them out and then line it up with the book, because I'm not sure this is the right piece. It looks like the proportion's a little different from the book. Let's see. There's 2 of them. So we're up to page 9 in the book, right? So we go to page 9. And by the way, the reason I said fractals is you can play that game all day. Like, let's say the coach makes an announcement, and the beginning is the end, that the coach is making an announcement. The middle is what the coach says, and the end is the player's facial reactions. Well, the facial reaction could have a beginning, a middle, and an end. It could be like, you know, the person's face starts in one state and then they react and then it starts to move somewhere else. Or maybe it doesn't. You know, maybe it stays at one reaction and the shot widens to show another. So these fractals can go like on and on. Anyway, here's that size we were trying to match. So let's put the screw right there, right on top of this, and see if it's the same size. I can't even work with it. It's like so tiny. Does that look like it's the same size? Let's call that the same size. Let's grab 4 of those. We already got 2 of them. We're halfway there. What did I do with the rest of the pieces? Oh, there they are. They're all like got smushed back here. But they're there. And we got to find 2 more of those little P18s. Because we need 4 of them total. So anyway, it was daylight savings time today. I don't really know what day it was, but they set the clocks forward and everyone got an hour less of sleep. So I feel like that gives us permission to not stream as long tonight. By the way, whenever they do a poll of should daylight savings time be done away with, like 99% of people always vote, yes, it's stupid. But we don't get rid of it. And Congress sometimes acts like it's their job to, to determine whether it's... Congress is really insane sometimes. They really like make up a bunch of powers that they don't have. They do it all the time. I mean, they certainly don't have power over the clock. There's this concept of ESG where this people, they tell the companies what they should do. Like you put your money in the 401k, and then the 401k uses your money to have the, control the stock in some company, the voting stock, and then they use that voting stock to do something, whatever it is that they do. They get the company to do something. So those ESG funds, like if they were to get the company to, like all the ESG compliant companies, to get them to all stop recognizing daylight savings time, like that might work, right? Like it seems like they were able to, do many things in the last few years that nobody asked them to do. So I feel like they should use their powers for good and get rid of daylight savings time. So the first instruction here says to wax this piece. And we're waxing it on the ink side, which is already a little weird. And then they also want 2 of those P18s installed. I don't know if a screwdriver is going to help with that. Do these have a screw head? Yeah, they do. So we're just supposed to screw in 2 P18s. So let's do that. We wax the piece up. Now we're screwing on the P18s. I'm not sure this screw head fits in this. The screwdriver fits in the screw head. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it does. It's turning. Wasn't sure for a second there. Do I screw it in like all the way? There's no instructions. I think yes. It's a little slanted. I think it's a little slanted. Though as I look at it on camera, I can't tell. I don't see the slant, but it felt a little slanted to me. I don't know if it is or not. I also can't tell if it's like done going in or not. I think it has a couple more twists to go. Alright, I think it's flush now. And we got to put the second one in still. Screwing the P18s into the F8, specifically the waxed section of F8, which is also the inked section, inked side, which is unusual because wax usually means there's going to be some moving parts, and you're normally not waxing that because if it's a moving part, it's going to get covered. So there's ink here, so we're like waxing on top of ink. That's very unusual, but that's what they want in this case. Trying to get this second screw started. I think I finally got it started. Okay. What's next? Let's take a look here. Kind of a lot going on here. This is a different piece than we worked with we worked with F8 in the first panel. Now we're working with F7. Put A23 and A26 on the table to assemble easily. Why are they mentioning that? I mean, I think I would do that anyway. All right, let's just start with the parts that we kind of understand, which are waxing F7 and driving in 2 screws, because that's going to be just like the previous section that we did, and we're again waxing the ink side, which I'll again mention is an unusual thing to do. You're not usually waxing the same side that's inked, but that's what we're doing today. That's what the instructions say. Oh, by the way, this show is just a companion, because I get a lot of questions sometimes in the comments, like, how do you do this? How do you do that? And maybe those questions theoretically can be answered by anyone who sees it asked, not just me. I'll try to answer, but as many people point out, I often make mistakes in these puzzles. Yeah, I do, because it's a live stream. There's some people who do the puzzles and they do them like 100% correct, but they don't do them live. So that's the difference. I'm going to make mistakes sometimes because it's a live stream. And sometimes I'll even complete the video, however many days it takes, and make the compilation, and, I installed some piece backwards. Left it backwards the whole assembly, made the compilation, never noticed till someone puts it in comments. That's happened more than once, so it will happen again. By the way, this looks like an R. I don't know what else it's supposed to look like, but it looks like an R. All right, those screws are not so easy to get in. And we got to do one more after this one. All right, that's in. Last one for this panel of the instructions. I won't even say page. They might have us do more, grab more screws right on this page. All right, I'll have to finger start it. They're kind of tough to start. Well, there are 4 of them. 2 I started with the screwdriver. 1 I started with fingers, and this last one remains to be seen. Will it be fingers or screwdriver? Neither one is easy. All right, we got to start it with fingers. All right, good. It's going in now, finally. And then we'll look up what's next on the instructions. All right. What's next? We're staying on this panel. So first was the screws. Second is the A23s into the A26. And then third is putting the A26 into the full construction. So basically they want the 23s attached to the 26 before the whole thing gets attached to the F7. And as you saw, it said put A23 and F6 on flat table to assemble easily. So they're claiming this is going to be difficult. There's no ink side, so you have to be really careful with this. I'll tell you, one side is curved and the other side isn't. So that can be your guide as to what side to put the A23s in, and then how to connect it to the F7. So there's 2 things you got to be careful with. All right, that's in. Now it's going to go, see how it's curved? It's going to go on that R section, like that top curve of what looks like an R. Ah, Okay, we messed up. I thought that was too easy. Those A23s I had in facing the wrong direction. I just twisted this one without even taking it out. That's probably not good. It's going to weaken it. Let's see if we can get this in now. The pieces were facing like, imagine it's a plus sign. They were creating a plus sign. The tab and the slot. They weren't supposed to be a plus sign. They were supposed to fit right into each other. But one of them was twisted like 90 degrees, so it looked more like a plus sign, which wasn't going to connect that way. But now it's connected. So we spun it the right direction and we connected it. And that's the end of that panel, but it's not the end of that section because we still got 3 pieces that need to connect to things. 2 F9s and the construction we did in the first panel. I just see a lot of like little splinters on these. All right. Pass through the bottom of the hole. That's the instruction they're giving us. There's a lot of instructions on this section. Hold as shown to insert more easily. Oh, we never found the P19 piece. I think it's this piece. Alright, so we're going to connect it. And I think it includes this piece. Yeah, I think so. Right? I think we're also using this piece. Alright. Okay. I'm still trying to figure this out. Alright, the inked sides are going to face each other, which is, again, very unusual. But that's the way it works. The P19. What about the P9s? Did we use the F9s? We didn't use those yet. Alright. I'm not sure where this goes. Like in this slot, maybe? Okay. That's in. Now, we need to connect this piece. I'm not sure how to do that. I think it has these like 1, 2, 3 pieces here. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it has holes for those there. So I'm actually going to connect this first and then redo the other stuff, because just find that easier than trying to hold it together. Alright, but this one definitely needs to be in before we do the top half, or it's going to be impossible to get it in there. Alright, now let's try to get this top section in. It fell out again. The bottom fell out. We got to keep the bottom tightly in. Alright, good. Top and bottom are both in. These A9s still are not. Though I feel like they make a pretty good kickstand. What'll happen if we knock that out, though? Oh, okay, yeah. We probably should have known that would happen, but anyway, that happened. Don't do that at home. Alright, so now we're going to connect this whole thing to this thing with the bear. Do you remember this bear from like day 1? So this whole construction is going to get attached to this bear piece. By bear, I mean like actual bear. He's got some little like hammer. So I call him a builder bear. Alright. So the R. Okay, we're looking at ROKR backwards. We're reading the R from the left. And where are we hooking this in? It's showing like top and bottom. press the boards to the proper position. I think we already did that in the previous instruction. So what we need to do is drop this all the way through. The reason I'm saying that is look at this arrows at the bottom of the instructions. I think we're dropping it in like all the way and then sliding it backward. Not backward, towards the bear. We're sliding it towards the bear. It's not going all the way in. Okay, there's another slit at the bottom. It has to come out that slit. Okay. And then it's going to connect at both places, top and bottom. Well, first I got to get it to come out the bottom, which doesn't look like it's close to that happening. Okay, now it looks like it is close on one side. Oh, that looks good. We got to get that. We got to push on that. That looks good. It just take a little shimmying and that's going to be in there. It looks like it's lined up, but it's not going through. What's the problem? Is it a tight fit? Wow, that sounded like I was breaking something. I might have been breaking something. Alright, let's pull this out. Analyze the situation. Alright. Looks like it should go in, but it doesn't. That's my analysis of that situation. So the next question is, why doesn't it go in? We saw it line up. They look like huge holes. Up top, they're tight holes, but in the bottom, they're huge. So we should have no problem doing this. I don't see anything that should stop us. Let's keep them back. Let's look down here. Okay. Forget about the keeping them back rule. I think we actually want to get them forward. Can't get it. It's like making breaking sounds rather than going through. Let's see how that looks down there. It doesn't look as good as before. Our first attempt was better. Am I doing this backwards or something? The clip's facing the bear. Yeah, I don't see why this isn't working. Let's look again. Maybe I'm putting it in too deep. Let's look at the next page. No, the next page, it's definitely supposed to go in there. In fact, these F9s are shims. They're supposed to like fit into this bottom to keep this from moving around, and they fit into the back. So this definitely has to go in there. Which doesn't seem to jive with the fact that it doesn't fit in there. It looks like it's like not lined up. Is it possible we put this piece on backwards? Because that would be really annoying. And it looks like that's the case because when we flip this upside down, the battery pack is on the other side, but that doesn't mean anything because maybe we need to go like this. Let's see. Yeah, we do need to go like this. So actually it's on the correct side. It's just for some reason not going in. If I can't get it in, and within like a minute or two, we'll have to stop the stream, and I'll fix it, between now and the next stream, because you already got the concept. We're going to put this in there, and then we're going to shim it, and then that's done. If you look in this middle here, you need a certain camera angle, but like look in between these two boards, you can see the piece, and it looks like it should go through. I mean, it's a little tight, but it looks like it should. But obviously it's not. Let's try pushing this in first. Pushing it forward first. That should work, right? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that should totally work. But it's not. Why are we not able to push it forward? There shouldn't be anything stopping us from pushing it forward. Oh, because we're just not low enough. And in order to get low enough to push forward, we need to fit it into the next piece. Unless we sort of open this up and push it up a little bit to create some breathing room. We might have to resort to that, but I don't know how many pins we would have to redo if we did that. That might be the type of thing that I exactly do offline and then come back. All right, I'm just going to force it forward and hope that that works. I mean, it'll create the space, right? Maybe it'll pop off, but it'll go in. Maybe it'll pop the top off, maybe it'll pop the bottom off, but it's got to move forward. And then whatever it pops out, we'll fix. Wow, it's just not moving. Starting to look like we're going to fix it offline and then get back to this tomorrow. But I also thinking pop it open. What do you think? It's already kind of popping open in some parts. Like we weren't even trying to. I wonder if I could shave these down a little bit. Would that help? Let me try that. I doubt this is going to help. Alright. I don't think this is strong enough to clip through here. I don't want to ruin the tool. I have on glasses, so it's not going to take my eye out. Alright. I don't know if I did anything useful or not. I definitely created some splinters. Let's try this side. The reason I'm not too fearful about doing this is that the shims are definitely going to lock this in place. I just need to get it started. And then it'll slide forward and the shims will lock it in. But getting it started, not so easy. gotta take a look. I gotta take a close look at this. No, it's a mile away. This is never gonna go in. Unless we slide it forward first. And to slide it forward, we need to create space. So we're gonna have to take this apart, which is a shame. All right. All right. Oh, maybe we could just do it like just long enough to get this forward without actually taking it apart. I had it for a second. All right, we're definitely gonna have to put this back together. I think I was sliding it the wrong direction. I'm supposed to be sliding it towards the bear. Wow, it still won't go forward. Like, how much space is needed? Like, what is stopping this thing? One side is forward. This side is forward. Well, somewhat. Maybe it just looks that way. I don't know. Yeah, I might break everything trying to get this to happen. I've already pushed everything apart. The next step is I've already clipped the heels. If I keep forcing it, I'm going to start breaking pieces. Why won't it slide forward? Like, what is stopping it? Like, look at this. Why won't it slide forward? Because it's slanted a little bit? Yeah, that's why. I had to push it from the bottom. Everything is coming apart, but it's in. But now will we be able to put everything back together again? It's possible not. In which case, we're really going to be sent packing, sent backwards. Still not in. Come on. One side is in. This side is in. This side is still not. What the hell is stopping it? I might be breaking things. I probably am, honestly. Using that tool not for its proper purpose. I was just using it as a blunt instrument. Try to push this forward. Come on. Go forward. Come on. There we go. All right, now we got to put back together everything we broke. Okay. And hopefully nothing got pinched in the wrong direction. Look at what I did. I was like really determined, huh? I was like hurting my finger there. Okay. Let's put the shims in before this thing falls back out. Now watch, the shims aren't going to fit. They're not going to fit. There's no way in hell those shims are going to fit. Oh, they only have to go in a little bit. Okay. That's weird. Why is that? This thing going to stand on stilts or something? Or do we just use these temporarily to like get them, just to get them in there? I don't know if we're supposed to push these all the way in or not. There's no way that they're going to fit all the way in. Unless we get this to go even further forward than we have. No, because they don't go forward, they go backward. They go towards the bear. This doesn't make sense. If I go any further back towards the bear, this piece is going to knock the bear over. Well, I guess this piece could be lifted up to go over the bear. It actually can't be lifted up. It's like stuck. Oh, there we go. Just needed to like spin around. All right, now I could push this back. So, even after all that work we did, this piece is not fully on. All right, I think we gotta work upside down. Otherwise, that whatever that piece is called, it's gonna take out the bear. Flip this direction. Yeah. Check its direction. Well, I guess they want it flipped over. It said check the direction of this piece. Like flip it over, check the direction. So we're doing good. We're matching the instructions so far. Maybe that's right. I'm not really sure. We still need to get this piece back. Like it needs to go really far back. Like we got it started, we got it in there, but now we gotta slide it forward. And it doesn't seem to want to do that. I think we had to push it apart to get it in there. I think we gotta squeeze it together to get it to slide forward. Am I doing something wrong? Why won't this go in? It does seem like maybe this piece is on backwards. Where's the bear? No, it looks right. But it won't go in there. Maybe I should have waxed those pieces more. Like, I feel like it should be able to go forward. Like, I don't see what's stopping it. I'm looking in there, and I don't see anything that's stopping it from moving forward. But when I push on it, it definitely doesn't move forward. But why not? Well, this seemingly good puzzle is going to be a fail if we can't get that to slide forward. Alright, I'm going to have to re-go through all the instructions. So this is going to be clipped out of the compilation because I need to backtrack and see what's going on here. See if I messed up. Alright, there's the bear. Clips facing the bear. Good. Flip it over. Battery pack on the right. Everything looks fine. It just won't go forward. Alright, I'm not going to waste stream time on this. I'm going to maybe try like waxing this or getting a hammer. Like, I don't know what the answer is going to be. Maybe I'm going to like pinch this with a vise, wax all the surfaces, and then tap it with a... Believe me, that's how movies are made, so... Oh my goodness. I was supposed to do this thing offline. I was supposed to fix this positioning of this piece, and I didn't. So I don't want to struggle with it again online. Should I just do something else today? And then I'll have to rename this video. Just looking if I have anything close by. I know I have some puzzles, but there's no way I'm going to get it done. Maybe I should just try to like brute force this right now. Just get it in there. So basically this piece is supposed to slide this way, like a lot. Let's just take a look here at the instructions. So it's supposed to slide so far that you can push those pieces in behind them. So if you have it this way, okay. This doesn't even make sense. Oh, they're supposed to go that way. Okay. All right. You couldn't see, but basically these pieces are supposed to go that way. So they are like so far from fitting in. Not sure what to do. Maybe like, let's see here. Let's see if I can just force this in. It's difficult because you got to do like both sides at once. And what is this doing here? It's like blocking my way. Is this supposed to hang over the front? Or you can probably, it's probably supposed to go right flush to the back. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I got an idea. This is either going to break it permanently or it's going to work. You can take bets on what's going to happen. But if we don't do this, we can't move forward with the puzzle. So it's just going to be, it'll just be a fail. This puzzle will just be a fail if this doesn't work. Because I'm going to apply the brute force method, and either it's going to work and we're going to be happy, or it's not going to work and the thing's going to be broken, and there's going to be no chance of continuing with this puzzle. Right now, I can't even get this thing out of the way. What's up with that? There's this little plastic piece, and we need to get it to the other end so we can even attempt what I'm contemplating. There's already a splinter. Foreshadowing of what's to come. I'm wearing glasses, not lenses, so my eyes are protected if this does shatter, which it probably is about to. I can't even, yesterday we were able to get this thing to the other side. Today it won't budge. Alright, there we go. It's there. Alright, so what way? This has to go this way. Alright. Brute force method. It works or it doesn't work. We break the puzzle or we continue with the puzzle. Wow. It didn't even budge. What is like stopping this thing? I'm looking at it and I don't see anything that's stopping it. It looks like it should slide right on. Okay, the bottom is a little off on one side, but that shouldn't stop it. It should move at least a little bit forward. This thing won't move at all, which makes it seem like, is it already at the front? All right, let me get in there with my eyes. Sorry, I just scratched the microphone. Yeah, I don't think this can go any further forward. I think it's right at the wood. So now I'm confused, like, it can't go any further forward, yet it's also not supposed to, like, it's up against the wood here, like I would need to cut the wood. Was I looking at it incorrectly? Let me see. Alright, I think that these two pieces of wood are somehow not correct. Like this piece needs to spin in comparison to this piece. Because if it doesn't, then this is not going to go any further. Because the space for it to go is on the other side. On the bottom piece, the space is here. On the top piece, the space is there. Which means these two pieces are not oriented correct to each other. So, I don't know what damage this is going to cause, but we need to pop these off. This is not going to work. It needs to be spun around. Wow, okay, there were some screws in there. Alright, so let me take the screws off. That was like brutal. I just popped it off without unscrewing it first. So the screws were probably there to like keep it in place, but I just like forced them apart, which is kind of like insane. But that's what I just did. So luckily I only did that to one of the screws. The other three will still do their jobs. So much for that screw. I just like brute force popped it out. Well, it's just a little baby screw, right? Not a big deal. I don't know how it is that these are like misaligned, but they somehow are. I thought I was careful when I was putting this stuff together, but I guess I wasn't. That's why you always QC. It's actually one of the things that I used to like about computer programming is that when you think you're done, you test it. And sometimes you find out that you're not done because there's something wrong. And then you just keep working at it. All right. I basically just broke everything there. Like, for example, this piece. How important is that? Oh, no, that's not important at all. That's a leg. All right. So, now how are we going to fix this? It's crazy because this slot that it's supposed to go to is blocked. So I probably aligned it with this ROKR writing, which is on this piece. But really, it's this other piece on top of it. That's the problem. So let's take that out too. We're basically just taking the whole thing apart today. We may not make any progress in terms of advancing the puzzle. So this space is blocked off, and I don't think it's ever going to not be blocked off. But what we can do is at least get it on the correct side. All right. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. It's not a huge problem. One of these pieces got stuck to the thing, it stuck to the top, and then one of them wasn't stuck to the bottom, and therefore it was in the way. I think it was when we had to hold this battery in place, we probably, I don't know, twisted something around. Maybe this will work better. Maybe this will just be broken in a different way. What's going on with this piece? Like, that seems like it shouldn't be there because, oh, I know what the problem is. This piece, oh my goodness, I'm not sure this is fixable. This piece needs to flip around. Like, everything needs to be built on the other side. How did I not notice that? I probably thought this was a symmetric piece, but it's not, because these pieces are further to one end. I'm not even sure if what I'm saying is true, but let's test it out. Basically, we're going to spend the whole episode trying to fix this, and it's possible that we won't fix it, in which case we'll accomplish nothing on tonight's episode, which I don't know what happens then, because we will still have the theme to talk about, and the theme was going to be that, because we were talking about writing, and the point for today was going to be less is more. So sometimes you want to write less, not more. First of all, there's expressions like brevity is the soul of wit. There's also efficiency of writing, sort of the less you write, the less words you write, the easier it'll be to read, and the more like poetic it will seem. Like the less you write, the less there is for the person to read, so it's easier. But that's not really a main point. I think a main point is, one of the main points. Hold on a second. So we're saying something about a main point. Oh. The difference between a black and white photograph and a color photograph. So there's more information. When there's more information, there's less imagination. So a color photograph has more information than a black and white photograph. So the black and white photograph has less information and therefore triggers more imagination from the viewer. And that's the same thing with writing. If you're constantly explaining everything, let's say you're writing a story and you're constantly explaining to the reader like what's going on so they don't, so they stay like engaged and they know what's going, so not engaged, because I'm going to say they're more engaged the less you explain, so that you don't want to keep them totally informed. And I know that sounds like probably the opposite of what you heard from your school teachers, but it's kind of true, because if the reader needs to keep reading to get the rest of the story, they're more engaged. They're more anticipating, and they're more turning the pages. And if the reader has to imagine the story because you haven't quite painted the verbal picture, it leaves room for them to imagine it however they want. I mean, you have to give them something. The story needs to be consistent, but you don't need to give them everything. So less is more. Sometimes less is more. Less information is more imagination. Less words is more free time left after the reading is done. Less description of everything going on with the action is more anticipation and guessing of what will happen next. So that's the topic of less is more. Sometimes when you're writing, less writing is more artistic, is more fun for the reader, more engagement, more everything. I'm not doing a great job of reassembling this, probably because I'm not doing it in the same order. Like when we did it the first time, we were probably following like the instructions, and everything was being done in like a precise order. And now we're just like shoving everything in and hoping that it stays together, which it's not because of that battery. Kind of like keeps flopping out. So I think we need to get these screws back in. Does anyone remember which direction they started from? Probably better if I do it the opposite this time anyway, because as you recall, I stripped one of them. So if I do it the opposite way, it'll probably work better this time. And by the way, I'm screwing it back together, and I haven't tested to see if I've fixed anything. But like I said, if we fail, we fail. It's not the first puzzle I've failed on. I know that like we should be cautious, but I'll just try a third time if I miss. Did anyone see that movie Tin Cup? I don't remember much about that movie. I don't even think I saw all of it. I think I walked in and my dad was watching it. This was like 25 years ago or whenever this movie came out. And I think I just watched like the last scene. And the last scene was that this guy who's being portrayed by Kevin Costner, he's playing golf and he can win if he plays it safe. But he doesn't. And he's so far ahead that he could take a few chances at not playing it safe and still like win. But he doesn't take a few chances. He could take like 9 chances. He takes like 16. So he loses. But in the end, he hits the shot. So I don't remember what the moral of that story was exactly, but it's kind of how I feel right now. It's like, Yeah, I might be doing something stupid, but this is what I'm doing, you know. It might work. It might not. Do you want life to be run by computers or by humans? I mean, you could say, well, I want it to be run by humans that are thoughtful or humans that are cautious. And I agree, because there's certainly a lot of times when people should be more cautious, like probably most car accidents, could be avoided. And I can mention that I have like a perfect driving record, 33 years or whatever. So this screw fell out, so this must have been the one that was stripped. So I'm going to put this one in the other direction. It doesn't go through. We need to punch a hole to do the other direction. All right, this one's just not going to work. It's stripped. It is what it is. Maybe we'll put it in there for show when gravity's on our side. Maybe we won't. I don't know. All right, now, which way does this go? I remember we were trying to get it back towards the, towards that, what is that thing called? That bear. So let's try to do that again. All right, drop it in there. Again, get this piece out of the way. Probably easiest to do that upside down. Now let's see if we can slide this forward. Still won't go forward. Oh, okay, now it's going. Imagine that, it still wouldn't go. All right, so we fixed it. We didn't change the camera angle once while I was fixing it. So I don't know if you saw any of that or not. Anyway, we finally did it, and we did it on camera. I would have done it off camera, but I forgot. I actually think it worked out good that I did it on camera. It was kind of like more dramatic that way. I like the part where I like stripped the screw because I wasn't paying attention. That's like classic me. You don't want that to, you don't want to do that when it's important. Like I said, I have like 33-year perfect driving record. I've kept my kids safe for their whole life. It's like, you don't want to do that mistake. When it's important. But for this model, we could throw caution to the wind and, just give it a shot. And I think we basically fixed this. So how much time did that take? 22 minutes? That's not too bad. Except that we haven't started yet and we're 22 minutes in. What's this extra piece doing here? Well, I'm not really sure. It's probably supposed to go here. All right. Might be a little kind of late to repair that, but we'll get it done. I think it's just a decoration. It's not even an important piece. All we got to do is get it lined up here. We'll get that in. There we go. Not perfect, but we'll get it. There we go. It's getting there. Almost. It's in. Done. It's fixed. We fixed that piece. Was there supposed to be a piece on this side? No, it looks like no. All right, so we're back to square one. There's a bunch of splinters all over the desk. So I probably, at least somewhat broke some pieces, but at least we're still in the game. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. We used like several tools. We stripped a screw. We created a bunch of splinters, but we're still working. Sometimes that's how it goes in life. You want to just stay on your feet and stay in the game until things turn around and start going your way a little bit, and then you can start riding that wave, These models, maybe you'll learn something. Anything you do, you're going to learn something. I know that these models are like, who gives a shit, but I mean, you might pick up something. You don't need to do like whatever, 570 something days of it as I'm doing. And by the way, I would say that I'm doing, what episode is this? 576. I would say that I'm doing terrible in the sense that, like, I'm up to day 576 and I'm still, like, assembling things backwards. So I'm probably, like, the worst at this. It won't take you 576, to learn these lessons. You'll probably learn them much quicker than I. All right, so page 10. That's page 9. So I guess we finished page. All right, so we're going to start page 10 now. And it's a new construction. So we're not even using this. All right. Are we really only up to, like, panel 6? All right. I guess they're not panels. They're like steps. Because those steps have multiple panels sometimes. All right. This screw, forget about it. It's just going in the garbage. Well, that's not gonna attach again. We busted that thing. These splinters, they're busted. All right. Page 10. Step 6. A27, A28 times 3, A29, A30, A31. C3, D20, D21. F13 times 3, F14, F15, P20, and P21. How many pieces is that? 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Why doesn't that feel right? 7, 9, 10, 14, 17, 18. Did I get 18 both times? All right, let's do it a third time. 4, 8, 11, 14, 16, 18. Yeah, I guess it's 18 pieces. All right. So 141 plus 18 is 159. Up to 159 pieces, which almost would seem like we're halfway, except we know that the counter is only the ROKR only counted the wooden pieces, and we're counting all pieces. So let's grab some pieces. So what do you think? The less is more writing rule makes sense. Ooh, A27 is going to punch out a bunch of other pieces with it. You see they have those, like, middle pieces. I got little middle pieces there. But A27 is definitely the first piece we need. And then we need 3 28s and a 29. So we only need one of these 29s. But we need 3 28s. And both those pieces are here. I knocked out the last 28, even though we don't need it, by accident, of course. And then we need 30 and 31. There's 33, there's 32. So where's 30 and 31? They could be pieces that we knocked out previously. Let's just take a look through these quickly. What are we looking for? 30, 31, and 32. This is definitely A's, but I don't see 30 and 31. Nope. They gotta be here somewhere. I mean, this writing is, like, so small. Who can read this? All right. That's a 40, I think. I'm just looking at the monitor now, trying to make out. Basically, I'm seeing exactly what you're seeing right now. I'm trying to read this on the monitor because it's very faded. In real life, I can't read it. All right, I see 30, and I see 31. I also need 32. Yep, there's 32. All right, so 30 and 31, no. 31 and 32 are these very fancy pieces. And then Yeah, 30 and 32 are the fancy pieces, and then 31 is like this really nothing piece. Some artistic pieces here. They kind of look like an inner ear or something. All right. That's so much for the A sheet. Another splinter. Next up is the C sheet, and we just need one piece, C3. C3 is a huge piece and very artistic one at that. C sheet is almost done. All right, the D sheet, we need two pieces, 20 and 21. Well, that's a 22 that I knocked out by accident. There's oh, what was that? Yeah, that was a 22. So that goes in there with the extras. All right, here's 21, and there's 20. 20 is this circle. 21 is this, I don't know, hammer, you want to call it? It kind of looks like Thor's hammer. There's the circle. And there's the hammer. All right, now we need from the F sheet. F13 times 3, 14 and 15. There's 12. I can't make out what that says. There's 13. It's like such a nothing piece. It's a little tiny circle. 13. I mean, 3 of those. And then a 14 and a 15. I see 16, 17. I see 10. These could be something, but again, I can't make out what number is on that. Let's see here. Nope. Cannot make that out. Alright, I see a 12 up there. Alright, I looked at it closely, and these are 11s. This is 14, and this is 15. I took it off camera, took my glasses off, and then I was able to read it. Basically, I can't read anything with my glasses on. Alright, now we need P20 and P22. Oh, sorry, P21. And those are tapping screws. 18 millimeter and 13 millimeter. They're both in bag 2. And we need one of each. What is a tapping screw? Oh, sorry. I had the wrong camera angle. P20, P21. 18 millimeters, 13 millimeters. Tapping screw. Bag 2. One of each. See any tapping screws? I don't see any tapping screws in this bag. There's only one of each, so they could be like tough to find, but right now they're seeming like impossible to find. It's not this, is it? This one that's like fully threaded? If there's another fully threaded that's 5 millimeters bigger, then that's it. But I don't think so. And then there's this, but it has like a fat head. I think that's the one that they say with a gasket. A tapping screw, you would think, is a screw that you can tap. There's some really small ones in here. I might have to get out the calipers and see if those are 15 and 18 millimeters. Here's another threaded one. I'll tell you what, they're two different sizes. So those are looking like the two tapping screws. If those sizes are, what are we looking for here? 18 and 13 millimeters. Nah, they look like too close in size to be such a high proportion of millimeters apart. Anyway, let's give it a shot. All right, 13 millimeters. Yeah, that looks good. And then 18 will be, I guess, the other one. Yep, those are the tapping screws. To me, they're just regular screws, but apparently they're tapping screws. Do you want to look up what tapping screw means? Let's see. Like, how is a tapping screw different from a regular screw? We're going to find out. Tapping screw. I hope it's not going to show up with something from like Urban Dictionary. Some like ridiculous definition of what is a tapping screw. Self-tapping screw. Tapping is the process of cutting a machine's set of threads into a piece of metal, plastic, acrylic, or wood. The process of tapping uses two separate tools: the tap, which cuts the threads on the inner diameter of the hole, and the die, which cuts the threads on the outer diameter of the bolt or screw. What the hell does that mean? Like, I just want to know how it's different from a regular screw. Because so far, this looks like a regular screw. Self-tapping screws. But now they're commonly used to fix into a variety of rigid surfaces. I don't know. I'm going to need to watch like a video. There were some pictures there. Oh, do they have a little screw at the bottom? Is that what a self-tapping screw is? All right, let's check our screws out to see if they're self-tapping. All right. Let's get a close look here at this screw. Nope, that is absolutely not a tapping screw. So what I understand from a tapping screw, it has a little like screw, what do you call it? Like a point, and you can like tap it to get it started, and then you screw it in the rest of the way. So this is absolutely not a tapping screw, which makes me think that maybe we don't have the right screws here. So let's keep looking. There is some other thing in there, but it's so tiny. You think it's those super tiny ones? They look correct. Do they? Do I even know what they're supposed to look like? Oh, yeah, I need to look at this piece of paper to find that out. All right, self-tapping screw. Yeah, I don't know. We're just going to go with this and hope that it works. All right. I'm tired of looking at these screws. Let's just start building. So we're definitely going deep into the principle of just building and figuring out as you go along tonight. Patience is not the word of the day. All right, A28s into D20. Now, is there a particular direction the D20 has to go? And normally I would say ink side out, but neither side is inked. Well, how about, yeah. The curves are going counterclockwise If you spin it this way, they're going clockwise. And I just see that in the reference, they're going clockwise. So counterclockwise. So I'm going to hold it that way. I don't know if that's the most important thing to notice, but that's what I noticed. So that's what we're going with. And we're putting in 3 A28s into the D20. And then on top of that is going to go the F14, but not yet. Because the F14 needs to first be waxed, which means we need to get a piece of wax out of this box. And of course we don't remember where we put the wax. There it is. All right. So this gear needs to be waxed, which is like, of course it does. All gears. Good. It's a good rule in these type of puzzles to always wax the gears. Because if it's a gear, it's going to lock up with other gears and it's going to want to turn, and you want it to turn smooth, and waxing the gears helps it to turn smooth, even though it will make your table very full of little chunky wax pieces and very messy. But you got to do it. Has to be done if you want your gears to turn. And if your gears don't turn, then whatever model you're building is not going to do whatever it's supposed to do. All right, so I think, I think I did this first piece wrong. Let's zoom in and see if they want these lines going like clockwise or counterclockwise. Yeah, I think I did it wrong. I think they're actually going clockwise. I noticed that because when I looked at the second piece, they definitely looked like they were going clockwise. So when you zoom in on this one, it also looks like clockwise. I don't know how I read it, the opposite way before. All right, and then attaching these two pieces is going to be relatively easy. By the way, these A29s, they're like different size on each side. But this piece is not. I had used a wrong piece, but anyway. So there were like 3 A28s, but there was something else that looked different, but it would fit in. So be careful not to use the wrong piece. All right, so they want the small end sticking out. And then when you attach this F14, you got to make sure that this hole, you see there's a hole here and there's a hole here. So they have to line up. And it also should go clockwise, the lines. All right, make sure they're all lined up before we put too much pressure on. All right. There we go. That's in. All right, and then A27 goes on the outside. I don't know if there's anything to note. Like the circle we had a note on the previous piece. I don't think there's anything to note here other than inside out. So we're going to put this on inside out. All right, there we go. That looks cool. I wonder if it's correct. I guess we'll find out. Yep, there's the piece, the A29. It's like A28 actually. It's like, it almost looks like a Lego character, but basically it's there's its like small head and it's like straight legs and its square body, if you want to compare it to a Lego character. Anyway, now we're going to use a tapping screw, an F13, and the D21. Now, the tapping screw, we got to get the right size. But it's easy. We just need to know, do they want the smaller one or the bigger one? And they want the smaller one at this time. So the three pieces are the Thor's hammer, the smaller tapping screw, and this chunky wooden washer, which I think will give some sanding to the outside of that. Do not tighten it. Leave gap for easy rotation. All right, don't make the screw too tight. So the screw is going to go into this hole, but it first has to pass through the Thor's hammer base and the wooden washer, which is D21 and F13. And they say don't make the screw too tight, because if you make it too tight, then it's not going to have the movement that it's supposed to have. But I would say also don't make it too loose. I basically don't know how tight to make it at this point. I'm going to go with until the screw starts to come out the back, and then I'll stop. So there's a back to this, and I'm going to screw the tapping screw until it gets to the back of the wood, and then I'm going to stop, because I got to decide at some point. So I'm putting my finger behind that hole, and when I feel the screw start to come through it, I'm going to stop twisting. I might stop sooner if I need to, if it tightens up, and then I'll back it out if it does. All right, I feel it like pushing the pieces apart, which is probably not what it's supposed to do. All right. Okay, it never made it out the back, though I do see it at the back, but I feel like it's like tight. What do you think? Is it tight enough? I think it's just like a 32nd of an inch to get to go out the back. All right. We don't want it to be tight. We want it to be movable, so there you go. Movable. What's next? All right. We're going to put on one of those artistic pieces. I think the really long one. C3 it's called. Wow. Okay, so here's C3. We got the ink facing us, and we're going to drop this. It doesn't fit. Oh, you got to twist it a little bit. That's what that arrow is showing us. You got to hook it. So you got to turn it sideways to get it started, and then you got to push it down to the bottom there. I don't know what that's all about. It looks kind of crazy at this point, but let's see where this goes. All right. So we're going to use the A31 as a locking pin. And then we're going to put A30 and A32 on each side. So the A31, that's going to go through. So that's the piece that's like the A29, but it's got like, it's equal on each side. So we're going to put that right through that very first slot. That seems loose. That's, it shouldn't be loose, right? It should be tight. Why is it loose? Well, I don't know. But I'm going to put on the other pieces, and hopefully they're going to be tight on the ends, and it's not going to matter that the middle is loose. Let's see. So I'll put on the 30 and the 32. And obviously it wasn't tight because one of the pieces fell off. I'm not sure which piece is which. I just following the ink side out rule to get these pieces on. Okay. That's on. I tell you, it's falling apart. It's not staying on. The 31 piece it's no good. That's 29. I just need like another 31. One that works. This one doesn't. I'm just seeing if there's another one. Yeah, there's another one right there. Should I see if that one works better? Or do you think we'll need that one for later? It doesn't look like it's going to work any different. But I'll try it anyway. Because the one that's in there now, it's totally useless. It just falls right out. See that? Totally useless. So let's pull that out. Try again with another 31. Okay. Huh. It's like kind of spinning. I'm like, it's tough to keep it straight. This 31, it's clearly the slit is too big. The 31 piece like spins in there, which is no good. You want it to be snug. Yeah, this piece isn't any better. That's just not a good piece, that 31. Even we got a fresh one, it still doesn't stay in. Hopefully something else is going to lock it in. Yeah, here we go. This is going to lock it in. We're going to use literally a screw. Except, they didn't ask us for a screw. Oh, now they are on this page. What? Then we're not done with the previous page. What's going on here? We didn't use all these like washers that we collected. We didn't use this screw. We didn't use this F15. But yet on the instructions, they're like moving on. See? They're moving on. Even though we didn't use half the pieces. They definitely asked for an F15. Oh, okay. It's supposed to go through that screw is supposed to go through it. I must have missed that. Alright. Well, I can still access that, so it's not a big deal. Just make sure we're going from the correct side. Okay. So, there's a screw. The tapping screw. It's very simple. So we take the longer tapping screw. We put the thin washer, 2 thick washers. And then we're going to put, I'm going to call this a backing plate on this side. And we're just going to screw it in there. So, yes, we missed a step, but the step turned out to be very simple. And I don't think it's a problem that we missed it. But maybe it is, because I think I'm maybe supposed to get this inside of that hole. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we can do that. Like those washers are probably supposed to go in that hole. So I might have to loosen those piece next to it and get this like underneath. Let's do that. Let's loosen this one, because we always can redo that one. I'm just going to completely loosen that one so I can drive the other one in nice and low. Okay, it's completely off. So now, yeah, we can do a better job on this one. Does this one say don't tighten? Doesn't seem like it says it, which means it's probably going to get screwed to something else as well. See, the screw comes out the other end. Alright, we're going to put back on this piece. If you remember when I was putting this on the first time, it like took forever, which probably was a sign that something wasn't right. I gotta remember to listen to those signs when they arrive. All right. Anyway, it's back in. It's not. They said don't make it tight. Let me back it out a little bit. All right, now it's loose. This one, I think it's okay to make tight. Though maybe not. Maybe that one's supposed to move too. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. If something doesn't move, you know what? Let's back it out. Just a slight bit. Just make sure it's got some movement. All right. Finally, we can move on to the second half of page 10. 824, 825, two 829s, two 833s, 834, 835, two P7s, P11. So mostly from the A board. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 pieces. That's nice. So we're going to go from 159 to 170. That's good. We're going to end on some round numbers. All right. Are any of the pieces here? These are A29s. We do need two A29s. All right. We're going to need the P11 in a minute. A25. A24 and A25 are like these mirror image pieces. A24, A25. We got the A29s. We need two A33s. Those are right here. I dropped one of them. And I also knocked out, I don't know, whatever this piece is, I knocked it out. A42. I knocked out the A42 by accident. We need an A34 and an A35. I feel like those are going to be two more like pieces, like yin and yang type pieces. Maybe not, but seems to be what they're looking for lately. So A34 and A35. Where are those pieces? All right. A40. All right, here's A35, and there's A34. They're back-to-back pieces, not yin and yang pieces. But they were they went together. There was something. All right, now we need P7 and P11 times 2. P7's a washer. It should be a bag of P7s. And then P11 is a 50 millimeter rod. So I think that's the biggest rod that we have, steel shaft. 50 millimeter steel shaft. And a couple of P7s, which are just washers. Well, the bag isn't labeled, but I'm pretty sure these are P7s. So 2 of these. And then the P11, which is a 50 mil steel shaft. That should be the biggest steel shaft that is in bag 2. They have 2 of them. I guess there's 2 50 mil shafts. Yeah, there are 2 of them. There's 2 in the bag, and the key sheet says that there are 2. All right. All right. Now, what do we have to do with all this stuff? I guess first we have to put a P7 onto a P11 using the longer. Remember this tool that we use to put these washers on, where they want to set it to the longer one. Seems like there's going to be a lot of moving parts in this printing press, which makes sense. I mean, I didn't think we were going to make a printing press without moving parts. All right, let's get this in there. For some reason it's not going in. I don't want to stab myself with this rod. All right, it finally went in. Wow, it went really deep. Is that correct? I guess it is, yeah. All right, so that was the P7. Next we need 829, which is the wooden washer. And then it goes through this artistic piece here and just does the same thing on the other side. Wooden washer followed by a plastic washer. Gotta jiggle this a little bit to get it in. Wooden washer. Plastic washer. And we use the tool to get it on the correct amount. Oh man, I'm trying to get it started, and I'm just stabbing myself. So I'm going to not try to start it with my fingers, and instead I'm going to use the tool. All right. All right, it's in there. That looks pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but looks kind of cool. After completing this step, the length of the steel shaft on both sides is different, but it does not affect the following assembly. Why would it be different? We use the long side in both cases. The length of steel shaft on both sides is different, but does not affect the following assembly. I don't know why they're saying that. I think it's the same length. I mean, maybe it's slightly different length. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that. I think it looks pretty good. All right, the only thing left, well, not the only thing. Basically, this, I see there's a pinhole here for something, but this here, it's going to be used with like two things are going to be used there. This eagle is going to go through, I think it's the bottom dot. I'm not even really sure. Let's zoom in and see. Okay, yeah. The bottom, yeah. It's going to go through the bottom. But why only one? That's weird. Anyway. The A33 is going to connect to the A34. I don't know if it matters, like which one is which. I guess we're going to find out. Oh man, I broke the piece. And I don't think they give us an extra. Well, I think it'll still be functional, but it won't look as nice. It'll stay in there. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to just get it into the position. I don't know why it broke. All right. Now from the other side. I wonder if I was putting them through the wrong sides. And that's why they didn't work. Probably I was. Okay. It's not going to reach. This is no good. This is crazy. It's not going to reach. So that means I really did need that piece. All right. We're going to have to use a different piece. Remember this piece that we had left over from before? That's going to have to handle this job. So it's not meant to do that, but it's going to have to do that. Otherwise, this is not going to work. All right, so we broke off a piece in there, so we got off the broken piece. So we need to do two things with this. We need to feed it through here and something to keep it under there. So feeding it through here keeps it attached. Something under there keeps it from spinning. That's how I believe this works. All right. So I think we have to use this piece here. I don't want to break it again like I broke the first piece. Why doesn't it like fit here? Yeah, it doesn't fit. Neither one of them fits. But that's definitely... Oh my goodness. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're just supposed to be attaching the eagle to the other half of the eagle. That's all we're supposed to be doing. All right. But we still need to feed a piece through there. So I think we're going to trim this piece until it fits through. We could have used one of those splinters from the beginning of the night. Remember we had those like extra splinters? Could have used those. All right. All right. I don't even know if this is going to be the right size. I'm just kind of hoping that this is going to work. It may work, it may not work. Why is there a like paw on the back of the piece? That's kind of cool. Oh, it's that griffin or whatever. My goodness. Too small to even grip. Alright, got it. Clip this piece without it stray. What do they call that? Shrapnel. Without shrapnel hitting my eye. I trimmed that piece. I don't know if it's going to fit, but I guess we're about to find out. Yeah, it fits. That worked. Perfect. All right, what next? Now, I still don't get this. How is this supposed to work? Oh, okay. It's going to feed into that slot. So that means this is not going to work because that piece is taken. That's fine. We're just going to trim this piece. I'm just going to trim. We already trimmed it twice. I'll just trim it a third time. And then we'll stick this piece on top. It doesn't even matter which way, but we do need to trim that a little bit more. Let's try to push it in first. All right, it doesn't go any further, so we'll trim it. Just try to get it flush. What is going on here? All right, now I'm going to sit this piece on top, and somehow these are going to like lock on. Not really sure yet how. All right, let's put them together first. So there's one. And then it has to go through the bottom part. But then what happens to the top part? It's just not going to be like used for anything? It's going to be blocked? This is crazy. That means that top hole isn't going to be used for anything. That's crazy. Or maybe the other side is going to go in the top hole. So we need to know which side is which before we start putting this on. Where's the other piece? Oh my goodness, where is it? There it is. Thought I lost it for a second. Okay, so this one's the top one. Okay. And the other side is the bottom one. I think this is going to work out. It was a long way. We had a few screw-ups, but I think we eventually got it. I think it looks like roughly what it's supposed to look like. I mean, it's just a wooden model. It was never going to... But I'll mention the... you know how we do that, like, theme each episode? So I'll mention the theme for this puzzle has been writing. So what I want to talk about writing today is you have to write. I had a tough time coming up with how to phrase this. At first I thought from the heart, and then I thought enthusiasm, but sometimes enthusiasm is not what you're going for. And then I thought sentiment. Basically, authenticity maybe could be another word. Basically what I'm trying to say is when you write, it has to be something that, like, you yourself. Some people say write what you know, but I think it also can be sort of write what you believe in. It has to be authentic. You have to have a good, again, not necessarily that you're having a blast while you're writing it, but you have to, like, believe yourself that what you're doing makes sense, and you're writing it in a way that you would want to read it if you were the reader. Or maybe you do want to read it. Maybe you want to come back and read it yourself. I'll tell you, my first book, it's amazing, my first book is still by far my longest, Electromagnet. And I was really into it, you know. I really thought, like, I was doing something that the world needed to see. You know, like, every second of the way. And I don't know why I haven't written like that since. Basically, since then, I just write pretty normal. Maybe, you know, maybe I forced it. You know, maybe I should just always wait until I have inspiration, which I kind of do. I mean, because I haven't written much. I mean, I've written, but not lately. Not in the last, like, 2-3 years. All right, so write inspired. See, I can't come up with one word to describe tonight's topic, but authentic, inspired, from the heart, with sentiment, something you want to read yourself. Basically, I'm coming up with a lot of ways to, like, almost say what I mean here. All right, anyway, let's go through the instructions here. Page 11, we had just started, I think. All right, cool. We're starting a new section. So, and look at this. It's like a 3-panel, maybe you could call that 4-panel. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. The arrows separating panels 3 and 4. So, step 7 is, it's kind of like a single panel. It's like, I don't know, a sixth of a page, but it's actually 4 panels. So this is perfect. We'll just do 7 and then we'll part ways for the day and we'll meet up again tomorrow. All right, so the pieces we need for 7 are 836, 837, 838 times 2, 839 times 3, D25. Wow, this looks so easy. We really, the God's smiling upon us today. We needed a 10-minute episode and boom, here it is. All right. So, how many pieces is that? 2, 4, 7, 8. 8 pieces. We go from 170 to 178. 8 pieces. I mean, that's like barely an episode. It's not an episode, but that's what you're getting tonight. That's what I'm doing today, and I hope that you will bear with me. I have my reasons. All right. So 838 times 2. That felt like it broke, but I guess it's still together. 839 times 3. That's not 839, is it? No, that's 840. Oh, here's 839. Looks kind of similar, but there's 839. I felt a piece just drop out. Yeah, what piece is that? 843, which is not one that we need today. But we got our 38s and our 39s. We still need 36 and 37. Where are they hiding? They could be pieces that we already popped out. Because that happens sometimes. All right, you can. It's supposed to be like a long piece. Just if you look at the. Oh no, that's the D25. All right, 37. No, 36 and 37. 36 looks like this. Yeah, that's 36. And then 37 looks like. I'm not sure what. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. It's written very small. I don't know if you can make that out. Yeah, on this camera you can. 37. There it is. All right, we're not done yet. We still need D25, which is going to be a big piece. Hopefully easy to find. That's got to be it, right? D25, that's it. That's the piece. So what did we say we were looking for here? 8 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. 8 pieces. And we're not at 10 minutes yet. We're only at 6 minutes, 40 seconds. So maybe we can actually do this in 10 minutes. Let's see. All right, the 36 goes in the middle. And it gets 38s on either side. The 37 is the holder. It's not fitting in, by the way. All right, there we go. Well, it's quite snug, I tell you. All right, now the 38s on each side. Well, it's only 8 pieces, right? We should be able to do 8 pieces in 10 minutes. All right, the first panel's done. And then wait to see the next panel. It's so easy. We just slapped 3 39s on here. Oh, no. What does this thing look like to you? I don't like the looks of it. Anyway, it is what it is. That's what we got so far. Looks like Qbert. Let's say that. All right, so we did 2 panels already. We only have 1 piece left. We just have to stick this in here. Oh my goodness, this was the absolute quickest draw we could have possibly received, which is great for me and the fact that I have to get back to my work. I mean, I've been doing this stream for 577 episodes, so at this point I have to assume that my company is like well aware that I do this stream every night. So on a night like tonight, when everyone's working, I certainly cannot slip out for more than 10 minutes. Things were going good. Now it's not. There we go. It's in. That's it. That's it. I think we're done. The last section is just, the fourth panel is just telling you that this is called G. This piece shall henceforth be known as G. It's we're gonna get started in a minute with this classic printing press from ROKR. We're not gonna go that long tonight. I don't know what's going on with my work this week. It's like being silly, and basically I was working until, I don't know, 2 minutes ago, and but I've got to get up in the morning and work some more. So, and it's like the third day in a row like this. Really, it's longer than that, because so far I've worked every weekend day this month. I think they call it March Madness. I know that that's considered to be like a basketball tournament, but it seems to me that it's also some sort of, I don't know if this is like a fact, but you know how they say that there's like rituals that people use to run the world, or, you know, maybe they sort of pick up steam, or maybe they just reside in people's subconscious. Like, I don't know what makes these things recur from year to year, but like everybody parties on New Year's, and for some reason there's madness in March. I don't know, maybe it's something to do with spring. I don't really know what it is, but my work has definitely been mad so far this March. So if my streaming was a little inconsistent this month, it's because I have a different job. I mean, I have one job that pays, and one job, you know, I treat it with the sort of responsibility as a job, but, you know, YouTube's never given me a penny in like 18 years of streaming. So I don't really feel any obligation to do anything. I feel an obligation to complete the puzzles that I start, but not in any specific schedule, because, like I said, you know, I have a job that pays the mortgage, and this isn't it. But I love doing it, and I'll keep doing it. But for tonight, it's just going to be a few minutes. Sorry about that. And I only stream to YouTube, not Twitter or Rumble. And we have a theme, and I'm just going to go through that quickly while I'm taking the stuff out of the box. So the theme we've been doing is writing. And we're going to continue with what was said yesterday about writing, sort of continue that, and say, have fun with it. Have fun with your writing. And the reason I say that is, if you have fun with your writing because you're doing something that makes sense to you and that you enjoy, then there'll be some other number of people out there who will. And maybe that number is only like 10,000 people out of 7 billion or whatever in the earth. But that's still a lot. Like, if you can do something that 10,000 people want to click thumbs up on, that's great. You should do that. Now, for example, we were talking about writing, but just to put it in the context of videos, you may never actually get those 10,000 likes, because YouTube is not going to put your video on that many screens unless you have some sort of like pre-existing following. Like, it doesn't matter how good your video is. Like, if no one ever sees it, they can't enjoy it. But you should still do it. And that's the same with writing too. There's a lot of stories about people whose writing is discovered, or painting is discovered, or screenplays are discovered after they're gone. So if you have fun with the thing that you're doing and you put your all into it and you do something that you find personally entertaining, there will be others who find it too. I can't say if it'll translate into anything, but it will. I mean, there will be people who like it. They may never see it. They may never get the chance to acknowledge that they like it, but they would at least in theory. All right, let's move on with the puzzle. We're probably, again, only going to do one step today, if that, because I'm really pressed for time starting this late and needing to get right back up. So A40 times 2, A41 times 4, C6, D22 times 4, F10 times 2, F11 times 4, F12A times 2, F12B. Why are they F12A and B? Like, why they just decided they're going to start doing, like, alpha suffixes? Anyway, P6 times 8 times 8, and P17, so this is a big step. 2, 6, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 21, 29, 30 pieces. There's 30 pieces on this one step. I don't know how long that's going to take. I do know it's going to bump us from 178 pieces to 208 pieces. But how long is it going to take to do this one little section that happens to be 30 pieces? I don't know, man. I don't know how long it's going to take just to find these pieces. To find 30 pieces, but let's get started. A40 times 2. Well, I got the A40s. I got 2 of them. How about the A41s? Yeah. I got 4 A41s. I guess it's going pretty good so far. It's going to be tough to get those 41s out without knocking out extras. I did knock out extras. I knew that would be tough. All right, C6. Just, wow, C6. The C sheet's almost empty. It's a ruler? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We're building a printing press. I guess it needs a onboard ruler. All right, D22 times 4. Some piece just flew out of the boards. I have no idea what piece that is. All right, D22. If I'm not mistaken, that's D22. I might be mistaken, though. All right, no, that's D22. All right. So definitely D22. And we definitely just knocked 4 of them out of the board. All right, F10 times 2. Is F the last board? Yeah. Seems like we use the F board a lot and the D board not so much. No, sorry, the E board not so much. I don't know why that is, but seems to be the case. All right, F10 times 2. I see F12B, but yeah, that's something we need, F12B. And F12A. I don't know how to tell, like, which ones are A and which ones are B. Again, we need, like, the power of the zoom. All right, so that's A, that's B. All right, I'll put the A's on top and the B's on bottom and hope that I remember that. I would say post in chat to remind me if I forget, but I doubt anyone's going to be in this chat that's the show starting 3 hours late. But anyway, at least I'm here. 3 hours late in the grand scheme of things, it means nothing. People often watch these puzzles when they're doing them. So the person who watches this video might not be getting this puzzle until their birthday, like 10 years from now. So the fact that we're streaming 3 hours late doesn't really mean anything. All right, we still need 2 F10s and 4 F11s. What is this, like, test? It says test. All right, F10, F11. They could be among the pieces that... Oh, there's the F10s. Okay. Sometimes we have pieces on the side, like over here, that have, like, fallen out. And we just use them whatever. All right, F11 is this little spokes here. Yeah, they need 4 of them. They need all 4 of those F11s. That's F10. Here comes F11. And that's it for the wooden pieces. Now we just need those P's. 8 P6s and a P17. So, what do you think those pieces are? Like, what do you think we need 8 of? Alright, P17 is this piece, this big piece. Square shaft. So, it doesn't mention the millimeters, but if you just zoom in here, you can see that it's a square. Is that obvious that it's a square? It's a square, trust me. Alright, now what is P6? P6 is a 7 millimeter tapping screw. It doesn't say where it is. So that means there's probably going to be a bag that just says P6 and has like all of them on it. Yeah, here it is. Here's the P6 bag. So we need 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more. There we go. 2. Of course, 2 came out when I was looking for one more. All right, what do we got here? 4, 8. We somehow have 10 here. So I'll try to put 2 of them back. Did I grab the screwdriver? If I did, I don't know what I did with it. But that's okay. I've got like 10 extra screwdrivers from doing these puzzles. I donate the plastic puzzles when I'm done, after I stream them, but the wooden puzzles, they usually can't be, reset. You just basically just throw. I don't want to say that I throw them out because I certainly have a few of them lined up on my dresser, but you don't reuse them. You don't rebuild them. So however you want to describe that. All right. So we're going to start off. Wait a minute. Did we not collect those A41s? A41 times 4. Okay, no, we do. We have A41s right here. All right, A41 is right there. So we're going to start off with 4 F11s and 4 F41s. And we're just going to put those all together. So, and then we're going to wax them up. These things are not going to fit. What am I missing here? They're definitely not going to fit there. These say 41 on them. Yeah, they do say 41. You know what? I think this is not the piece that I was looking for. I think this is the piece I was looking for. So we need 2 of those at each end, 4 of these in the middle, and these F10s. So there's a lot going on here. But for starters, we just put these 41s into the F11s. It's interesting that on one side they get an F10 in between and the other side they don't. But I think the sides are the same length. Pretty sure they are. Yeah, so I guess they're going to stick out on one side. I don't know. Doesn't look like that. Oh, I know what's going to happen. The F10s are going to slide over the middle section. I think that's what's going to happen. All right, I guess we'll find that out in a second. A minute, more like a minute. And then we've got that square piece of steel. I feel like that should go in there. But then this should be much longer than it is. Anyway, it is what it is. So I guess we'll see when we put it together. Probably it's going to be on the middle of that, square piece of steel. Like not on the ends like a like a axle for a car, but more like, I don't know what it would have the thing in the middle. I guess a printing press, though honestly I don't know why a printing press would need it in the middle, but that seems to be the case. Gears in the middle. Alright, one more of these. I'm tempted to say, and we could finally get started, because that's what it feels like. That is tight. It's not going in. I don't want to break the piece, and that's what's going to happen if I force it. So let's just try to work it in there. Wiggle it a little bit. There we go. Nope. Let's try again. Wow. It's not going in. Alright. Alright, it's in. We did it. Alright, now we put the two F10s on. And those are going to slide all the way down, I believe. Yep. St. Patrick's Day is coming up on Sunday. You know, a puzzle I did in the last year, ROKR AK-47, it became the most watched video on my channel with like 20,000 views, but for the previous, like, I don't know, 14 years or so, the most watched video on my channel was a St. Patrick's Day video called Frank Sinatra Reincarnated as a 4-leaf clover on St. Patrick's Day, or something like that. And it's like this CGI. I mean, I did it in Crazy Talk Animator. It's like this 4-leaf clover that looks like Frank Sinatra, and he's doing a set on St. Patrick's Day, and he's making a bunch of corny, like, St. Patrick's Day jokes and singing some songs with some modified lyrics. And that has like 8,500 views. So that's like, you know, for the over a decade, that was the most viewed video on my channel, and it picks up more views every St. Patty's Day. But now the ROKR AK-47 has surpassed that, and I'm not really sure why, because I've tried doing other rifle-based models and they don't get any views. So something about that ROKR, I guess it has good sales numbers, and people who buy it search for a video, and usually the videos are the type where you have to like pause them as they go along if you want to keep pace, whereas mine, you would probably fast forward because you'll probably put it together quicker than me. So sort of depends which one you pick. Do you want to press pause a lot, or do you want to press fast forward a lot? That's how you sort of decide which video. And it's obvious because my video will be like 10 hours long and someone else's will be like 10 minutes. So it's like really obvious, you know, which video you're getting by the length. I'm being very careful putting this gear on because I don't want to break the pins that it's going on to. But I'll tell you, it's really going slowly here, as we've talked about. So I did something cool today. I walked, it actually was in the neighborhood where I work, and I walked there. It was just this like mile route called Highline, and one of the ends of it, I think there's like, it kind of like, it's not just a straight line, it kind of has a few paths, but one of the paths starts in Hudson Yards, which is where I work. And, you know, I probably passed by it 100 times before and didn't see the entrance. You know, it's funny, I was watching like some 1918 Alice in Wonderland movie yesterday. And I think it's pretty much like that, like Alice in Wonderland. You know, in that old movie, they say that she's dreaming and in the dream world. But I think the sort of more fantastical explanation that a lot of people go with is that it's there, that entrance is there all the time, and people just overlook it. That entrance to Wonderland. Probably it's, I think the dream interpretation probably is the more logical one, but it definitely happens. Like, I was very busy with my work today, so I didn't get a chance to go to Wikipedia yet, but I plan to go and look up, like, how long's that High Line been in Manhattan? Maybe it's been there 100 years and I've never seen it. But I saw it today, and there was a bunch of tourists also walking on it. Like, not like a bunch, like it was completely packed with tourists. So I'm thinking, like, all these tourists knew about this. Like, I'm a native New Yorker. I'm living here over 50 years. And it's the first I heard of it was today, and one of the entrances is like within 100 yards of the building I work in, and I just discovered it for the first time today. So maybe there's something like that where you live, where you think, where the tourists know about it, but you don't. All right, A40. I think this is A40. So we have to take the square piece. Yep, there's a square hole in the A40. So the A40 goes in. They want it waxed. I don't know if they want it waxed just the edge or everywhere. I'm just going to wax everywhere. Actually, I think they want the faces waxed so it can turn. So that makes me want to wax the faces of these as well. All right. I'm not sure how deep to put it on. That's another problem. Like, I can put all these pieces on this piece of steel, but I wish they would say how far to push them in. Because I don't want to do something that I have to undo later. Like, do they want them just on the ends? No, they want them push. Oh, there he goes. So they want us to use this ruler to do 80 mil on one side and 67 on the other. Well, that's actually kind of easy because this ruler is 80 mil. So you push one to the end of the ruler, and then you push this piece to the one that's at 80, and then you put the other one just on the other side, and it's going to add up to 67. The problem is that we don't have it through yet. Now we do. Problem solved. Whoa, that went at like rocket speed when it finally started moving. Alright, so another one of these A40s on the other side, and we're again going to wax it up. And then after we put it on, we'll measure and see if it's like roughly 67 millimeters on, which is what they claim it'll be. So, all right, we got 80 on this side. So is it going to be 67 on this side? It sure is. That couldn't be more accurate. Let me just give you a close-up of that. There you go, 67. Okay. What's next? Alright, we waxed it up. Alright, so they want us to put it longer side through this hole, but how are we going to get the other side in? Alright, let's just put it in there and see what happens. Alright, so matching their orientation, we're going to put the longer side through that hole. And then they didn't say yet, but I think the shorter side is going to go through that hole. Let's see. Yep, sure enough, that's the next instruction. Kind of looks like a rotisserie chicken right now. that you would get from Costco. Look at that. I mean, that's definitely a rotisserie because look, we're using the square, you know? The square is like perfect for rotisserie because you don't have to guess like the number of degrees. You just turn the square and that's a 90-degree turn. So this definitely looks like rotisserie. And that shape does look like a chicken, but obviously it's a part of a printing press. It's making me hungry for Costco rotisserie chicken though. Alright, so now that we have this in here, we need to put some caps on the end. And we need to build those first. So F12, it's going to be an F12 and F8. It's like basically pairs. And like an F12A and an F12B and 4 P6s. And we have to do that basically times 2. But the other set, it's going to be like a mirror image. Actually, I'm not sure how they're different. I understand that they're going to be different when they get attached to the structure, but in both cases, you're putting the screws into the F12A side. So I actually think they could have written times 2 here, and I think the only reason they didn't is like to show you that it's going to go on each end. But in terms of building them, I think it's going to be the same. All right, so we put the FA on top so we wouldn't mess up. So FA, FB, and 4 P6s. Just I put the FAs, I put the F12As up here and the F12Bs down here. So there's the A, there's the B. We got to make sure that the gears line up. I think they do, but just make sure that they do. And then 4 of these screws. So we're going to put that together right now. Tapping screws. Does that mean we could tap start them? I think I should start all 4 and then attach the 2 pieces, or start 1 and then work on the others. I think I'm going to do 2, but have the 2 be like 180 degrees from each other. I think that'll work. Right. Now we need the screws to line up and the gears to line up. And then we need to wax the gears. But let's get them together first, and then we'll wax them second. Pretty sure that caught. Now let's get the other one in. It's actually 3 more to get in, but I say the other one that was started. But then we still got 2 that are not started. This gear is kind of hurting my fingers to like grip it tight while I'm screwing these in. But it won't be for long. Only got 8 screws to put in. And 2 of them are already in, so only 6 more. But dang, it is hurting my finger. There's probably some other better way to hold this than squeezing them with my fingers, but I can't think of it at the moment. Maybe just put it against the table. I feel like it would slide around. The screw end is actually going to go towards the structure. Going to be on the inside. So like the screws are here and they're going to go on the inside. There's going to be other pieces That's why I'm not putting it on yet. Those other pieces are 2 D22s, which is actually a pretty simplistic piece. And of course they need to be waxed, those D22s. And of course this gear needs to be waxed. And they're showing to use that tool to push it on. I guess remember that tool that we've been using? Usually for aligning washers, but it's also going to work here. It has a square in the middle, and I guess that square, probably that square piece of steel is going to slide right through it, I guess. Here it is. Let's see. Well, it's way big. All right, let's do the waxing. So, even though we wanted today to be a short episode, it's not, because this panel just happened to be a long panel. They only show waxing the inner D22. I don't know if the outer one is implied. I also don't know how deep to put them. I mean, we know one's like a shorter side and one's a longer side. But how deep do we put on the gears? Does it tell us? Yeah, 11 millimeters from the end. Well, I certainly can't eyeball 11 millimeters. And not only that, it shows it on this side, and I built that side. Let's just start it on this side, and then we'll measure the millimeters on the other side. And then push this side in further once we know how far we can push it. Wow. They say to push with this thing, but what about the other side? I guess I'll just grab this ruler maybe. Should I turn it sideways and push it against something? God, I got a piece that's fairly big and strong. Oh no, that was bad. I just pulled this structure apart, trying to push this one together. Alright, let's do the turn sideways thing. That's not going to work. We need like, it's not going to reach the table that way. Alright, let's not worry about this until we get the other side on. So again, the A8 on the inside, and then the 4 screws, these 2 pieces, wax them. Alright, let's start 2. So the F12A on the inside and the F12B on the outside. Start 2 of them, 180 degrees apart, and then once we get those screwed into the F12B gear, then we'll put in the other 2. So yeah, I gotta look up that Highline Park in Manhattan. It has like these railroad tracks, and it seems like it has a lot of fancy architecture. So much so that I feel like that walk must have come first before the buildings, but maybe it was just like train tracks. For example, on Staten Island, we have like we don't have subway on Staten Island, we have like above ground trains, and maybe this was like an above ground train line, this High Line, like basically this elevated sidewalk. Nowadays, maybe it was an elevated train like 100 years ago, and now it's like just exists as a park. Like, that makes me think 100 years from now, Staten Island is going to have what's now the train line is going to be like a walk that people will take, or maybe a run. Maybe they'll run like marathons on it or something. Or maybe they'll only keep a mile of it, like they did in Manhattan. But then it's going to make that property. I don't know if that property is valuable, or if the people just like doing fancy architecture on it because they know that there's going to be tourists walking by every day, and it's just like, like, I'm a regular person, so I made a bunch of comic books as just a way to like have some sort of expression, like public expression. But if I was a billionaire, maybe I would build a building that people can see from Highline Park, because there'd be 1,000 tourists passing by it every day. Like, I made comic books, but there's no guarantee anyone will ever read them. Whereas if you did some good architecture on a building that was alongside Highline Park in Manhattan, it'd be a guarantee that not only would there be neighbors who appreciate it, but there'd be 1,000 tourists passing by per day. I don't know. I mean, it's something. I'm just sort of assuming that some rich people do that. I don't really know that for sure. Seems logical to me that, if you've got the money, you think, well, I want a building and I want the building to be nice. It's kind of like how a blue collar worker buys a truck and, invests in his truck. I'm thinking like a billionaire buys a building and invests in their building. I don't know. It sounds right to me. I don't know if it is right, but like, sounds like it might be right. But it's just kind of a hunch. But maybe I'll go on Wikipedia and find out that it's accurate. Accurate hunch. I gotta do that tomorrow. Tonight's already shot. Mostly because of my work. I'm trying to squeeze these two pieces together. I'm not sure if I can, but I'm going to try. No, it's not moving at all. The next thing I'm thinking is to put it like kind of off the edge of the desk, so I can push against the desk. Definitely can't touch this existing wooden structure, and I don't want to push too hard because then this thing will stab me in the fingers. Wow, that's not going on. All right, let's see what else. How many pieces? That's all of the pieces. All right, so I don't know when I'm going to push these on. But I'm probably going to do it all. In general, this puzzle's been going pretty badly. We're on, day 10, and we're only up to page 12 in the book. Bulk-wise, it does seem like we've constructed quite a bit, but none of it is like fitting together. I think that I've mentioned this problem with ROKR puzzles before. Not all of them. Some of them, the pinball and the gun, you sort of see what you're building, but some of them are like this, where I don't know, like, it's not really, things aren't really clicking together. You don't really get the sense that you're building something. You're just creating a bunch of parts, which I guess are going to all click together at some point. It's going to all come together at once, I guess. Anyway, so we're going to do more of that tonight, but it's also been just my schedule. It's like I've been working like 12 to 14 hours a day. I've worked every day this month. I basically don't get a break. And I'm not complaining about that because, I do have to pay my mortgage, so it's nice to have work. But the problem is that I end up being tired and make these streams short. And then in terms of the themes where I want to talk about writing, I don't have time to think of what I want to say. I do have something I want to say for tonight. So actually, that's not a fail, because the way it works out is because I'm doing the puzzle so slow, there end up being more entries in the themes because, honestly, there's always something to say. And it may not be that bad because then when I compile it together later, I'll have a lot to work with. So I'll have like at least 10 days of comments on writing, and I'm sure there'll be more when I'm done. So let's look at the first, the next instruction that we need to do, and then while I'm pulling up the pieces for that, I'll talk about the writing a little bit more. All right, so page 12. Does that mean we finished page 11? No, we did not finish page 11. We got some instructions here. That's a different puzzle. The gears are in the middle. Okay. So the gears are in the middle, but they're not really like permanently in the middle because these end pieces need to be like squished in so that stuff will stay in the middle. Oh man, do you see that? It went like lightning speed. I almost hurt myself. And it went too far, which is frankly what I was worried about was going to happen, that it was going to slide all at once too far. I actually thought it was going to stab me in the palm of the hand and I would get injured. So at least that didn't happen. But like, here you go again. I like can't really get this thing to move. And then as you saw on this side, when it moves, it went at lightning speed. I can't believe I didn't think to hit the, what is that button called? The instant replay button. That would have been a good use of it. So anyway, we got to get it through on this side. So now the other side is like all through. But this side still is not. We got to get it on. And then we can play with the, like which side. There we go. All right, so we got them to both move a little bit. So now we can sort of play with which one is in further. It looks like they're in the middle right now, but I think we're not done yet. Because as I recall, the instructions gave some very specific measurements as to how far the... Oh, okay, that was... What is that? Oh, that's from the middle piece. So that probably didn't move. All right, so we don't have to break out the calipers yet. They gave some instructions here, 80 mil on one side, 67 on the other. But that was with regards to this middle piece, which we've already done. So with regards to the ends, I'm not sure if we're just supposed to center it or what. If we're supposed to center it, we're not there yet. About 11 mil. 11. Okay, so we're not supposed to center it. But we're supposed to have... what's wrong with this camera? I didn't set up camera 4 yet. Okay, there we go. Now it's set up. So this is supposed to be 11 millimeters. So let me grab the calipers and see what it is. It's probably not 11, but you know what? It honestly looks like it might be 11. I guess we're going to find out in a minute. So that's 11. No, okay, we got to move it a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. Yeah, that's going to be tough to do. Because we don't want what happened before, which is it gets stuck and then it goes at like lightning speed. I maybe need to tap it a little bit like a mallet. Because if I push it, it's going to be sticking. And then all at once, it's going to go like, like right across. So I think if we tap it, as annoying. Oh, it went too far. All right, that tapping worked too well. So let's see if we can get that back out. And now it's going to be like the thing where you try to even out the legs on a chair and you keep making one side shorter. You know what? Is that 11 millimeters? It does say about. I mean, just to show you, the instructions say about. So it's not like super critical. Like this might be 12, but I think I'd rather just leave it at 12 than go crazy. I just got a ping. It could be spam or it could be Let's see if it's show related. I'm going to check my phone. Give me a minute. All right, sorry about that. Okay. So, all that we did there, playing with this bar, this was just to complete what we were supposed to do yesterday. So, that's now done. So now we're going to move on to today. So, page 12. All right, page 12. We got to collect A42, A43, A44, B21, D23, F25, P4 times 2, P5 times 2, P15. So that is 3, 6, 8, 10, 11 pieces. So the piece counter is going to go from 208 to 219. And I'll talk to you about writing while I find those pieces. All right, so there's a style of writing. There are actually people who've done this as like a career. But I think that was back like 100 years ago when, or at least 50 years ago when not everybody had thought to write books yet. Actually, when you look at history and you see like, is Joyce the guy's name? I have this idea in my mind. The guy might be Joyce, his name. Anyway, he wrote Stream of Consciousness. And you're not supposed to publish that, Stream of Consciousness, in my opinion. But you should write it. There should be some times where you write furiously. And that is because you're thinking while you're doing it. And you're making connections. But you don't necessarily want to click publish after those sessions. Like, I think I've told this story before. My graphic novel, 700 Nights, I wrote that like one Thursday night. Like, I wasn't even planning on it. I just like wrote the whole book. I had been like watching videos and making outlines for a while. And then one day I just was like, all right, we're doing this. And I just like started writing and I didn't stop till it was done. Now, I say that I wrote it all in one night, but here's the reality. It got rewritten, every day for the next whatever year or whatever it took to produce that book. So even though it was written like sort of stream of consciousness one night, writing furiously rather than like sleeping, but that's not what ended up. Like it did, kind of did. Maybe I would have to go back and find my notes from that day to see how much, from that session really ended up in the final novel. But there was a lot of energy captured. Like, I'm not sure if that book would have ever been done. Like, that's, I have books that weren't completed, but by getting it done once, there's this, you've got something to work with. Is Michelangelo the name of the guy who carved David, that like 14-foot statue of that guy, naked guy who's got like a slingshot or whatever? So you don't carve that immediately. Like, he didn't start with the guy's nutsack. He like started by like taking a block of stone and like creating a shape. And then from that shape, he created something that looked like an NPC meme. And then from that NPC meme, he started drilling down into like the veins on the guy's hand or whatever. So it's a little easier when you're writing. You don't have to like fill in with plaster if you chip out too much. But the same concept applies. Like, you're not just gonna create, Michelangelo's the David by just like chiseling away furiously one night. It's not going to be done. But you might get inspired, with something in your brain, and you might pick the piece and you might sketch out on the rock where you're going to like hit it. Like, you might have a session that results in makes you feel like you're definitely going to complete this. So like, when you write furiously and like don't stop until you're done, you might get to that point where you start telling people that this book is done, like you finished it. You stayed up all last night and you wrote it. And the reality is that what you wrote may get edited 1,000 times before it gets published, but in your mind that you have something. You created a story and it can be finished. That's not the only benefit. There's also like an energy to it. Like, if you just keep doing one thing, like, you ever play like a video game for a long time? Like longer than you should. And it starts becoming like rote. Like, you become like one with the controller and you can like think something and you don't even know what buttons you're pressing, but it like does it on the screen. Well, you can get that way into what you're writing, where you're not even like thinking straight, but you're so locked in that you're doing things that your like normal self wouldn't do. I think there was a movie about this, Jerry Maguire, and he was like writing all night, and he wrote something that he thought was amazing. Sorry that it's taken me so long to pick all these pieces. It's like very faded here, and I can't really, like, I'm trying to find B21 right now, and I can't see it. I don't know if it's because it's faded. Like, I see B20 there, but where's B21? Anyway, so Jerry Maguire like stays up, and there's B22. Where the hell is B21? So Jerry Maguire stays up all night and he types this stuff, and he like prints it out and he gives it to all the people in his company. And he felt really passionate when he was writing it at night, but then he puts it in the box and everyone reads it and they're like snickering and they think it's ridiculous. Like, this is not how you do your job. You're supposed to just like, do what everyone else does and not buck the system, and certainly don't be so dramatic about it if you do. But then there's like one secretary who's like, I thought it was a good writing. She understood that what was really a value was the change of mind that he had. It wasn't really like, a lot of his ideas were probably bad in that document. They weren't all good. They weren't meant to be published. He published too soon. But when he was writing, he was thinking he was going to publish. I don't see this B21 anywhere. I got to look among my scrap pieces. Maybe it's there. So he thought he was gonna, he really meant it when he was writing it, but it didn't like end up being correct. He went too far. Not everything he said in that document was correct, but his energy was so good that it impressed this secretary. And I think there was one like athlete, like he was Jerry Maguire was like an agent of athletes, and it impressed like one worker and one athlete, and the other people were like snickering, like, look at this idiot. Those people are losers. You have to be willing to be an idiot. You're not going to succeed if you're worried about being laughed at. And you're not going to succeed if you don't make mistakes. Like, yeah, you have to be willing to be an idiot. It's, as we talked on a previous episode, you also should follow the 24-hour rule, which is like not clicking publish until 24 hours after you think that you're done. So, I'm not saying that you're going to publish your stream of consciousness, but just do it. Just start writing and don't stop until you're done. You've got out everything you want to say. Could do this on anything. Again, don't click publish. Because there have been people who've done this. There's people who've written out something that could be termed like a manifesto and like taped it to someone else's door. That's probably not going to work out well. That's probably one of those, you can write it at that point. You might as well just even like burn that document and just to have the memories of it in your brain. I mean, some of these things that you're going to write are not worth saving. And I'm sure that, Michelangelo probably produced a lot of, he probably by volume, he probably produced as much gravel as he did monuments, statues, because not everything you do is the David. A lot of it is going to become gravel. All right. Why can this is like the worst I've ever done at finding pieces. Like, am I staring right at B21 and I don't see it? All right, what I have to do is go back to the instructions and see what shape these pieces have. All right, so B21 is like it looks like a candy cane. Honestly, that looks like the type of piece that I would like throw out and think was a scrap of wood. Hopefully I didn't do that with the actual B21. So somewhere here there's a piece that looks like a candy cane. B42, that's not it. B34, B6. Where the heck is B21? I'm really beginning to think that I threw it out thinking it was a piece of scrap wood. B41, B43, B21, yeah. Alright, let's look through our scrap piles again, at least now knowing what shape we're looking for. This is from the B sheet, but this is B1. B24, so there are a lot of pieces that fell out of the B board. These are A's. All right. All right, I'm just going to scan this board like every inch. B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9, B10. I mean, they seem to be going in order. B11, B13, B14, B6, B18, B17, B15, B16, B28, B10, B22, B31, 32, 30, 29, B33, B28, B27, B26. Are these 50s? B51, B50, B49, B48, B44, B43, B38, B37, B42, B41, B40, B45, B46, B47, B53, B54, 5, 6, 57. A lot of B57s, B56, a lot of B58s, B35. I do not see B21 anywhere. And the only thing that's missing from the B sheet is this piece. Like, you can see exactly where this piece came from if I put it here. So this, what is this? This is B1. So this is B1. Have we not used the B sheet all day until this section? Because it really looks like the B sheet is complete once you put the B1 back. All right, let's just see. Yeah, B21. Does look like there's something missing from in between these two B22s. Do you think that could have been B21? It does look like there's something missing there, but maybe not. I also don't think it's the right shape. There's supposed to be more to it. B21. Is this it? D2. Does that say D2? D2, yeah. Alright. I can't see it. This is so crazy. I'm going to give up. Alright, I'm just going to put this really close and look for that B21 again. B23, B22, B10, B4, B3, B6, B7. I'm using the monitor to check this board, so I can't find it with my eyes. This is insane. There's no B21. Does anyone see it? There's definitely no B21 here. I see it. I see B21. All right. It's right here. That's some really like tiny writing. It was like written much smaller than every other piece. And it's very faded. Like in real life, it's faded. I pulled out more pieces than I need. So now these pieces will be tough to find later because they're going in the scrap pile. But we do have the B21, finally. Alright, so A43, A44. We also didn't find A42. Let's use the same system to try to find that. Alright, A42, where are you? Okay, A47, 40, there's 42. It's gone. A42 is in the scrap pile somewhere. You can see where it came from. Was it this piece? Yeah, that's it. So that's A42. Came from there. All right, A42, A43, A44, B21. That was way too much work to just get 4 pieces out of a box. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, next piece is D23. I can't believe I ran out of that writing topic before we even found all the pieces. That's like pathetic. I was like starting to repeat myself with that Jerry Maguire stuff. It is true though that you want to like have some sessions where you just write like until you reach like an altered consciousness state, because whatever you're writing, it's like a real thing that exists. Even if it hasn't been thought of or written yet, it's like it must be. And the deeper you go into that, state of beyond yourself writing, the closer you are to unlocking that work. I know it sounds a little bit like maybe those, like, I think Joe Rogan talks about taking ayahuasca. I would never take ayahuasca. I would never take any drug, but I would write until I reached that point. I remember my friend telling me about, my friend was kind of a lunatic, and he would do stuff just to do it. Like, he kind of like, he should have written like an autobiography, because he would do things like, this one's not that crazy, but he would like go to Japan and teach English, like just to have a reason to go to Japan. And he would go like to some country place and like swim in a hole in the ground, and go on some hiking trip. I'm not describing these well, but basically on one of these trips, he met these people who did this drum circle, and it was like they would sit in a circle. I think this was like in a country hiking type environment he was in, and someone would start a beat, and then someone else would like join the beat, and then people would like each find their own places in the beat, and they would be doing this, like, it's called a drum circle, and they were literally in a circle. And if the conditions were right, I mean, you could do it during the day in the sunlight, and I'm sure that that's when most of it was done, but it could also be done at the campfire at night. And this drum circle, like, if you think about when you listen to a song, maybe there's like some song like Freebird or Dazed and Confused that go on for 11 minutes. But even them, the drums, first of all, there's lyrics, there's beat, and the drums are kind of like sophisticated. But when you're in a drum circle, everyone's finding their beat, and it's becoming repetitive because you can't really change it that much. I mean, once in a while someone could take on a little bit extra, but for the most part, it's pretty repetitive, and it will go on as long as people don't stop doing it. So the same beat, and your role in the beat, and everyone else's role, it just keeps going like on and on. And if you're doing this like while you're sitting in a circle around a campfire, I mean, it's already like sensory deprivation, because it's like black, it's night. And then you've got this, I mean, a fire, it doesn't sound like much these days, but for the ancient world, a fire was a hologram. Like, they didn't have TV back then. They didn't have computers and video games. The fire was like the most you possibly could have going on. So you've got the black of night, and you've got the dance of the fire, and that's taking care of your visuals. And now your audio, there's no logic, there's no words, there's no speaking to people. There's a drum beat, it's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be a droning drum beat, but it's a repetitive drum beat. And you're participating in it. So even your thoughts are being like locked by this drum beat. So now you've taken away your sight and your sound, and you're extending it to a long period of time. It's like, I'm saying 11 minutes for some of these rock songs, but this drum circle is going to be probably at least 20 minutes. So this is quite an experience. You can sort of temporarily lose your mind. in this sort of experience, in this sort of environment. So I was telling that story to say, like, some people take drugs, ayahuasca. I have no idea what ayahuasca is. I just know that, like, these people on Like Ancient Aliens mention it, so I have no idea what it is. But whatever it is, it messes with your brain, and you could do this also just by sitting in a drum circle at a campfire. Like, you don't have to take drugs to experience an altered state of consciousness. Wow, I still haven't started building yet because I can't find any pieces that we need. Like, there's P16. Where's P15? What does P15 look like? It's a 10 millimeter screw with gasket, and it's in bag 2. And P4 doesn't say what bag it's in, but that's a 4 millimeter screw with gasket. So we're looking for screws with gaskets. A long one in bag 2, and 4 short ones that the instructions don't tell us which bag they're in. But at least we kind of have a reference, because like the P15, which this is 10 millimeters, and the P4, which we're looking for, the P4 is 4 millimeters. That's a coincidence that the P4 is 4 millimeters. So it looks like there's a screw with gasket in here, but that's, again, the long one. The short one, I don't know where we're going to find that. It didn't tell us in the instructions. It didn't say what bag it was in. Oh, okay, because there's a bag labeled P4. So we need 4 of these. All right, this was only 11 pieces, and we took 35 minutes to find them. I haven't started the stream. We're 35 minutes into the stream. I haven't started building yet. All we've been doing is finding pieces, and it's only 11 pieces. It took us 35 minutes to find 11 pieces. This might be the worst ever done on this stream. Might be, I'm not sure. I think yes, though. I think that's like the worst performance in finding pieces that has ever taken place. All right, we may now proceed building. All right, so we're going to take P25 and we're going to stick B21 and stick it into F25. Why are they showing yellow? Oh, we need to wax. Okay, everywhere it's yellow needs to be waxed. Okay. So they want to wax up this entire B21. It needs to be waxed. All right. And then this F25 needs to be waxed. Basically where these bumps are. I'm not sure that... It's probably some gear is going to move up and down them. That's what they look like. I'm not sure. Comb, maybe? I'm not sure what the term for that is. But anyway, where it's bumpy. And then let's say we're holding this F25 up with the circle on the bottom and the 2 slits on the left. So that side's facing us. It's also the side that says F25. And we're going to take the B21 and we're going to shove it right in there, looking at that face of the piece. All right. That actually is what we're supposed to do second. If you look at the instructions, that's marked with a 2. So I don't know how badly we've messed things up, because the first thing we're supposed to do is attach the springs using P5s and P4s. So let's do that now. Better late than never, I guess. Okay. I see why they wanted us to do the other piece first, because it kind of goes underneath it. But I don't think it's a big deal. I'll just pull that piece out. As long as it doesn't break, it's not a big deal. If it breaks, then we're screwed. But I don't think it will. Alright, so now we're going to screw this piece in. The spring kind of pulls the piece. The spring like pulls at the screw and gets it out of your hand. But I think if I put the screwdriver and the screw head, then I've got a way to fight back, to win that tug of war with the spring. I got some metal on my side. Wow. Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. You also got to pay attention to which direction you're putting this in, because the spring can, it's not in the middle. The circle attached to the spring, the end that it's at is the end that should lie flat against this piece of wood. If you put it through the other direction, it's not going to fit right. And it's probably still going to work, but it's not going to be as good as it could be. It's not going to, it might get jammed, you know, or it might not work at all. But even if it just gets jammed more frequently, that's going to be annoying. All right, let's try again. Wow. Someone with like smaller fingers probably could do this much easier than I. All right, we got it this time. I think. Let's see. All right, and then snap this piece back on, and then we're going to do the same thing on this side. Another screw inside another spring is going to get screwed in on the other side. And does anyone want to guess where the other two screws and springs are going to go? I see it maybe on this piece, this D23. I don't see two circles on any other pieces. Like this one clearly has two circles. I don't see any other pieces having two circles. But they got to go somewhere. So I guess we'll find out. So we've only been doing like a page per night, and I thought for sure that we would get further tonight, but doesn't seem like it. $35 to find 11 pieces. That is so bad. And the funny thing is this is not a bad puzzle. It's not a bad puzzle. There's not a lot of pieces. I have no excuses for why I'm going this slow. Oh, there's some note. After tightening the screws, loosen them up a little bit to make the springs upright. The springs have to be upright? Okay, I see what you mean there. So just, do we retighten them after we get the springs upright? Well, I think the springs are basically upright. And if you figure that they're going to get pulled in some direction, that's going to solve the problem. This spring is like bent. Anyway, it'll get screwed somewhere, and then we'll never again have to worry about it. Alright, so 2 P4s, 2 P5s, B21, F25. What next? Check the length before assembling. Okay. Check the length, 11 millimeters. Yeah, we already did that. We did that in the last page. Now, you want to use the P15, the long screw, and it's crazy where this is going to go. It's going to go into that plastic. There's like plastic pipe that holds that printing plate, and that's where this is going. Like, that's not even a fixed piece, but we're going to be screwing this huge piece of wood into it. All right, so I don't really follow what that's going to do for us, but we're going to do it. So let's match their orientation. So they have like the spine of this plastic piece sitting up. The way you can tell that is that the longer pipe is on the bottom. You see like one pipe is shorter than the other. So the longer one is on the bottom. And that's exactly where this long screw is going to go. So the teeth on the right, just trying to match the orientation. The teeth on the right, the springs on the far side. And then we're going to put in the screw. And we're going to screw it into that bottom pipe. I don't know that it's going to like stay there, because that piece, as I said, moves, but I don't know. Let's do it, and see what happens. I guess there's something in there that's going to catch the screw. Can't really tell from outside. By the way, nothing's catching that screw. It's just sliding in there. All right. Let's try again. I got to see that screw go in. Okay. Trying to get an angle where I can see the screw from both sides. I don't know if you can see it. I can. So I'll tilt it a little more until you can see it. Oh, you know what? I don't have to do all this. Slide the whole piece of wood completely onto that pipe. That's the answer. That's how you do it. All right. And then screw the screw in. It doesn't say how tight to screw it. I screwed it pretty tight. I think that makes sense because look at this. We got this piece here, and the teeth like line up with this piece. So I don't know exactly what that's going to do yet, but something. I feel like it's probably going to be another one that goes on the other side, and that's probably where those springs go, which makes me think that we're missing a piece. We are missing a piece. What is that piece? So all those pieces we collected, we didn't get all the pieces we needed. Or do we have that piece? Is it this piece? No, it's not this piece because this has some weird thing on top. So I don't know what that piece is. And it's not labeled. Is it something we already built on a prior night? Oh no, it's something new. A43. Oh, it's a combination of a bunch of other pieces. All right. So we have to build that thing, but it's going to be easy. All right. So step one, we click. Let me see here. This is it. This is A43. Yeah. So we're going to click that into this D23. There's only one spot it can go. Click it into that spot. Now, A42 is going to go right in front of that piece. It's kind of like they're like double framed windows or something. double pane. I don't know what it's called, but check it out. It's like these windows are like recessed. I don't know. I'm calling them windows. They look like windows, but apparently this is some tiny printing press. So, like printing presses don't have windows, do they? They probably have vents, but not windows. All right. So 3 of the 4 pieces are together. The 4th piece is this piece. Is that the RCA dog sitting on top of the Acropolis? What is that piece? That's a funny piece. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I don't know. RCA dog sitting on the Acropolis. That's what I'm going to go with. That's my interpretation of that piece. All right, so where does that go? There's a wide tab here, and there's a wide slot there. And apparently, that's how this all clicks together. There we go. That's the piece. So that's why we couldn't find this piece, because it was actually 4 pieces. All right. And that's going to go outside of this piece that we already installed. So that still doesn't explain this second set of springs and screws that we have. Like, I don't know where that's going to go. But at least this is going to hopefully pin this prior piece in so it doesn't fall out. There's, as you can see, the left side and the right side look different. I'm just assuming that that's going to match up with whatever's under there. I'm just going to press and assume it's going to work. It did. Yeah. All right, good. That's good. All right. So check the engaging position of the gears. I think we already did that. We were just kind of fooling around, and it looked to us like the gears were engaging. Right? Of course, when I did that, it pops out the other piece. What's going on there? Let's try that again. So why did that happen? Why did that pop out? It looks like it should be able to move. I think I just was, I don't know what was the problem. Yeah, that can move without knocking that piece out. I don't know why it wasn't. Not sure what I did wrong there. Okay, we still got 2 springs and 2 screws. Where do they go? After tightening the screws, loosen. Do they go on the other side? Were they just wrong? Did we only need 2 springs and 2 screws? Because they only show 2 of them in the instructions. I mean, look with me. So, oh, they do say 2. We didn't need 4. Okay. So, I'll just put these back in the bag, I guess. Yeah, and I even counted to 11. So at one point I knew that it only took 2 pieces. But somehow I counted out 4 of each. All right, we got to at least get through page 12. So D24, E2, G1. Is there a G board? The boards don't go up to G, do they? Alright, I guess G is the last board. I don't know. No, E, F, G. G comes after F, right? There's literally no G board. They're asking for a piece on a board that doesn't exist. Oh my goodness. How am I going to... Alright, let's take a look at what it looks like. P37. P37 is the tweezers. D24. We should be able to find that. The D board is decimated. D22s. There's 5 D22s, 2 D12s, and a D19. There's no D24 on this board. So what is D24 supposed to look like? Let's see here. Insert extra wire into the groove. Alright, G1 is just a piece of wood. That's crazy. G1 overlay sheet on P22. I don't know what that means. So P22 is part... G1 is part of P22, but what does that mean? E2, D24. There's definitely no D24 here. Here's D24. It was sitting there. What is that like paw on D24? I don't know, kind of cool. All right, E2. There's E2. It's actually kind of the same shape as that D24. All right. E2, D24, G1, and P37. All right, so G1, let's do P37 first, because G1, we're lost on G1. All right, P37 we have already. It's the tweezers. So G1, it says overlay sheet on P22. P22, I don't know what I'm looking at here. What is that? What is that? P22. Is it like one of these pieces of cloth? Huh. P22. That's the stamp. That's when we're finally done. I think I see it. I don't know what it is, but is this it? No, this isn't it. G1 overlay on P22 sheet. These are the actual printing pieces. P22. Quantity 1. What the hell is that? It's like 3 pieces of something. Oh, is that the stickers? Yeah, G1 is oh, it's not exactly a sticker. It's a piece of plastic. This is the G1 piece. Wow. I don't know what's going on there. But we got our 4 pieces, so that brings us up to 223 pieces. Excuse me. I finally can start building. Okay. Insert the extra wire into the groove. What? Oh, this extra wire? Where's the groove? Oh, okay. There's the groove. Alright, suddenly it all makes sense. There's 2 grooves. I'm not sure what to do with the second one. Oh, is it like both? Like it goes in one and then it goes like in the other? Insert the extra wire into the groove. What groove? Anyway, I think I'm fine with that. I didn't use the toothpick. I didn't use the tweezers for anything, but I think it went well. Alright, G1 and D2. Those are actually these side panels here. So you don't need to know which one's which. You just need to know to put them in ink side out. All right, that's cool. I feel like we did a lot of like building that kind of went together tonight. Okay. How's that look? Good. Now, what the hell they want with that G1? Okay. It's this side. You see this side with that paw? This is there's a light right behind it. And this is kind of a diffuser. You understand what's going on here? It probably would have been cooler if they did it like in red or some other color, but basically this paw is going to light up because there's a light here. There's a hole in the wood there, and they're telling us to put a diffuser behind it. G1 is a diffuser. We now know that. We didn't know that just looking at it. It looked like a random piece of plastic. But now we know what it is. There is a little slit there. I got it. I got it in a little slit. And then hopefully this piece of wood sort of pinches it so it doesn't come out. Why is there nothing to keep this together? Probably something is going to sit on top that's going to click in all, like all 6 of those pins. Let's see if that's the first thing on page 13. It better be, or yes. It is the first thing on page 13. I'm not going to do all of page 13, but I'm going to find the E1 piece and I'm going to slap that on because that's going to hold together everything that we just did there. All right, so where's the E1 piece? It's probably on the E board, I would guess. I bet you it's the first piece on the E board. Well, there's the E board, and yeah, upper left, first piece. There we go. Now that has more than 8 pins. We were saying 8 pins. That's more than 8 pins. But some of these might be going like stuff might get put in from the top into this, but from the bottom, like 1, 2, 3, 4. We definitely got a good number of pins on the bottom, but there's probably going to be ones on the top as well. All right, let's see if we can get this on here. Does that look right? Nothing's going in so far. That happens sometimes, especially the more pieces you're trying to do at once. You're trying to do 8 pieces of tabs at once. It's a little bit trickier than 1 or 2. All right, this fell out, so I'm just going to stick it right in there. Maybe I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. This thing doesn't fit. Is it the wrong spot? Like even... Does it go on the outside? Yeah, it does go on the outside. I was trying to put it in the wrong spot. Alright, let's do the same thing. Let's do them all. I just think it's going to be easier this way. I'm basically taking them out, putting them directly into this piece, and then we're going to drop them into the bottom because the connections on the bottom were fairly easy, other than that one white piece, which hopefully doesn't fall out. Yeah. Oh, I can't take this out because I wired it already. Alright, that's a shame. Alright, at least we got these 2 side pieces out. Would have been nice if we could have put it together and then put it in, but the wiring made that impossible. I don't know if impossible, but it took away the advantage, let's say that. It would have been just as annoying to deal with the wires as to get in all these pins at once. Alright, good. We got something brewing here. Alright, it looks good. It's in. You know, there's some YouTube channels where it's like a bunch of people and they're all working together on one channel. This is just I just turn on some cameras at 11 each night, so I'm sorry. You know, I was watching this video yesterday on how to create thumbnails, and one of the guys was from Mr. Beast, which you're probably aware is a channel with 150 million subscribers. And when he was talking about what they do, apparently it's like an official like company. Like it's, I mean, I guess he used the word company, and it's made up of several people who had like smaller channels, and they sort of all combined all their skills together, and then, you know, have like production meetings, and basically it's like a professional operation, which is not the way YouTube is marketed, but it does make sense, which I don't know why, really. Sometimes I don't know what YouTube is going for. Do they want like big or small? They're really like schizo in that sense. I used to think that they were just like a cover for like stealing other people's content. Like, you know, they'll tell everyone the top video is like Gangnam Style, or some guy doing a voiceover of a dog, or some Fred, you know, videos. But then in reality, like any sporting event, there's 1,000 different sites, channels that will re-upload the clip of that sporting event. And I'm not trying to say that the sports don't get enough money. They probably get like too much as it is, but at the same time, are they getting the money for all those YouTube clips that are floating around? I don't know. You know, maybe they are. I have no idea. Probably somebody's looked into it. Anyway, we should start on this puzzle. Though I will also talk a bit about the theme. We've had a theme of writing going on, but let's first take a look at the puzzle, because we got to get moving on this. So it says page 13. I guess, yeah, page 13. And as I recall, we grabbed one single piece from page 13, this E1 piece, because we had been working on this section yesterday, and here's the E1 piece, and that just kind of locked everything in. So I wanted to do that, otherwise this would have fell apart, you know. And you might think, oh, it wouldn't fall apart, you just like put it on your shelf. Well, I dropped it today. It's something I only do like maybe once in 100 days, you know, so I'm up to what, like 580, so I've probably done it only 5 or 6 times. But I dropped the puzzle today. So if I hadn't locked this piece on, this all would have came apart. I actually caught it. It only fell like a few inches, but anyway, let's move on with this puzzle here. So page 13, we need A10 times 2, A47, A48, A49, A50. E1, E3, 4, 2 P7s and a P9. And we have to not count the E1 because we already put that in. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 pieces because we're not counting the E1. So 225 plus 11 is what? 235? So we're up to 235 pieces. So while I collect those pieces, we can talk a little about the theme. So our theme has been writing, and we've sort of been alternating against between some simple concepts that you heard before from your middle school teacher, and then just some crazy rants that I make up as we go along. So we're going to go with the middle school today, though I may back it up with some rants. So, foreshadowing is another concept in writing that you probably heard first when you were in grade school or middle school. When you were a little kid, whoever's the first person to teach you how to write, they probably mentioned foreshadowing. So this is very easy if you're doing like a movie or a screenplay or a work of fiction. They have this concept of Chekhov's gun, where like Chekhov was just a writer in Russia. He wasn't a guy with a gun. But I think he was known for a quote that like something like, if one of the characters, if there's a gun, I think it was regards to playwriting, and he said like, if you put a gun on the set, then someone better use that gun in the play. Like you can't just have a gun on the set and nobody uses it, although it could be just a conversation piece or something, but it has to be in some way. That's the law of Chekhov's gun. So that's kind of like automatic foreshadowing. You put this thing out there, and everybody kind of knows now that this is somehow, in some way, relevant to the story, because that's the policy of Chekhov's gun. So you don't even have to really do that much foreshadowing, and I don't even mean foreshadowing. I just mean something said in advance of the fuller version. So, like for example, if you were doing a technical paper, like it's going to be in some scientific journal, there would be like an abstract at the top. So the abstract would be like, we tested the water in Flint, Michigan, and sure enough, that stuff will kill you. And then the whole paper could be like all this data and all these control procedures and all these testing procedures and all this like reams of data. But, you know, the foreshadowing was just like a sentence or two that like already tells you the answer. But then the whole paper is like proving that you scientifically collected this information and you didn't just make it up. I have to bring this close to the camera again because I'm again not finding the pieces. All right, two A10s, A47, A48, A49. So where's A50? It's maybe it's still here. Maybe it's something we knocked out earlier because it was like trapped inside another piece. That happens a lot. But let's scan this closely. I got to bring it up to the camera and you and I scan it together. I can see that the 49s are actually pins. So probably one of the pieces I knocked out was actually 50. Like I bet this piece says 50 on it. No, it says 48. Then I bet this piece says 50. 50. Yep, it does. It looks like a little like Winnie the Pooh, but also not. It's like a Winnie the Pooh body with a Magilla gorilla head. Alright, so when I thought I was popping out the 49, I actually popped out the 50. Why do they only need 149? There's two of them here, but anyway, they only need one. Alright, E1 we already dealt with, so let's get E3 and E4. Another concept of... I'm using foreshadowing, but I don't think that's the best word. On ESPN, which is not writing, but it's on-screen writing. There's some word for that. People call it like a cryon or something like that. And it's just that, which is just a reference to like the vendor who sells the app that like puts the words on the screen. So anyway, I don't know if they still do this on ESPN Sports Center, but I remember watching it like 20 years ago, and while they were reporting, you know, whatever games and whatever happened, there would be like a scroll along like the right side of the screen, and that scroll would say all the topics that they're gonna get to. Like, don't go away. You know, we've got more in store for you, which is legit. You can do that. Even this stream the Just Rest Your Eyes podcast, which you're listening to right now. I mean, I guess you're listening. Maybe you're reading the transcript. I don't know. Anyway, this podcast, I put together a model, but I also talk about themes. So that's kind of like foreshadowing. One, you knew I was going to complete this puzzle when I came on tonight. And then two, and again, foreshadowing is not the right word. Something happening, something that you kind of got a hint was already going to happen. So there's you knew I was going to continue assembling this puzzle, and you knew I was going to continue talking about the theme, which is writing. And there's a reason, there's a lot of reasons why you do this. Even if you're writing an email, sometimes I even do this. I don't know if any other people do this. Like, it hasn't caught on. You know, if I was like an important person, people would probably copy what I do, but I'm not, so instead they just steal what I do. But anyway, nobody copies or steals. This one particular thing that I've been doing at my job for 30 years, which is when there's a really important email, I'll do a short version and a long version, but I put them together in one email. So it'll be like, the first sentence is like, I don't think we should do this, and I don't think we should do this because it could mess things up later. That's not very specific. I might put in a couple specific words, and then I'll go into the long version, which is like some 10-paragraph explanation of why it's not going to work. So that's kind of similar to the abstract that we mentioned before. All right, so we need two P7s, and that's not it. That's P16. I think I was holding the P7 bag a minute ago. It's just thick washers. I have to have some water. I don't know what's going on with my speech tonight. Excuse me. Maybe I need a Ricola. You know, it's 1 a.m. So I'm streaming like 2 hours later than usual. And as I said, it was like, it was a really rough week at work. Like, basically, I would say average of 13-hour days this week. And now it's Friday. This actually, normally, Friday's the worst day at my work. And I almost feel like somebody got the word out to the teams that don't leave everything to Friday. Like, start on Monday. And I think it was great. Like, I'd rather work 14 hours Monday through Thursday than like 24 hours on Friday night, because that's how it's supposed to work, right? That's like what normal people do. But usually in my department, it's like everyone else works all week, and then we start all our work like Friday at 6. So it was actually kind of nice this week that we were just working the way normal people work, like Monday through Thursday, and then by like 10 p.m. Friday we were done. So that was like pretty good. That's the way it should be, probably. All right, this last piece, P9, is a 25 millimeter steel shaft in bag 2. I wonder how many how many steel shafts are left. Are they all the same size, or do you think we should break out the calipers? I think there's 3 different sizes, and I suspect the small one is the 25 millimeter, but I think we're going to have to break out the calipers. Well, let me see the count. The count might tell us. P9, there's only one of them, and it's 20 millimeter. I don't know why I was saying 29. All right, 20 millimeter. And here's the different sizes: 50 millimeter, 45 millimeter, 20, and 15. 15, there's 3. So actually, it's not the small one. That's the 15. So we're looking for the 20. Let's break out the calipers just to be sure. All right, let's get an idea here what 20... Are they millimeters? I think they're millimeters. What does 20 millimeters look like? Actually, that's pretty big. That's definitely the big one. Well, everything is relative, but Wait, is that? No, that's not. Oh, what happened? What camera is that? All right. While I reboot that camera, enjoy camera 2. I don't know how long you were looking at static, but I saw that. All right, let's see if it works now. Okay, it's back. Anyway, camera 2 is a better choice right now. I'm now seeing the replay. It looks like you saw about 5 seconds of static. Sorry about that. Yeah, these cameras, I thought they were good cameras, but by episode 580, it's the camera that I use most that's given me the most trouble. And actually, these two cameras, they're the same camera. I have several different cameras and they're all different, but the only two that are the same model camera are these two. So I actually can swap them because this one I use most and that's the one giving me the most problems. Anyway, that's a 20 millimeter steel shaft. So we found all the pieces, so let's start building. Enough BSing, if you know what that means. You probably do. Did anyone see the remix video that I did? It was a really bad model. It was this model of a toy car. But for some reason I was talking about like mafia movies while I was assembling it. And so then I took out all that like speech about the mafia movies and I remixed it into its own video, like without any of the car building. Just the me talking, and it actually came out pretty good. The problem is that I don't think I could, like, who is that guy? Patrick Bet David. He just like talks about, I don't know, whatever the hell's going on. I don't think I could do that. I don't know if it's like, I know some people accuse me of having like ADHD or something like that, which obviously I don't. But here's the thing. I have to do like 2, 3, 4 things at once. Like, so for example, like right now, I'll be building this model, talking into the microphone, producing the show through the YOLO box, monitoring, and then sometimes I also have in the background on a separate isolated system, I have my work. It has to be isolated, so there's no chance. You don't want to have the work computer and the stream computer. So basically, I would go insane if I had to do a show where all I'm going to do is focus on that one topic. But I could do it while building the model, and then I just extract that out later in editing. So that's what I did. I extracted out, and you could just hear me talking, and it actually comes out pretty good. It looks like, it reminded me of... what is this guy's name? I want to say Alan Moore, but I know it's not Alan Moore. I think Alan Moore is a comic book writer. I think Alan Watts is the guy that I'm really thinking of. And Alan Watts was this guy who, I think he started off as a priest and then he became a college professor. But in between those two, he like did a lot of drugs. So he knows a lot of stuff and he's very chilled out. And that's his like presentation style. So I obviously, as I spoke yesterday, would never do drugs. I mean, I know that sometimes people get mad when I say that online, and I don't understand why they would get mad. Like, does that mean they're like drug dealers and they think I'm going to cost them business? Like, why would they get mad that I'm against drugs? It's almost like, if they are drug dealers, then they don't believe in their product, because why would they get... Like, that happens sometimes with, like, Korean pop bands or, like, Taylor Swift. It's like, you'll say online, like, oh, I never heard that song. And they'll act like, what do you live under a rock? What's wrong with you? You never heard of Taylor Swift? Like, what do you care if I heard of Taylor Swift? Like, I'm sure I heard of a lot of stuff that you don't care about. Like why is that even an issue? All right, so A48 connects E3 and E4. Obviously, everything inside out. So anyway, Alan Watts got his laid-back presentation style as a result of drugs, whereas mine is that my concentration is being split between putting the model together and talking about whatever I'm talking about and producing the show. So, when I'm doing the show and you're trying to follow everything at once, it probably seems pretty stupid. But then when I step back, edit it so that all you get is the talking, it suddenly is like paced perfectly. Like go and listen to that Mafia video. It's pretty cool. It's like nice and calm. I remember I used to, when I was a kid, listen to Bill Cosby. Nowadays you watch YouTube videos of comedians, or maybe you listen to their podcasts, or I don't know, have you ever gone to a comedy club? Do they still exist? Anyway, there were albums. Bill Cosby had albums. Before he had his TV show, he had a bunch of albums of himself doing stand-up comedy. And one of the things I used to love about them was that he talked slow. And he left a lot of empty space. He gave you time to build up in your brain whatever he's saying. That's like a lost art, right? You don't feel like when you're watching Chris Rock or Bill Burr that you have time to have your own thoughts, while you're listening. That's almost crazy, right? Why are you giving people time to have their own thoughts? You're the comedian. You be in charge. That's the world we live in today. There's a lot of people who think like that. It's not just stand-up comedians. It's teachers and politicians. There's a lot of people who think I'm on stage, everyone needs to listen to me. But that's not really how it goes. If you want to be an effective communicator, you have to give people space and license to use their own brain, because that's where everything really works. I am not a fan of Billy Joel, but he turned out a couple of good lines, and one of them is no matter where you go, no matter where you sleep, you wake up with yourself. I mean, the one constant thing in your life is yourself. So if someone wants to reach you, they have to do it without interfering with your internal communication with yourself. Which, by the way, I heard this shocking thing that's going down. Less people these days have internal dialogues. They watch, I don't want to make it seem like it's all TikTok's fault, but whether it's they're trying to get achievements in a video game, or they're scrolling through TikTok, or they're locked into whatever other type of, social media type of thing. There's basically, people are not taking time to talk to themselves. And I know you might think oh yeah, you doing your stream and talking to no listeners every night. That's you think we all should do that? Well, I mean, no, that's that's an extreme example, I guess. You don't need to start a podcast and talk to yourself on a live stream every night, but you do need to walk around the block, sit in the sun, close your eyes, read a book. I mean, you do need to do some of these things that the human mind, some of these things that work at the pace that the human mind was, whether you want to call it designed or evolved, is the way that it works. We're pretty sure this is how the human mind works. We're pretty sure that you need some time to think. See, I just gave you 5 seconds to think. You can't be constantly tick-tocking your brain. Otherwise, it's not going to be your brain. And I know that sounds terrible, and I know that sounds like MK Ultra or something like that. But that may be, like, I don't have this theory fully developed, but that may be like one of the pitfalls of being a human, is that if you don't take control of your mind, someone else will. I think there was a country song that had a line, "You've got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything." It's like a famous line. Someone probably knows what song that's from. I just remember that one line. What I usually tell my kids, use your brain or someone else will. Like, decide what you think. Oh, fuck. I just broke this piece. Oh, okay. It was never supposed to be there in the first place. It was a piece that was just for holding the this bear into the sheet that it got. You can tell because look, they still look the same on both sides. Oh, that's cool. Look at the negative space. What is that creating? Frankenstein? You look at that. You can like see his shoulders and everything. What's that like thing where you think you see like faces and stuff? I don't know. I feel like I see Frankenstein's head and shoulders in the negative space right there. But what we're really trying to do is get these two bears, both inked side out, to connect on these 3 pins. And for whatever reason, that hasn't happened yet. Maybe because it's 3 pins, maybe because it's an odd-shaped piece, or maybe I just wasn't focused enough. I think this big one at the bottom, okay, we got that one. The top one, we still need the top one. Come on, get in there. It's not going in. But we can do it. There we go. It's in. Now, if you notice, there's one circle left unused. And I feel like, was it supposed to be fed through here? Did we miss something? I think we did. I think it was supposed to go through there and we didn't do it. Yeah, it absolutely was. All right, so the bear is supposed to go on that post. So we got to redo that post. How are we going to do that? We could just pop this whole thing off. Yeah, let's do that. So I got this tool, new tool. I didn't have it the first 500 episodes. I got it now. It's pretty cool. It's made for doing upholstery in a car, but when I saw it, I was like, this is going to help me from undoing screw-ups in my puzzles. Look at that. I just popped those 2 pieces off like it's nothing. I forget the name of this tool, but this is what it looks like. There's a spring in here, and when you squeeze it together, it pops it out. I think it's like, if you look like car upholstery tools, this will be there. It also can pull out like pins and stuff. Anyway, it's pretty cool. So now when I screw up, I can unscrew up. You know, to an extent. All right, let's put this back on. So the reason I popped this piece of wood is not because I needed that off, but because I knew that popping that wood would pop that, washer. That's what I really needed off. And there was no way to grip the washer, so I popped the wood so it would push the washer off. Anyway, enough about me. How was your day? Let's get this little bear on here. All right. Oh my goodness. Why is this not going through? This should be a lot easier than threading a needle, which makes me think if I was trying to thread a needle right now, this podcast would take like several hours, because all I'm trying to do is put the steel shaft through some wood with an appropriately sized hole, and we're not getting anywhere. All right, let's put that washer back on. It's another piece we're building that I don't know what piece this is. I guess I'm not very good at identifying pieces of a printing press. Like every night we build some piece, and every night I look at it and it's like, I have no idea what we just built. Like, this is part of a printing press? Like, what part? I don't know. I have no idea. If you told me this was part of a cuckoo clock, I probably would, think that made sense. Oh, I got a great idea for a wooden model, a cuckoo clock. That could be cool. That could be a cool wooden model. Has anyone done that yet? All right, there's a pin at the bottom and at the back, and there's slots on the side. So probably this is going to go in here, and there's going to be some rails. That's my guess. Let's turn the page and see what actually happens. All right. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. All right, step 1, step 2. All right, first, let's get the orientation, our orientation to match theirs. So we're going to spin this around so that this like R piece is on the right. R on the right, that makes sense. And this thing we were building yesterday is now on the left. And now this thing that we just built right now, it's going to go on this ledge here. And it's going to connect. This hole is going to connect to that pin. Oh, sorry, the scoreboard's blocking that pin. There's a pin right there. And there's a hole right there. And those things go together. Just trying to get an angle where I could see what's going on here. Why doesn't it fit? Because of this bear. The bear is like getting in the way. Yeah, that bear is absolutely in the way. I feel like maybe we should have attached that after we attached this piece. Yeah. That bear is absolutely in my way. Oh, there's like a little groove that you have to get the bear in. And then he won't seem to be in the way. All right, the bear is in the groove, but when he is... All right, I was going to say the bottom doesn't clip on, but eventually it did. Now the top is clipped as well. All right, so that's good. So this bear, is he going to turn that crank or something? Like, what's the point of this bear? He no longer moves, so that's like not good. Oh, he's going to move. Oh, okay, watch this. All right, you see that moving? Not much, but it's moving. I don't know if you even can see that. It's actually stopped moving. So I guess it's not connected. I was moving this bear in and out, and the first couple of times I did it, this thing cranked, but then it stopped. So I don't know if it's related or not. And these pieces on the bottom are jumping out. That's not good. All right, check the position of the parts. Oh, we probably messed up something. It probably is supposed to move. Check the position. So there's like something back here that looks like a wrench, and the bear should be below it. And I don't know if you can see it, but that's true. If you look in that channel, you see the piece that looks like a wrench, and you see the bear. Like, that stick at the bottom of the bear, it's like underneath. And in fact, it does lift that up. That's why you see it like fits in there like perfectly. So that's why the first couple of times we push the bear, this crank moved. So probably if we push that down, now it'll come back up again. I'm going to push on the bear, and it's probably going to come back up again. So there you go. It goes back up. So now if you look inside, the bear is right up against the crank. Right up against the crank. So now if I push the crank down, the bear is going to like stand up straight, I think. Nothing happened. I'm not sure why nothing happened. Yeah. That's weird. I don't really follow why the bear didn't stand up. But if I move the bear, this crank definitely will go up. No, it didn't. Alright, I probably just didn't push the crank down. Alright, let's try it again. So I failed at pushing the crank down. Pull from here. No, I can't do it. Alright, get the bear out of the way. Now push the crank down. That crank just will not move any further. I don't know what's going on. Alright, lift it up. Oh, it's off. It's off the track. They're no longer lined up. So now they are again. So basically, I played with it and I somehow knocked it off the track. And then I played with it some more and it went back on the track. See, now they're connected again. Sorry, your camera angle wasn't very good. Basically, they're connected again. You can see it moving a little bit. Let me twist this thing. That seems to be effective. Alright, see the bear moving when I twist this thing? So, they're connected right now. And so is that piece on the bottom, which that's obvious that that's connected. Alright, I was just showing you that it's all connected. That's the end of page 13. So this whole structure is now known as H. Hereby be informed that structure is now called H. Alright, let's try to do another page. So page 14, we need E9, F26, and then a bunch of P's. 5 P4s, 2 P5s, a P15, and a P24. So there's more accessories than wooden pieces on this section. It's only 2 wooden pieces, and there's 9 like accessory pieces. So 11 pieces total, which is going to bring us from 235 to 246. So let's grab those pieces. Let's grab those pieces. Is that a good catchphrase? I'm up to episode 580, and I didn't come up with any catchphrase yet. I'm jealous of Steve, 1989, MRE Info. He has the catchphrase, let's get this out onto a tray. He like opens MREs and eats them on the stream. I don't think it's a stream. I think it's an edited video. Anyway, if he would do streams, he would probably get like 1 million viewers per stream, but he doesn't. So anyway, when he opens the MRE, he then gets a metal like army tray and puts it on the tray, and he opens the box and he says, let's get this on. All right, let's get this onto a tray. And I'm like so jealous that that I don't have a catchphrase. Let's gather these pieces. I don't know if that's a good one, because sometimes I do like 10 panels a night, and then I'd be saying it 10 times. That's like too much. Then it becomes like a drinking game, and then it's no longer a catchphrase. It's a drinking game. So I think that let's gather the pieces. That's not going to be it. I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe there'll never be one. I want it to be natural, though. I don't want it to be forced. Sometimes people like force things. That's why I considered like it's all practice until we get to episode 1000, because I don't want to like force anything and then get stuck with something that's not as good as it can be. But I figure through 1,000 episodes, I'll probably figure out what is good, and do more of that. I don't want to lock into stuff that's forced or just not that good. Alright, so there's the two wooden pieces, only two, E9 and F26, and now we need all of the accessory pieces. The first one being P4, which we need 5 of. So P4 is a 4mm screw with gasket. So somewhere there's a bag labeled P4 with a bunch of those. Yeah, there they are. There's a bunch of them. How many do we need? 5. 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, where's the 5th one? Here we go. I found it in the box. 5th one was in the box. And I just threw out the E4, or the 4. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, 5. We need 5 of these. Alright, we need 2 P5s. P5 is a spring. I remember picking out accidentally. Yeah, no, that's only one of them. I remember picking out 2 springs, 4 springs when I only needed 2, like early on in the going. And then I put those 2 springs somewhere. And I was thinking, like, I hope I don't forget that I put them here. And I currently don't remember where I put them. So I definitely forgot where I put those 2 springs. But at the same time, they have to be somewhere, and I'm sure we'll find them. See, I already found them. I put them for some reason in bag 5. Oh, and there's more of the screws that I could have used. There's more P4s. So I probably got extra springs and extra P4s, and I put them all in this bag. So there's 2 more springs. And now we need a P15 and a P24. There's still a ton of accessory pieces, and they're like weird ones too. Like I have no idea what, I mean, this is like some kind of cloth or something. I have no idea what these pieces are for. I'm bad at building printing presses. I don't know how they even work. I need to study printing presses. Like how I'm like 51 years old and I don't know how printing presses work. I need to learn. Alright. P15 and P24. P15 is a 10mm screw with gasket. And P24 is a bunch of string. Oh no. If there's one thing I hate in puzzle building, it's strings. Because they're always very tiny. And I never can operate them. I don't know, do I need like special tools or something? I don't feel like my fingers are capable of working with those strings. They did give us some tweezers. Maybe that'll help. Alright, so there's the string. Oh, thank goodness it's a wire, not a string. If it was like a string, there would be no way I can work with this. But a wire, it's a little bit easier to work with a wire. Alright, now where is that 20mm screw with gasket? They say it's in bag 2. Bag 3, bag 5, bag 2. Yeah, that looks like a 20mm. Does that look like a 20mm? That looks a little short. Oh, 15mm. No, 10mm. It's piece 15. It's 10mm long. That 20, I just made that up out of nowhere. I think maybe because it was in bag 2, I got confused for a second. Alright, let's just grab the calipers and make sure that's 10mm. I'm sure it is, but, you know, let's double check here. Alright, what did it say? 10 millimeters? All right. 10 millimeters it is. Oh, these calipers are magnetic. Slightly. They're like, they're not magnetic. They're like magnetized. They're also digital. This watch battery, and it didn't even last a year. It already doesn't work. But they're also analog. So the digital part of the calipers doesn't work, but the analog still does, which is actually all you need. I don't know why it ever had digital. I guess with the digital, you can go to like hundredths of a millimeter, but like, you know, give me an effing break. Why do you need to go to hundredths of a millimeter? That's ridiculous. All right, let's start building here. So we need to wax this F26 piece. It has a lot of gears, and we're going to wax those gears. So we need a piece of wax. All right. So everywhere there's a gear, we're going to wax it. And then all our gears will be waxed. So that they'll move better with the wax. There's even a couple like down here, like a little nubbins, and they get waxed too. Alright. We've waxed our gears, and what's next? We need to screw these springs on somehow. Alright. The bottoms get screwed to this this F26 piece, and we have to hold it correctly. And then the tops get screwed to E9, which has to face the correct direction. And then that's going to take all 4 screws. Alright, so first, we're holding this the wrong way. You can tell a few different ways. One is these whatever you want to call them, teeth, they should be on the right. Second, this piece at the bottom, the circle, the small circle should be on the left, and then this slit on the right. And then the springs, they go in again. If you look at it, if you look closely at the springs, they have the circles at one end. Like if you install it this way, it's totally different than if you install it this way. So they want the circles flat up against the wood. That's what they want. I have to be careful though of giving instructions before I do things, because sometimes I then follow up by doing them, realize I've made a terrible error, and have to correct it, which I can do in the compilation video, but in the live streams, it's like you have to watch the whole thing to realize, oh, I made a mistake and went back and corrected it. I wish that screwdriver was magnetic. The screw just went flying. I can't grip it with my fingers, and it's not magnetic to the screwdriver. Give me a minute here to get this screw started. I'm going to hold it there with not a ton of pressure, but hopefully enough. And it's too small to like get the screw on it. Wow. Alright. Let's take a third attempt. Alright. So we're going to put the screwdriver in it before we even get the wood involved. And we're going to pinch the spring to the screw. I got a good feeling about this approach. And that was good. I'm going to try that again. That was working until I dropped it. This is all because this equipment is tiny. Difficult to work with. Alright, don't lose the orientation. Make sure it's still correct. Alright. Wow. What's the secret here? I think we have to be more careful. I'll tell you, that magnetic screwdriver would really help in this situation. I probably should just get my own. Of course the puzzle's not going to come with one, but I could have my own like I have many of these other tools. Like that upholstery tool I was showing you. I'm sure I could get a magnetic screwdriver somewhere. It'll make jobs like this a bit easier. Last time they said like screw the spring so that it's like standing up. So I'm going to hold it in that position and tighten it. Not perfect, but close enough, I guess. Alright, let's get the second one on. Just checking the orientation that I didn't mess up and all those times I dropped it. The screw, that gasket is like barely bigger than the spring circle. It's like, seems like it could fall out. Let's hope it doesn't. It definitely can move around, but I guess that's okay. I mean, it just needs to not come loose. It's okay if it moves around. Alright, so there's one half of the springs. Now, what do we have to get right about this piece that we're going to attach? There's two things. One, these arms go at the top, and the ink goes that way. Meaning like the springs are at the back here, and the ink is here. The ink is facing that way. Alright, so that just we got to remember. Put it in that way. Now the springs are already here. Is that going to make that tougher or easier? I guess we're going to find out. So far tougher. I lost the screw. There it is. I keep dropping the screw into the spring and not the part of the spring that I'm supposed to drop it into. Come on, get in there. I feel like I shouldn't tighten that one. Alright. Oh, this last one should be easy. It's like all kind of lined up. Actually, they told us to get 5 of these screws. Where's the 5th one going to go? And 6 if you count this like longer one. Anyway. Let's get the 4th one in there. Were we supposed to be doing anything with the spring, with the string? Because if the string was supposed to be somehow threaded through the spring, and we have to redo all this, I mean, that's going to be a nightmare. It's like falling through. Oh my goodness. Alright, that's in. I felt it coming through the other end. Yeah. Yeah, is it like, did I put those springs in too far? Why are they coming out the other end? Well, I don't know what this piece is, but it's got some movement to it. All right. Oh, there was a big caution. I wonder if we did it right or wrong. Yeah, we did it right. I don't know why I just assumed that that was the way to do it. Oh, I think it looked like this in this picture. So this picture was clear enough. I don't know why they made this second picture. Maybe there's something we're not seeing. The spring should not exceed the edge of the board. The spring should not exceed the edge of the board? Well, I don't think it exceeds the edge of the board, but then again, I also don't know what they're talking about. I think it looks fine. Let's move on. What's next? Oh, we got to put in that fifth screw. But we have to, like, feed the wire through first or something? What are we doing here? Secure P24 with P4. Leave an excess length 5 to 10 millimeters to prevent falling off. So we have to stick 10 millimeters of string through the board, and then we have to put the screw in to hold it in place. Does that seem like what they're trying to say there? That's a close-up of this. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, stick in 10 millimeter string and then put the screw in the back. The small screw, this one. Now, where's the end of this string, wire, whatever you want to call it? I don't see any ends, so it's probably, we have to untangle it. Probably a good idea to do that regardless. Alright, I think I spotted the end, one of the ends. Alright, so we're going to put it in. Now, here's something to note. They spun around this piece. They didn't, here was the logo saying they spun it around. It's like very subtle, you could easily miss it, but anyway. So we're actually going to put the string in through the other side, the inked side. They said like 10 millimeters, and then put the screw in. So, you know, it's probably like 10 millimeters. I don't know. Let's get this in there. Am I putting this in far enough? It seems like it went in slanted or something. It's like not flush. Anyway, it's just a wooden model. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Feel free to get yours perfect. I'm going to go with close enough. There's a little see-through hand on the next instruction. I don't know if you can see that. It's like some transparent hand. So the next instruction, I have to stick, you should stick your hand into the printing press and fondle the printing plate. Wait, let me read how they describe that. Press two sides of P19 to the bottom and assemble the parts. The gears on both sides should engage at the same position to prevent varying heights for later use. I don't feel like I understand this instruction any better than before I read it. Let's look at the picture. Maybe that'll make more sense. Alright, stick the pipe through the hole and then put the screw into the pipe. Oh man, that makes so much more sense. I don't know what all these words were supposed to mean. Just look at it and do it. Okay. So there's the pipe. There's the hole. My only question would be, is this string supposed to go somewhere? And where does this wire go? Oh, this wire. Why is there a random wire sitting here? Oh, you don't see what I'm doing. All right, there's the pipe. There's the hole. Does this wire need to go anywhere? No, sorry. Does this string need to go anywhere? And does this wire need to go anywhere? I don't know. But this definitely goes here. And then we screw it on. Wait a second. Where does the top go? I guess let's look here. Oh, the top. That's why there's a spring. Okay. So we kind of slip it on there, and you might need to stretch the spring out a little bit. No, you don't need to stretch the spring. It like fits perfectly there. Sits right on top without stretching the spring. So the pipe is in the hole. So time to screw it in there. The 10mm screw this time. I feel like I was supposed to feed that wire somewhere. Like in their version, there's no wire. But in our version, there is. I think maybe, didn't we feed that? Oh no, on the other side we fed the wire through somewhere. On this side, the wire is just still hanging out. Anyway, I'll get this screw in, and then we'll figure out the wire. Okay. Continue as next step on the next page. What the hell are they talking about? Flip upward and try to keep it horizontal. When flipping P19, keep F25 and F26 at the same height. The gear should be engaged. F19 cannot be flipped. What the? What? Alright. Alright. We used all the pieces, and the second half of page 14 seems to be operating it, and I'm not going to try to do that right. It does kind of look like something is building here. Not really sure. It also a little bit looks like a mess. I mean, look at the angle on this piece, like what is going on. Maybe that's supposed to like lift. It does have a spring. Maybe it's supposed to lift like above this thing or something. Yeah, that looks better. The angle looks better there. I don't know. There's a lot going on with this puzzle. I think it'd be really remarkable if it actually works at the end. We'll see. As you can see, we're building all these like individual pieces. But we're also building this structure. Like, what is this piece? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look very important, but it's something. This one is, again, something. This one looks like it's probably pretty important, but I don't know what the hell it is. There's a selector on it. What does that select? It's not really clear what that selects, but it's definitely a selector. Press. This is the press? Is this how you actually press it? I don't know. It's the most interesting piece so far, but we don't know what to do with it. And then we have our theme. We've been talking about writing. I have kind of a short one today, and it's not relevant to all types of writing, though it's something useful to know, and that is different characters speak differently. Kind of a simple concept, but there have been like award-winning books and award-winning writers who don't follow this principle. They like have everybody in the world speak the same, like the same vocabulary, the same like phrasing. They're just like everybody in this book is going to speak this one way, and that drives me insane. No, it doesn't drive me insane. That's too dramatic. I find it annoying. Like if you've ever read a book where all the characters sound the same, it's like, what are you doing? Anyway, that's a very small concept for today. I don't know if I have any more big concepts. Where did this string come from? Did they give us 2 strings? Because I know we have 1 string here. Alright, I guess they gave us 2 of them. That's good to know. I don't know if I have any more big concepts for the writing. I probably will, because this puzzle doesn't look like it's anywhere near done. I mean, we're up to day 12, and like some of these sheets I haven't even touched. Like, look at this, like the B sheet. This, like, it's completely full. There's a couple of pieces taken out, but I don't know. I'm probably like the world's slowest puzzle assembler. And a lot of people assemble these puzzles in like one day. One day, they just like open the box and they just like put it together. Like, that's it. My microphone's like flopping all over today. Alright, hopefully it sounds okay now. It probably made weird noises for a few seconds right before this. Alright, let's just get into this. Where did we leave off? Page 14, piece 246. Page 14. Yeah, that's page 14. I think we started page 14. Yeah, we put that spring in. Right. We stopped because we didn't understand the instructions. And I haven't looked at them since we stopped. So I guess we're going to look again and just hope that it makes sense this time. Alright, there's a gear there. Wow, this is like some complex instructions. Flip upward and try to keep horizontal. Okay, yeah, I guess I could do that. Flip upward and try to keep horizontal. Flip upward and try to keep horizontal. Also, I see that in the instructions they have that light. When did that happen? Is that just the way they display it? Just like pointing up like that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why their light is like pointing straight up like that. Ours doesn't do that. Is it supposed to hook onto something? Anyway, theirs is like this. But if we put ours like this, it won't stay there. But anyway. Alright. Where's something we can actually affect? Alright, P15. Yeah, we did that. 2 sides of P19 to the bottom. And assemble the parts. Yeah, I don't think we followed what that meant. Press the 2 sides of P19 to the bottom and assemble the parts. The gears on both sides should engage at the same position to prevent varying heights for later use. And then there's like a picture here. Shows the rod at the top. Is the rod at the top on both sides? It's at the top here. Alright, let's check this side. Yeah, it's at the same position on both sides, so I'm just not going to touch it. I don't know how we managed to do that, but it's there, so that's it. Alright, when flipping P19, keep F25 and F26 at the same height. The gears should be engaged. If P19 cannot flip, check if it is horizontal. Adjust the engaging position of the gears to make P19 horizontal. So basically this piece at the bottom is supposed to flip over. And it's supposed to kind of move the gears at the same time, but Make sure the gears move like in sync or something like that. This thing does not move at all. Okay, there we go. It starts moving, but when I start moving it, it just completely falls off the gear. Like it doesn't even stay in place. Like why would it stay in place? Like what would keep it in place? Nothing. It doesn't stay in place. Alright. So the gears on both sides need to move when I flip this piece over. But really, the gears don't even stay on. Alright, I like lifted it up. Yeah, those gears are so like flimsy. They are attached at the bottom of this piece, but they're not attached to anything at the top. So they just like kind of splay out when I pick them up. Maybe this thing is already in the correct direction. Flip P19 upward. Is it supposed to flip? When does it flip? Oh, there we go. It's flipping. We flipped it. Great job, everybody. Alright, so this one on this side is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it starts on the 6th. And then this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it starts on the 6th. Alright, so it seems to be that it's fine. I mean, I don't really know like what is going on here, what they want from us, but it looks fine at close-ups. A little too close for my taste. Maybe like that. Anyway, we flipped it upward. It worked. I don't know if I need to like hold it upward. Are we going to do something now? Check the gear engagement after flipping. We checked it. It was good. Continue steps on the next page. Alright, so I'm not going to let this plate down until we go to page 15 and see what's going on there. Alright, we're going to start adding some pieces. Maybe they're going to lock stuff in. Yeah, I see. They're going to put the cable through and they're going to do some other stuff. So I can't leave my fingers in here. So I'm going to find some piece of wood that fits that open space and that's going to go there. Because something other than my fingers has to hold that open. Alright, there we go. Hopefully that doesn't fall. So that's job is holding that open. That piece of wood is going to hold that plate. Oh, I just was talking. Was I showing you that? Or did I already flip it? Yeah, okay, so that piece of wood is going to hold that plate in place. I have to do this, right? I noticed people when they do POV cam, they like, you know, they like do all sorts of like stuff with their fingers. So I gotta start doing that because somebody named Chucky, I watched a video of this guy who works for Mr. Beast. His name was Chucky. Supposedly he does the thumbnails. And he said something that I really liked. He said if your videos get 1% better each time, now that's a high bar, I think, 1%, but let me say like 1 per smidgen better each time. So I think I'll modify it and say if your videos get like 1 per smidgen better each time, then eventually you'll be making good videos. So I'm experimenting today with you know, like being like a TikToker and just like using my hands, because apparently that's like something you could do. And I also should remember to use all cameras. So like, hey, how's it going? I'm not going to use this camera much, but let me show you that I have this camera. Alright. What else? We were going to go to the instructions. That wasn't a smooth camera angle change, but I'll get better. That was just a per smidgen improvement. Tomorrow we'll do our kerfluffin sized improvement. Alright, so the pieces we need on page 15 are A45 times 2, A51, D22, E5 times 2, E7, and P23. Put that all together, and that's 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 pieces. Add 8 to 246, and you've got 254, probably. I should add a calculator to YOLO Bucks. Like, there's a scoreboard, and there's a plus button, but there should be, like, a little space next to it if you want to say plus 8. Because the plus is just plus 1, or you can go in and do the math in your head, which is what I usually do. But I don't have time to double check it, or this whole show would just be me double checking my math. All right, so enough talk about that sort of stuff. Let's find these pieces. So A45 times 2. Where is that piece? Let me go to, I think I should keep it just for tonight on Rumble. I usually keep it on YouTube, but on Rumble we can see if someone says something. There's the A51 piece. Alright, I moved that and it didn't drop though. Alright, A45 times 2. These are the A45s. They look like, I don't know, U's maybe? Anyway, these are the A45s. They look fragile. Don't break them. We need them both. Do you remember St. Peter's? They went to, they were one of the final 8 teams in the NCAA tournament a few years ago. Well, they're back. They won the MAC again this year, so they're going back. I didn't see who won on the women's side. Basically, I'm a Siena fan. I went there. My son goes there now. So once they get eliminated, I sort of stop paying attention. But I might still see stuff on Twitter, which is what I happen to see. So St. Peter's going back to the tournament. There was a point when Siena went 3 years in a row. We had Fran McCafferty, the Iowa coach. He was the Siena coach, and Siena went 3 years in a row, and they won games 3 years in a row. They didn't just go to the tournament. They were beating good teams. But it's at this point, it's like a distant memory. It was like 13 years ago. We had an amazing team the year that COVID prevented the tournament from being played. Like, there was no tournament one year, and that was like the best team that Siena ever had. They had won 12 in a row going into the lockdown, and but it wasn't just that they won them. It was like nobody could touch them. They had like Jalen Pickett, if you're familiar with him, like first team All-American. He was the point guard for the team. This was before the rest of the country knew about him. He was just playing for Siena. This is the D board, but this is piece. Is a B piece. I don't know how that show me. My camera's no good for reading the numbers. Yeah, B. That's a B. I don't know why that came out with the D board. We're looking for D22. Let's see here. Yeah, just that little circle is D22. There's 6 of them. I don't know why we just need like one of them, but that's all we need. And then 3 pieces from the E board, 2 E5s and an E7. There's the 2 E5s. That's two pieces. They just stuck together. And then there's E6, there's E8. So you would think E7, oh, there's E7. E7's a big piece. Alright, only one piece left that we need to find, and it's a P, which means it's somewhere in this box. P23. So what is P23 actually? Some kind of like circle or something. It says it's in bag 3. There's 2 of them total. So it's like a ring or a circle. Yeah, it's called an O-ring. Alright, I don't know. It's in bag 3, apparently. Let's find it. That's bag 5. Bag 2. Bag 3. Is that it? There's supposed to be 2 of them. Yeah, there's 2 of them. Alright, so I guess that's the O-ring. So we'll grab that. So the lighting on this close-up camera is so bad. I feel like it's almost a useless camera. I can't replace it. I quoted as $3,000 to build this desktop studio. It probably was more than that. You know, when you add up all the little cables and things like that. And then the YOLO box broke at one point, and rather than waiting for the replacement, refurbished, whatever, I bought a second one. So at that point it becomes like a $4,000 studio. So basically, no matter how bad these cameras are, I can't replace them, at least until I pay off that original cost and then pay off other stuff, because there's credit cards. Like, for example, my wife putting groceries on credit card because I spent $3,000 building a studio, which when you say it like that, it sounds very irresponsible. But at one point there was a thought that maybe someone would watch this stream and it would make money. Of course that didn't happen, but it was a thought. It was maybe it was a justification, rationalization, but anyway, the point is, I'm not upgrading the camera no matter how bad it is. I've exhausted any funds for probably 5 years that could be spent on this studio. Seems like I went through the same thing when I made Electromagnet. Vim Duty doesn't cost me anything. I do the writing, art, publishing. I do it all myself. So it doesn't cost anything. But on Electromagnet, I spent a lot of money to produce that, thinking that if I hired professional comic book people, that it would turn a profit or break even maybe. But no, it didn't do anything. It was just it cost the price of a car to make that comic book, and it returned $100 or something like that. So I'm not considering it a fail. It's the greatest thing that I did. It's the best thing on my resume that I made that Electromagnet. So basically I paid the cost of a car just to have something on my resume other than worked a regular job. At least I did something. My kids could say that I did something with my life. I don't know how accurate that is, but they could say it. Alright. I'm just trying to get the orientation of this piece correct. So this is E7. Ink side out. Where does it go? It's showing it going inside of the same place that this cable comes out of. So I guess that's where it goes. And then the cable goes through it somehow. How is that even possible? It's not going to fit through there. Yeah, it doesn't even fit through there. Am I misunderstanding something here? Oh, it may be this slot? It doesn't show it going through that slot. Wow. And this is the first thing they want us to do. Alright, take a look at this instructions with me. There's a 1. So do this first. This 1 points at a red S-shaped line, dotted line with 2 arrows. And if you follow this dotted line back, it goes seemingly to the cable. But there's also that black line, which I think is this thing that we installed just last page. So definitely this goes through there. And I guess the light doesn't go through there. I guess it's just this string, which is a fairly easy task. Feed this string through this gaping hole. Okay, we did that. Is that it? Just put the string through there. And then drop this into the bottom there. And then this is when it gets good. This is going to start connecting. See up there, that X-shaped piece? That's going to connect into this. Like, remember how we were saying there was like no support for these side pieces that hold the gear? Like they just flop and out and splay out. Well, there's about to be some support. And it attaches way up at the top here. So those springs are going to get stretched out. Did you see that? It just pulled the whole construction up. Like the springs did. It probably messed up that. Remember how we were trying to keep the gear in the same position on both sides? That probably just got messed up when I put this together. But it was bound to happen. No, it didn't. Everything looks good. It's at the bottom position on both sides. Everything looks perfect. Where did this piece come from? Oh, this was the piece I was holding that in place. All right, so that's nothing. Or at least it's not important at this moment. I'm sure it's something. So the thing we just did, hooking that in, I noticed in the instructions that's labeled 3. And putting the string through was labeled 1. Okay, putting it in the bottom was 2. All right, so we did it in order. 1, 2, 3. We put the E7 piece in. We passed the string through it. That's it for the first panel. Now, assemble E7 to the proper position. That just kind of happened. We weren't even trying to do that. But again, everything went fine. That's actually, I think this is a good puzzle, this classic printing press, because like more than once we messed up, didn't know what the hell we were doing, and everything still worked out. I mean, that's like an amazing, it's normally like when you put these puzzles together, you do everything right, you're like certain that you did everything right, and it still doesn't work. Whereas this one, I'm like messing up and it still works. And there was another ROKR puzzle like that I did. I think it was called the ROKR Stag Beetle. And I remember like I messed up, but then at the end I turned it on and it worked. So these are pretty resilient. I wonder who the designers are. If they're called Robotime. The reason why I say that, I wonder who the designers are, it's probably unfair of me to say. China has 1 billion people, so some of them probably do better work than others. Like, my kind of thinking, just based on like cars, is that like, if it's really resilient and they thought of everything, it's probably like a Japanese design. But I'm sure there's some good designers in China too. I mean, there's 1 billion people, but they just don't have the consistency reputation. So it made me think, I wonder if Robotime is not a Chinese company, but it probably is, because actually I think I mentioned this. They contacted me last week about sending me free puzzles, and I didn't get back to them yet because all the puzzles they offered me I already have, because I'm in another review program. So like the other review program is like anonymous. They don't know, like ROKR doesn't know who the puzzles are being given to, but they're being given to me. So they contacted me like not anonymously, but I already had their puzzles through the anonymous review program. All right, so on the next panel, they just put this. Oh, you didn't see me do it. I already did it. It's there was a little slit in the wood, and I put this like light bulb or whatever it is through it. I'm not sure it went in as far as it could. Does it look like it could go in further? I think it can. But it's like kind of like sticking for some reason. There it is. I took it back out. All right. Why does it not go all the way in? It's like fatter at the back. So you would think it'd be tougher to start, but then it would slide in. But I'm experiencing the opposite. It starts fine, but I can't get it to go to the back. Why the hell won't it go to the back? I don't want to break the wires. I think what I'm going to do is just examine that slit with something else. I'm going to put a blade in there and see if there's anything blocking that slit. Like, I don't want to push the wire and damage the wire and then it doesn't work. But I want to know that something can be pushed in here. Alright, the blade is not going through. Let's try this string. The string goes through no problem. So, I guess it's open, but it's tight because the wire is not going in there. Let's try the wire again. Look, you can see the kink in the wire. That's where this was fighting me. Alright, what I'm going to do is kind of saw it back and forth in the hopes that that moves it. That's working. So I'm sawing it back and forth to get it to the back, and now it's in the back. Now, do the wires still work, or did I just damage them? I guess we'll find out when we turn it on. I couldn't tell you at this point. Alright, now they want us to wax something. They want us to wax the A51 piece and connect to that the D22 and the P23, and also wax those pieces. So there you go. D22, A51, P53, and that's all going to slide onto the construction above this little, whatever you want to call it here. Alright, we got a lot of pieces still that we didn't deal with. Alright. So wax this inked side, because we always do ink side out. And then this P22, they want to wax this like around the edges of it. Alright. And then this is all going to go on here. Right? On there, and then the P22, wait, the D22 is going to kind of fit inside of that. There we go. Alright. Did you see that? This whole big thing just fell right off. Which makes me think, what's going to hold it on? Oh, okay. We have to attach it to this piece. So let's try that again. This time attaching it to the side piece. Alright, that's in. And then this little tiny D23 is going to also go. I'll tell you, it doesn't fit. Unless this thing stretches, it's not going to fit. It looks like, yes, it does stretch. It's like a rubber band kind of piece. I'm not really sure how to stretch it. I do have tweezers. I feel like I need a second tweezer. This thing is so tiny. Yeah. There's no way in hell I'm going to be able to stretch this. It's just, it has a really tiny hole. And it's so tiny that I can't grab it, not even with tweezers. What I'm going to do is put it already in position and just kind of tug at the sides until they go around. That worked. That was the answer. So I just put, it's like, the opening was tiny, but I pushed it against this metal and just like pulled at both ends until it like went around. So that was how that was done. Alright, we got some more pieces to do here. The two E5s and the two A45s, they're going to kind of like go together. They go like over this rod and they connect at the bottom. And then I think they also connect maybe to this. Is that wide enough? No, that's not wide enough. Yeah, I'm not really sure where they're going to connect to. Maybe they're just going to sit there for the moment. Let's look ahead. Move. Oh, they go backwards. Okay. That's even more confusing because there's nothing to stick to back there. And then what? Yeah, I have no idea what they're even trying to show us here. There's so much text. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, we're going to install a major piece in the next panel. And there's so friggin' much text. Well, first of all, okay, let's start here. Move 2 parts to each side to assemble easily later. So those 2 pieces we're about to do, we're just going to kind of put them out of the way. So we're not even really attaching them. But then the next instruction is it's just a picture with a caution sign, and I'm not even sure what text to read, because then there's like this other section, but that says 2 and this one says 1. So even though this one is printed like first on the page, I think we're supposed to do this one first because it has a 1 next to it. That happens sometimes with puzzles because they're labeling them by position and not by reading left to right. So anyway, before assembling, P19 should be at the highest position. I think it is right now. 2 gears should be in the engaging position as shown. When assembling, the arrow should be in the middle below. After assembling, do not press the handle down on part C. If the handle is accidentally pressed to tilt P19, pull the gear parts on both sides about 10 millimeter and adjust P19 to a horizontal position as per 1. So it sounds like we're not supposed to stamp that thing yet, because if we do, we're going to have to somewhat take the thing apart to fix it. The arrow should be in the middle position. Okay, middle position, got it. All right, well, there's a lot going on here, but I think we can do it. I think we can get it done. So first thing is the A45s and the E5s. This is an E5. This is an A45. They just connect. You hold the E5 underneath this bar here, and it's got 2 holes there, and what's going in those 2 holes is the 2 points from the A45. I'm just going to drop them in there, and apparently then just push this piece out of the way and save it for later. It's not so easy to do, turns out. So I'm going to start it without threading that metal first. I'm going to start it out here just to make sure it can be done. It can be done, okay. Now, can we leave half in and get it over the top without breaking it? Not sure that we can. I don't want to break the piece. I broke the piece. Okay. So that's a bad idea. Don't do what I did. You'll break the piece. Alright, so just put it on first and then put it through second. Put it over the... Put one piece under the metal, one piece over the metal, and then stick them together. So, just to show you what happened there. You can see there's a line there. That's where it broke. Hopefully it's not going to be a big deal, but we definitely broke that piece. So the other one, we're not going to try to pre-assemble it. We're going to put it through, then assemble it. It's going to be annoying, but hopefully we don't break the piece. What makes this annoying is that you have to support it while also, like, you need 2 hands to put it through, but you also need 2 hands to support it. No, you need at least one hand to support it and two hands to attach it. But presumably you only have two hands unless there's someone helping you. So, and you can't push from the top because it's a very weak piece. You'll break it. So basically if you pre-assemble it, you'll break it. If you push from the top, you'll break it. So you have to slide it in from the bottom. And if you're like me, there's no way your fingers are going to fit at the bottom. So it's a very annoying piece. Let's just put it that way. Alright, I got it done, but it was annoying. Alright, so that, they said just push that out of the way for now. It actually doesn't go out of the way because of this bear, but I just pushed it as far as I could. Alright, what's next? Well, that's all of the pieces that we had collected. But they want us to assemble the piece known as C, which is this interesting piece we picked up at the beginning. So they want the position to be kind of in the middle. How to identify the middle. Imagine this line. You see this little like arrow here? It's like pointing a little bit below this circle here. Apparently that's the middle. Now, how do we get this in here? We're going to put it... We got to make sure we got the direction correct. Okay. So this is not the correct direction. This is the correct direction. Just to match the instructions, make it a little bit easier. Get the bear on the left. And then this whole piece is going to go over those gears. It's got a line in the middle. The line is going to thread that piece of metal. And where is it going to attach? To here? Oh, okay. There's little slits there. I don't know if you can see it, but there's little slits just inside of the wood. And that's where this is going to go. If we can hit those spots. Doesn't feel like they're hitting, by the way. Feels like they're getting stuck on the metal and not even reaching where they need to go. So let's check that out. Why is that happening? Looks good on this side. Looks good on this side. So it must be the gears that are hitting. Well, the gears are hitting, but I don't think it's a problem. The gears are supposed to sort of lock together. So I think we just kind of wiggle this a little bit, let the gears do their thing, and it should go in. It's in on one side. There's 4 pins that need to go in. At least 1 pin is currently in. 2 in. Alright, let's check this side. They might be all in. I think I can get them a little tighter, but they're all in. Alright, that wasn't too bad. So now it's starting to look like it's something. I mean, we got a lever here, and this lever... I think if I pull it right now, it'll just break everything. Why though? Why doesn't it want to work? Go by this gear. Yeah, that looks good. Is it like stuck at too high a position? I'm not really sure why it won't spin. I know they were making a big warning about getting it in the right place. I wonder if I have it in the wrong place. Well, I can move it by spinning this. Okay. And when I move it, this thing moves. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah. Wow. Okay, it seems like pretty cool. I'm not going to play with it too much, but I mean, we'll get to it. We'll get to it tomorrow. So that's the end of page 15. I guess we got to a pretty good place today. And it looks like it's going to move quickly. We could do page 16. Let's do page 16 today. I think we could do this. All right, so page 16 starts off, which is the QC of what we already did. And we already QC'd it. And then they're going to add some pieces we already built. The D piece, which is like this piece here. They're going to add this in. But they also want 2 E6s, an E8, and a B1. Those are 3 wooden pieces, so I think we can handle that pretty easily. So that's 258 if we grab those 4 pieces. And here's, I guess, what we're going to do with them. Assemble the proper position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks pretty cool. Alright, let's grab those pieces. So B1 and then a bunch of pieces from the E board. And then this piece that we already assembled, which they call D. So B1. B1's got to be one of these pieces we knocked out by accident earlier. Is this B1? It is. This is B1. Alright, and then we need, everything else comes from the E board, which is, I believe, the second to last board. They go up to F. Alright, so the E board is very thick, by the way. We need E8 and 2 E6s. So E8 is a nice big piece here. And E6s are right here. There we go. There's the 4 pieces, plus the pre-built one. This E6 looks tricky because of those little tiny holes there. What are we going to do with that? Alright, that is the first thing. So the first thing they want us to do is thread the E6s onto this D piece. That's pretty easy, right? Just put them on there. And then the second thing is to drop the E6s into the construction. So where exactly do they go? It shows them by the springs. I'm not really sure. Is there anywhere to hook on there? There isn't. Wow. I don't know where to put these tabs. Let's take a close look at the instructions. Put the cable through. Yeah, we did that. Oh, no, actually we didn't do that. It's supposed to feed through the springs. All right. Well, we can fix that in a second. But then the tab goes way down there. What is way down there? Oh, okay. All right. It's going to bridge, I think, from the front to the back. Or it's going to wedge in between the front to the back, and this top is going to... Yeah, I got it. But the thing that we didn't do is the springs. That might be tricky. Like, how are we going to get those springs in there? I knew that was going to happen. The spring, you put on the spring and it just like immediately snaps back. You have to lock it in with these E6 pieces. Alright, so lock it in. It's not actually locked, but At least it's kind of like I can hold my finger against it. Alright, now I gotta do the other side as well, obviously. And then we can get a better lock. Hopefully. When it wedges in between those two other pieces. Alright. Let's try to do this now. There's a lot to line up all across the board here. You would think the springs would like pull these pieces down into where they go, but that's not what I'm experiencing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I felt like I knew where they needed to go before we started this operation. Now everything's being broken to hell. I'm just repairing stuff that I broke a second ago. I don't know where those E6s go. I'm trying to figure that out. Trying to feel where they go. It's weird because this one feels like it should go in that slot. But then where would the other one go? These E6s don't make any sense to me. They're not like one of them has a slot. One side has a slot. The other side doesn't. But the side that has a slot, the spring doesn't want to go down to that level. Excuse me. Like the spring doesn't want to pull this piece down for some reason. Not sure why. What is the spring getting caught up on? Oh man, what a mess. This thing is like falling apart. Well, that could be part of the problem. That the whole structure was falling apart. Alright, now it's looking a little bit better. But the spring still doesn't want to go down. Maybe it's this piece, the other connectors on this top piece, this D piece. Yeah, those connectors are not on. And that could be preventing this from sliding down. Alright. It's slanted. You see it's slanted? That's no good. It's got to go in straight, not slanted. Why the hell is it slanted? Well, this looked like it was going to be really easy. It's not. For some reason, it's not. It looks like you just drop it on top. That's not what happens at all. It twists every second of the way. It twists. Seemingly doesn't fit in where it's supposed to go. Alright, I think we got it. Was a struggle, but I think we got it. But I also think it can fall apart at any second. It doesn't seem like the sturdiest bit of construction, like over here. What is going on over here? That is not correct. Basically, I'm like pulling it apart. I think we need a piece here on this side. Like, why is there no... There should be a piece going from here to here. Where is that piece? Let's just zoom ahead in the instructions and find that piece. Alright. I think we did that correct. What is next? Alright. Hang up the spring. What is that? B1. Yes, they had us get out B1. So B1 is going to go where? Here? That's way too high. They're showing some other piece. Oh, is it this E8? Did they have us grab that? Yeah, E8. Okay. So 2E6 is right. So the B... No. This is the B1. We're going to add the E8. The E8 is going to go... Where? Where the hell is it going to go? Is there a piece missing here? What was supposed to go there? Oh no, we're supposed to be looking at the back side, I think. Yeah. Alright, so these pieces aren't even going to help us. Because it's the other side that we want to strengthen. But they're strengthening this side. Well, I guess you can only do one thing at a time. Alright, we are going to use this next on the other side. But for some reason, they want us to do the B1 first. Probably it's easier and, I don't know, give some needed support or something. We always end up having the toughest time with the pieces where we're like, oh, that looks easy. Let's just do that one last thing before we end the stream. And then, of course, it's never easy and the stream ends up going long and whatever. I'm trying to get this square steel rod through this piece here, because that's like the start of this. Can't get it. Nope. Wow. Why they make it so difficult? Alright, let's get it on the rod first. And through the wooden tab second. Let's get it on the steel, not exactly rod, the square steel first. And then into the wooden section next. I still can't seem to get the angle. wonder if backwards it would go. We shouldn't do that, but it might fit easier that way. Yeah. I don't think there's any way to move that. But I can move this, which will create some space. Hopefully just enough to get that on. And then I'll push it back. Yeah. Alright, it's on. And then I'll try to push this back enough to get it in here. And then hopefully complete the job. Okay. I feel like I'm breaking a lot of other stuff in the process, but anyway, that's on. Now, the E8 is supposedly going to lock in one of those E6s. And they're also showing the string. But they don't seem to be feeding the string through anything, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Alright. The E6s are back here. So we're still on this side. Wow. Okay, we're putting all the strength on this side. The WD-40 showed up today, but I didn't have time to put it on the chair yet. Maybe tomorrow. I mean, if I knew what I was doing, I would have had time, but I need to like study first how to do it. Excuse me. All right. They wanted to line up lower. Like I thought this hole would line up with the top one, but I think it doesn't. It doesn't show it lining up with anything really. What it does show is this tab here lining up with this. So that will be our guide. I'm not going to worry about the circles right now. And then there's another tab in front. Did anyone have corned beef yet? St. Patty's Day is, I want to say tomorrow, but depending where you're watching this from, it may already be today. So happy St. Patrick's Day. I actually have a St. Patrick's Day video on my channel. It's like from 10 years ago, but it's a cool video. It's Frank Sinatra reincarnated as a 4-leaf clover doing a set on St. Patrick's Day. That's the video. Alright. Feels like this is almost lined up. Yeah. Is it lined up? It is. Alright, that's the Happy St. Patrick's Day. I hope you had a good day today. You know, the most popular video on my channel, before I got into puzzles for about a decade, the most popular video was a St. Patrick's Day video. It was called, you can check it out. It's something like Frank Sinatra reincarnated as a 4-leaf clover doing a set on St. Patrick's Day, which doesn't even make sense because St. Patrick, he did the Trinity analogy with a 3-leaf clover. So the 4-leaf, just like, it doesn't make sense. Probably why the video never really caught on, but it did get a few thousand views. But anyway, maybe I should redo it one day. As I could do the same audio track, but do a 3-leaf clover. Anyway, hope you had a great day today. And I realize someone else could be watching this 10 years from now, and it's not St. Patrick's Day, but it's St. Patrick's Day here where I'm recording, so I might as well mention it. Sorry that I don't know. I know the holidays that sort of I learned in grade school as I was a kid. And I don't really have any other holidays memorized. Like, I know I respect all other cultures, I just don't know their holidays. I need to learn them so I can mention them at least during the stream. And it won't be super authentic. I'll be kind of faking it, but I think it's like, at least I'm trying, you know? Like, I'm sure other people who move to, let's call it America, but it could be the West, anywhere in the West. You know, maybe they don't come from a country that says Merry Christmas, and you know, maybe they had to learn to do it. So if they could learn to say my holiday, I could learn to say theirs, but I haven't yet. So where we stopped yesterday was they wanted us to hook on these pieces that we'd already built. You don't see what I'm looking at. It was page, it says page 17 on the scoreboard. Yeah, it's page 17 in the instruction manual. And looks like they're wanting us to work with a bunch of stuff that we've already built. So I don't know why that intimidated me into stopping last night, but it did. But then they've also got a bunch of pieces new, so I don't really know. There's a mix of new and old here. So A46 times 2, B3, B4, B7, D19, F16, F17 times 2, F18. Well, those are all pieces that are coming from wood sheets, so that should be good. When we're mixing up like 3 different types of material, it gets annoying, but not annoying, but annoying. Anyway, so we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 pieces. So we're going from 258 to 268. This is not going to stop at 303, I guarantee you. ROKR, my experience with them, they only count the wooden pieces. They don't count everything that's in this box. All this like leather pouches and rubber printing plates and plastic tweezers and PVC pipes and metal screws. They don't count any of that stuff. They only count the stuff that comes from these wooden sheets. So let's grab those pieces right now, the ones that we need. And we also could talk about the theme a little bit. It was kind of a segue when I was talking about, unintentional segue, when I was talking about those different holidays and how other people had to learn mine, so I should learn theirs. It's kind of similar to the concept, the writing concept for today, which is get other people to read your writing. Like before you post it, before you submit it, before you publish it, get someone else to read it. You don't have to do what they say. You can still stick to your guns, but at least you should be aware of what another person's going to react when they read it. So maybe someone's going to say, I couldn't follow what this piece was, or, you know, who this character was. And you might say in your mind, yeah, because this is, you know, book 1, and you're not going to really understand that character till book 3. So that's fine. But another one, they could be like, why did they drive this car instead of taking the bus? And you're like, oh shit, I have to give a reason why the bus doesn't work. Or, you know, something like that. Because, you know, they say that and you think that too. Like, oh yeah, why didn't they just take the bus? That's obviously, those were both examples from fiction writing, but could be relevant in anything. Maybe you're making a proposal for a merger with another company, and they're going to say, why are you guys producing these cars when you could just take the bus? And you're like, oh shit, we're going to have to destroy the city's auto bus infrastructure so we can sell our Segway scooters or something like that. That's a real world example, by the way. Do you remember? Do you remember that? Do you remember the Drudge Report? People used to think Drudge was like a good guy. Looking back, it should have been really obvious that he wasn't. But like one of the first hints for me was when he was promoting this Segway, and all these billionaires were saying, "Oh, we're gonna have to like redesign cities to make it so people can ride Segway scooters." And it's like, if your plan involves redesigning the city to like support your product rollout, your product sucks. Nobody's gonna redesign the city to make it work. You know, that's like not how it goes. So anyway, I don't know why it took me so long to realize that Drudge was the worst, but I'm glad I realized it. I think I didn't realize it till he turned on Trump, because I think it seemed for a while like basically the press is historically like liberal in America, but they're not necessarily liberal. They're more like Democratic Party support, because like everything the Democrats wanted in the 90s, the Republicans have conceded to them in the 2020s, and they're not happy. Like MSNBC and like CNN and all these people, they're not happy. So it makes it seem like, well, in the 90s they had good issues and they were ahead of the curve. So that was great for them for stealing power, obtaining power. They could just like promise people the world and then deliver. And they sort of dragged out delivery, which was smart on their part. They like dragged it out for like 30 years. But now they've like delivered, and instead of like being happy, they're looking for new issues, and they're trying to create the issues. Like, we have to, make 4-year-olds change gender. We have to open the borders and not have a country. We have to like they're really coming up with really asinine ideas that people disagree with them, not because they're like wrong, or not because they don't see what the smart elite professor class sees, because the ideas are just bad. They don't agree with the ideas because they're bad. So, why did I start talking about that? Oh, okay, Drudge Report. So I think Drudge sort of carved his space by just being different from the mainstream media, and that seemed like a good idea. Seemed like it was working for a while, but I think it was coincidence. It happens sometimes. You think someone's like smart, and really they're just in the right space. So like in the 90s, the liberal media just happened to be in the right space, and in the early 2000s, the Drudge Report just happened to be in the right space. They weren't really geniuses. They just were in the right place at the right time. All right, so we collected all our pieces. Let's see what we got to do with these. Well, it looks like 2 of the pieces are supposed to connect together. Did we already connect them together? Oh, I think we did connect them, and then they fell apart, right? So, like, we had this together at some point, but it fell apart. So let's just put it back together. It's maybe not going to stay together. I think we had manufactured some piece and put it in there. Anyway, it's a decorative piece. I'm not going to worry about that too much. Now, what we have to do with this, that's tricky. Like, what's going on here? What is that pole? Okay, that pole is really on the piece. So we have that pole. And then we have to attach to it. What is this thing? G? Okay, so we have that. So that's something we've already like built. Alright, and the pole has to go through. First we got to get the orientation correct, which I believe we do. And then the pole has to go through this piece right above the notch. That's not very secure. And it says press with tool. Okay, because I put the wrong part through. I knew that didn't seem right. What we're supposed to actually put through is this wheel, which is kind of weird. Like what? I just pick like any spoke on this wheel and push this through? This is not going to go through. There's something we're doing wrong. Oh, okay. It's D19. Okay, okay. Let's restart here. So this pole does go through. It goes through the very top. And it's snug there. So that's good. And when it says press with tool, that means use this thing so you don't stab your finger. That's what that means. All right. Press with tool. I still stabbed my finger. I missed the tool somehow. All right, now the D19 is what goes in here. So D19 is a piece that we just like got ready a second ago, and that's going to go here. Now, is that wheel going to go in front or behind the D19? It looks like in the instructions it goes behind it. And then it looks like it's going to attach to here. Right? Is that the right piece we're looking at? I think so. Then this probably goes down here. Does that make sense? Why do the instructions not show? Oh, they show it, but in such a weird way. The piece goes out of the panel, and then you follow this like family circus dotted line, and then there's an arrow saying like drop it in here. This is like the way I drew lines on like my first comic before I knew what I was doing, which by the way I redid it all before I published the graphic novel because I realized it was all wrong. So ROKR needs to hire a comic book writer or a comic book letterer at least to do their manuals, which is interesting because I'm a comic book writer and I live streamed the assembly of their models, and it's starting to make me think if they do need a comic book writer to work on their manuals, then I probably would be qualified for that job. Now, I'm not saying that I'm available for that job, but I probably would be able to help them. You know, maybe I should do aftermarket manuals. I'll just like remix their manuals and make them make sense. All right, so this D19 needs to go over here and click in. It didn't click in. I squeezed on it and nothing happened. Come on. What's this like dangling wheel? Oh, and this is probably supposed to go here. And then this, it's probably supposed to reach through here, right? I probably should wait for the instructions to tell me to do this, but it just looks like so much like that's what's supposed to happen. The only thing is maybe something goes in between. Like you don't want to push it in there too early. But it kind of had to because otherwise these pieces just fall all over the place. Is this supposed to stick in? I see there's two spots where it could fit. Okay, I'm not, for some reason I'm building this without checking the instructions, which is totally unlike me. Oh, today's the 13th episode. It's when it's like a full moon. It's at 13. You're allowed to not follow the rules, which we are definitely not doing today. All right, we still didn't get this D19 to go in yet, though we clicked in two other pieces that it didn't tell us to click in. Wow, something just broke. Oh, it was that piece that was already broken. So that's not a big deal. I was trying to get the wooden pieces in, the metal piece came out. I'm trying to get that back in. And then the wood pieces come out. Yep. One of those things. One comes in, one goes out. Can't seem to get them all in at once. This D19 is the weirdest piece. It's like, that's the one we originally started with, or finally. It finally went in. Alright, maybe everything else is now in too. I really don't know because we weren't looking at instructions. We were just like saying, this looks like it fits and shoving it in, which, I don't know if that's really a great strategy. So let's see how much we got right. Test. Yeah, we didn't do a test. There's an X saying don't do this. Hopefully we didn't do that. There's another X saying don't do that. I don't think we did any of those things. Yeah, it doesn't show that X piece being attached. I'm wondering if we just completely put it on the wrong side. That would be embarrassing. All right, let's spin it around to the other side. No, the other side is already built. So it definitely goes on this side. And even though it doesn't show those X pieces attaching, they simply must. See, they're like right here. And then there's obviously entry points there. And they simply must go together. I don't know why they're not showing them going together. But now they want us to test this. And I don't want to test it because it has all this like instructions of like, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And as soon as we test it, we're going to find out everything's wrong. So I kind of don't feel like testing it. Let's keep building. All right, let's read what the tests at least says. Under normal conditions, P19 will flip when handle is pressed. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen. Check if P19 is tilted, pull out part. All right, so we're going to push the handle, cannot be pressed to the deep. Check if the arrow is in the middle, adjust the handle. All right, so we're going to try to press on the handle, and we're going to see the printing plate flip. And if it doesn't flip, or if the handle doesn't press, then stuff isn't working. So right now, the printing plate is way up top here. And so is the printing press way up top. So we're going to pull the trigger, and my prediction is this whole thing is going to fall apart. Because I tried it last night, and this press button didn't work. I don't know. Maybe we didn't put enough wax on it. Nothing was working. Let's try it again. Yeah, everything's breaking. I feel it breaking. It's supposed to move this plate down via moving these things, but that's not what happens. Everything just breaks if you force it. It's just gonna break. You hear those breaking sounds? All right, it worked. I don't know if you saw that. The plate flipped over, which is exactly what it was supposed to do. All right, so it works. You pull it down, and the plate flips. Do you see that? I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing. Let's do it one more time. So now the handle's off screen, but I got you a view of the plate. So there you go. I push the handle, and the plate spins. So it didn't work the first couple of times we did it, but I guess the wax just needed to rub against the wood a little bit. So just if yours doesn't work, just keep waxing the pieces. I feel like I need to add more wax, but I don't know where. By the way, I bought something. I bought it to fix my chair. I haven't fixed my chair yet. I don't know if this works only on metal, but if there's another can like this that works on wood, then I'm going to buy it, because this like system that they use with the wax, it's fine. It's fine for you if you're just like buying this box and assembling this. But if I'm going to do like every single puzzle that ROKR releases, I don't have time to spend my life like waxing pieces of wood. I'm just going to like go, with the spray bottle, and then everything's going to move. But the more I do that, then it's going to become like, don't even make models. Just like design your own crap and cut the wood and put it together, which is probably eventually what's going to happen on this stream. Because if I just assemble models, that's not unique. But if I design, craft, and build, things, then that's potentially interesting. Anyway, that's not going to happen today. That's just kind of, as I quoted last episode, that Chucky from Mr. Beast channel says if you get 1% better each time, you'll eventually make watchable videos. 1%, that's a huge amount. Obviously, we're not going to get 1% better each time, but if we just, I think the point is just always keep improving. And eventually, I'll have a channel that serves some purpose. But you know, I'm already 51. I don't know how many more years I'm going to do it. Probably like 50 at the most. Will I actually have watchable videos within 50 years? Probably. But there'll be videos that would have been watchable in like the 1980s. Like, I doubt that I'll ever reach the stage. I know that you're supposed to speak confidently about yourself, but I'm just being honest. I'll probably never reach the stage where I'm competitive with whatever's the latest, best videos out there, but at least I can create videos that you can put on in a nursing home and the old people won't complain. I guess that's my goal, that I can make a video that you could turn it on in a nursing home and they don't throw mashed potatoes at the screen. And I realize that I'm not there yet, but you know, that's the goal. To an hour-long broadcast, room full of old people, screen free and clear of mashed potatoes. That's the goal. Let's see if I can reach that goal. All right. So what the hell were we talking about? Oh, there's like a screw here and we're supposed to tighten it. Where did they get that idea from? Did a D19? Here's the problem. They never told us to add a screw. Is there like already a screw there? Oh, there is already a screw there. So the screw needs to go. Oh, this long screw in the middle needs to screw onto that D19. All right, let's do that. Where's the screwdriver? How's it going? I'm not going to stream that late tonight. Okay. So, yep, this piece, the screw that's already in the middle of this wheel is going to attach to that D19 piece that we just put on a second ago. I'm not sure why, though. And was I supposed to test the functioning of this before or after? Oh, wow. Well, now we probably have to back that out a little bit so it'll move. Back that out a little bit. It's still tight. Oh, it only goes in one direction. No, it's not that it only goes in one direction. You need a higher camera angle. Let's try this. That's still not high enough. Like this. All right. Let me move this piece. Okay, here we go. So if I pull on this, okay, it kind of moves like back and forth. But if I go like this, now that piece goes up and down. And there's probably some logic to that, like printing press logic. I really don't know what's supposed to happen. I can say that it's a little bit like off kilter here. It's not, you see that? It's not going down the middle. And I'm not sure how to fix that. I just like trying to force it right now with my fingers. That worked pretty good. The forcing it solution seemed to work. But maybe we have to like now tighten up this piece of metal. Get that in the right position. Alright, that looks good. Alright, let's see what happens when we crank this wheel. See, what happens is it goes up and down, but it's not hitting in the middle here. And I don't know if maybe there's going to be more parts added that it's going to like keep it in the middle. But as of now, it doesn't stay in the middle. But let's just keep building because they didn't tell us to test that yet. So maybe we're going to add some pieces that are going to make it work. Because obviously right now it doesn't work. Alright, so F17 times 2. Yeah, okay. Alright, so we're building some little thing here. Using F18, F16, and then two F17s. We're just building some little, like, I don't know, it looks like a piston. I don't know what it actually is. That didn't go all the way in. Let's get that flush. Stack 2 other pieces on top. We got Easter coming up in 2 weeks, which is great because I've had this Easter puzzle on my desk for like a year. I got it like from the review program like a week after last Easter, and I didn't want to forget. And it's been sitting on my desk. Let me show it to you so I don't forget to assemble it on Easter. I can't show it to you because I have other stuff stacked on top. Or, let me see if I could get to it. Okay. There wasn't too much stuff stacked on top. Basically, we're going to do this puzzle on Easter. I think it's very simple. See, it has a bunny. It has peeps. It has a chicken coming out of an egg. And it has some Easter eggs growing in a garden. None of this makes sense, other than maybe an Alice in Wonderland type of sense. But I don't know. I felt like it could work for Easter. So we're going to do this on Easter. LC007. I guess that's the model number. Ice bricks. I haven't done Bunny and Chick seesawing set. I haven't done anything from ice bricks. I don't know anything about them. It says age 8+. Does this look like an 8+ puzzle to you? This looks like a Lego Duplo range puzzle. But anyway, it looks like it could be done in one night. So this will be the Easter puzzle. Remember to come back on Easter. So Ash Wednesday was the same day as Valentine's Day, and now, what was that popping sound? Anyway, probably something I moved around. And now today's St. Patrick's Day, but we're also coming up on the end of Easter. It's Palm Sunday a week from today, and Easter 2 weeks from today. So it's kind of very early Easter, which is good because I had that box, as I said, sitting around all year. All right, so the B3 and the B4, they're going to go on right now. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to do exactly what we were hoping for. They're going to kind of lock that piece into the middle. They're going to create like, what's the word? Like guide rails or something. Basically, they're going to clip on both sides there. B3 and B4. To get the sides right, it's like the this lower part is going to get the higher part of this. And which one is B3 and which one's B4? The way to know that is ink side out. So this side has the ink. So this is going to go here. Now, what is it going to clip onto? It shows this piece at the bottom. Oh, okay. And this piece. Okay. So this could have been attached to this piece. Like, they didn't need to hold B3 and B4 until now. I feel like I got to go back to this camera because this puzzle's just getting too tall for the other camera angle, or I got to adjust the other camera angle. Basically, it's going to attach completely to this piece, which means that we could have assembled this when we were assembling this piece, but whatever. They want to do it now, we'll do it now. All right, that's done. There we go. Flip it around, do the other one. Why did they have us build this if we're not going to put this anywhere? Did I miss something? Build it. Yeah, I missed something. Press with tweezers. Press with tweezers. So, I'm not going to bother with the tweezers because those tweezers are useless. I'll show you the tweezers. Here's the tweezers. As you can see, they're useless. I don't know why they want us to use them. Alright, so this one that we skipped, okay. We're supposed to be on this side, the same size as the lever. It goes right in there. Okay, I know why they want us to use tweezers, because you can't possibly fit your finger in there. But the tweezers are useless. Alright, I got an idea. We're going to use the tweezers just to line it up, and then we're going to use the back end of the screwdriver to pound it in. Sound like a good plan? Well, unless anyone's got a better plan, that's what we're doing. Okay. Alright, there we go. I know that wasn't the back end. I just called an audible at the last second. Oh my goodness, I can't get in there. I can't get my fingers in there. This is why they said to use the tweezers. But I don't think it was lined up straight. Let's try again. I'm not even sure which way this is supposed to go. Let's try this way. No, it doesn't look right. It's not clicking in. Come on, get in there. It's in. Alright, that's done. So now we flip it around and do, I don't know if it's the B3 or the B4, but the one that we didn't already do. And we still have these ROKR pieces. And I think this, like, whatever the hell this piece is, we still got some pieces to do. But I think we're just going to do one for tonight. I'm not going to... Oh, that's not right. Wow, that was so bad. That was like... I'm like not at my best tonight. That was like idiotic what I just did. This is why no one else does these puzzles live. Because you just embarrass yourself. With your stupid mistakes. Alright, that's on. Alright, what's next? Those three pieces I just showed you. That's the three pieces that are next. I mean, obviously, it's the only three pieces left. Alright, so the pieces, the ROKR nameplates, they go up top there. One on each side. And then this B7 piece goes, it's kind of like a spacer. It goes right in front of the gears. I don't know how I feel about that. I like to be able to see the gears in operation. But it might help add strength. Like these gears, they're no longer going to be visible. We're going to add this. But if it helps, like, because this was pretty flimsy, if it adds strength, then I guess I'm not going to complain too much, but we're definitely blocking the operation of gears. You won't be able to see them anymore. And what about these pieces? Are these going to clip on? Because we still haven't done anything with those. Oh, those are supposed to clip onto here. We must have missed that in the instructions. All right, let's clip these on right now. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing. All right. So we had built these things and fed them over this piece of metal. There's like this U piece, and it's on this flat piece. And we were supposed to push it in here. I don't remember when. We could flip through the manual and see, but we're just going to do it now. We can still get to it. Obviously, it was supposed to already be done, but better late than never. That little like bear or whatever is like in my way. I'm actually using the tweezers to grab the other side. Because just that bear just blocks everything. So tweezers are the answer. this one is still too high. It's in. That was annoying, but it's done. All right, you want to see when we missed that in the instructions? See if we can spot it. It should be right after we added that press. Yeah, there it is. Well, there they were already in place, but is that when they told us to do it? Okay, they're not in place here. You see they're just sitting on the outside. And then they're in place here. So must be on this instruction, yeah. No, they never told us to do it. They're already in place here. So like on this instruction, they're not pushed in yet. On this instruction, they are pushed in, but there's no arrows. There's no 1, 2, 3. There's nothing telling us that we were supposed to do it at that point. There is a 1, 2, 3. It even goes all the way up to 5, but it doesn't address those pieces. Okay, this is it. This is it. You see this little arrow here? That arrow goes to this inset. And I guess that was the instruction, but they're giving it in such a super close up. I mean, I should have seen that. I'll just give you a look at that. So we should have looked at this instruction, realized that something was going on, and then figured out what it was. But that's really not a great angle, but whatever. I should have seen it. Okay, so anyway, better late than never. It's now done. And let's get back to putting on this B7, which I still don't see how that's supposed to happen. All right, so it's on the side with the bear and the pin. All right, let's take a look here. All right, so this part with the dashes goes at the bottom. And there's no tabs on this. There's 2 hooks on the side. That's the only thing going on here. So is there anywhere to hook the hooks? No, there isn't. There's slots here. Is it wide enough to sit in the slots? No, it's not. It's not wide enough. Are the slots supposed to be closer together? There's nothing for it to hold on to. It just sits there, which cannot be right. All right, let's go forward past this and see what it looks like when it's already installed. Here it is already installed. Okay, something is going to go in front of it that locks it in. So we need to grab, basically, there's these 2 dots here, and it's going to sit behind those 2 dots, and then there's going to be another piece that's going to come along and sit in those dots. It's going to click into them, and that's going to lock this in place. So we need to find that piece, which is B8. But I got to tell you, it doesn't really fit in here. Like it's covering up those spots. Why is that? Why would that be? Well, we could put the B8 in first and then slip this in behind it. I don't know if that's actually going to work or not. Yeah, I mean, that's the only option. So that's what we're doing. All right, let's find the B8 piece. So we'll increment the counter 1 to 269 because we're grabbing B8. I don't even know when B8 was going to come up in the instructions. I just know that this piece is going to fall out and get lost if we don't put B8 in tonight. So here's B8. Just a little decorative piece, but it's important because it's going to lock in that piece behind it. And again, it's hiding the gears. Like, why are we doing that? People want to see the gears. They don't want to see this like stupid decoration. You know, it's like one thing to do a model purely for the looks, but this model is a working printing press. People want to see it in operation. I broke this piece, not that it matters, but just admitting to that. All right, that's in now. Broken piece and all. All right. P9. Now, I'm not going to get too far ahead. Let's go back to where we're supposed to be. All right, the two ROKR pieces, A40, the two A46s go on the front and back there, up at the top. All right, so we do that, and we're done for the day. Like, one of them goes above this handle, which, like, this handle, okay, it still moves. Okay, good. All right, I guess we move it down, install the plate, and then put it back. Because I can't get in there at the same time, but I could, like, press it down, install this, and then let it come back. I didn't install it yet. I let go because I needed two hands to install it, but I need one hand to hold it down. I suppose I could hang a little weight on it, and that'll keep it down. But I got one pin on. Let's see if we can get the other one on. You know, let me do the other side first, because it'll kind of keep it like I can get to the other side, but it will make sure that they're the right distance apart. If I get the piece on the other side, we know it's the right distance apart, and then it should be easier to get on the first side, the side with the handle, the side that we attempted first. Now, how are we going to hold this down? I don't have any weights handy. I don't have any weights within this desk. Actually, I do have some weights, but I don't think I can get to them. All right, the piece is on. I would have got to the weights if I needed to. All right, the piece is on. The handle still works. We're in great. You know, I wonder if this is basically done. I didn't make note of it on last night's stream. Like, actually, I didn't notice until after I closed the stream. But we have this back to one piece. I mean, there's no other pieces here. Every piece that we've punched out of a board or taken out of a bag is in this construction. And this thing moves. I mean, I assume this is the main part of the printing press. And it moves correctly. So I'm wondering if we're like kind of done with this. Anyway, I had one more topic for the theme. And then as it happened, this channel that I follow, Studio Binder, they released a video today that was about writing. And it was something that wasn't on my list. In fact, it was a really weird thing. If we don't finish today, I'll mention it tomorrow. If we do finish today, I'll just throw it in at the end. So anyway, I did have one topic kind of planned still for today on the theme of writing. And my topic is that thinking comes before writing. So if you're going to be a writer, whether you're just writing work emails or you're writing ad copy or you're writing screenplays, you need to have, it's not really about writing. Writing is like something that you can do to make the best impression out of your thoughts. Really what you are as a writer is a thinker. I mean, maybe not. Maybe there's some people who are going to just take someone else's thoughts and be really good at like writing them out. But I'm thinking that a writer is a thinker. So you need some place to think. What is your thinking spot? When do you do your thinking? The graphic novels that I wrote, I would do my thinking while walking. In fact, I started a lot of these stories before I knew I was going to turn them into graphic novels. I would just walk around thinking. And that thinking would be like I was like telling these stories, inventing these stories in my own head while walking around. So everyone needs to have a process. It doesn't have to be like a ritual sort of thing. It doesn't have to be always the same. Maybe someone thinks while they're sitting on the train. Maybe someone thinks while they're doing crochet. You know, different things. But for me, I used to think while walking. And that just happened to work out great for me. You know, maybe for someone else another thing works out good. Alright, we might talk about that a little bit more. But for now, let's see where we were in the instructions. Page 18. Yeah, we had put on this B8 piece. Sorry, here's B8 right here. It's in front of this lever at the bottom. And we put that on so that that piece wouldn't fall out. So we already have the B8, but there's a lot of B pieces that we need to deal with right now. B2, B5 times 2, B6, B8, B9, B11, B14, P19, E10, and P23. P23 is the only non-wooden piece that we're doing here. And out of the wood pieces, we've got 1, 3, 4. We're going to skip to B8. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 pieces. So we're going from 269 to 279. I don't think we have that many pieces to go. It's not going to stop at 303 as we've discussed before, but probably not too far away either. Alright, so B8 is already out there. B2 looks like it was probably also already gone. Like, is it like this piece? Is that B2? No, that's B22. Is it? Yeah, that's B22. And we don't need that piece. Let's look through and see what B2 looks like, just to see if it's one of the pieces we've already knocked out. B11 we definitely already knocked out. So this is B11. Alright, where is B2? E10, B19, B14, B2. B2 is that steering wheel piece. Didn't we already use that? Like, right here. We did. So is there a second B2? And where does it come from? I just gotta check in this box. Maybe it's still in here. Like maybe we punched out the second B2. Huh. Nope. Alright, it'll turn up. And when it does, we'll install it. Oh, you know what? It's inside of another piece. What other piece, though? I think it was this piece. Wherever that came from, the B2 was inside of there. Oh, is that why we had such a hard time putting this piece in? Do you remember when we were putting this piece in? We had a really hard time getting it around that steering wheel. And it looks like the reason we had that is because it pops out. Like we wedged this thing on here with this steering wheel in. I'm calling it a steering wheel. It's just a piece. But basically, that piece wasn't supposed to be there. It was supposed to pop out. And everything would have fit a lot better if we'd popped it out. But we didn't. Because we didn't realize. Oh, and I think we even broke it trying to get it to fit in there. Yeah, wow. So that was a big mistake. I basically forced this piece on when really we were supposed to pop it out. So we're going to use this now. And it's broken. So that's broken. You know, what are you going to do? Alright, what other pieces? So there's B9, we already did B8. There's B2. Alright. B5 times 2. Where's B5? They don't show you what the pieces look like. Pull out O-ring and keep it well for later use. Okay. Pull out O-ring and keep it well for later use. Why would I do that? So now they want us to pull the O-ring out? That's crazy. So why did we put the O-ring in there? Just to hold everything in place? And now we're going to remove it? Pull out the O-ring. Absolutely, they want it removed now. I remember it was like tricky to even get that piece on. So it was tricky to get the O-ring on. It was tricky to get that steering wheel on. And now they're both just going to be removed. So why did we do them? They like helped keep it in place for a little while. I can't even reach that O-ring. I'm just going to snag it with this needle nose pliers. I don't see what I'm doing, but I can feel it. It's off. Still trying to see what the B5 looks like. B10, B19, B14. Alright, B5 are these little stupid little pieces. I think these are them. Yep, these are the B5s. Do we need B6? I think we do. So the B5s and the B6 are all in this little piece here. So let's grab those. So where's your thinking spot? Alan Moore would just sit on the chair under a blankie and drink tea while he made his comic books. I would walk around, long walks, like multiple mile walks. I guess the answer is probably whatever you're most comfortable doing. Maybe some people think while driving. Maybe some people think while in the tub or the shower. And some people think while having tea under a blankie or going on a long walk. Just whatever. Whatever's your comfy spot. Wherever it is that your mind starts to daydream, that's probably your thinking spot. There's another B6. I wish I would see another B11 because that's what I'm looking for right now. This B board is a little bit easier to read than the A board, but it's not very easy. I gotta bring it up to the camera again. What am I looking for? B11, B20, B18, 14, 13, 15, 16. Do we need any of this stuff? We need 14 and 19. Yeah, there's 14. 14's a big piece. And the B11s are these pieces. We only need one of them, but it's like this. I knew that two of them were going to pop out. We only need one, but it's tough to get out just one. Alright, there's a B11. And then I think it's, B14 is quite a big piece here. But it's tricky to get out. It like bends around another piece. And of course it's attached. And that's the tricky part. Detaching it. Probably if you can figure out where it's attached, then it becomes easier to detach. Alright, does anyone remember what these pieces look like? Because I think this was B2, this was two B5s, that was B6, must be 9, 11, 14. What is this piece? Do we even need this? We probably don't. I probably grabbed this by accident. Yeah, I probably grabbed this thinking it was this. So we'll put that back. We don't have all of the pieces yet. We still need B19. Where's B19? 15, 16, 11, 12, 42, 13, 18. There's 19. 19 is in the middle here. We might knock out 18 in the process. It's like 18 is like hanging on by a thread. Alright, we got 19 out. Now we need E10. The highest board is F. Second from the top is E. What does E10 look like? Is this it? It's really tough to read. Yeah, that's E10. Well, that's where that circle / steering wheel piece is going to go. This is going to be a tricky piece to get out without breaking. It's very thin sections. Alright, we got it. And then P23 is the last piece that we need for the moment. I think we've seen P23 before. What is P23? Yeah, it's the O-ring that they just had us pull off. So we're going to use that O-ring again. I don't know why they had us remove it. Maybe I wasn't supposed to remove it. Let's just follow along. Alright, B8 is already on. B9 goes to like a different place. Alright. So it goes to kind of the other side. Does it go here? I feel like B9 goes here. Like that's where it fits. But when you look at this picture, does that look like it makes sense? I guess it does. They're just pointing at like one arrow. One slit. They have one arrow pointing at one slit. So that's it. That's where it goes. If we can get it in there. Sometimes the toughest part is just sliding these pieces in. Someone posted that on a different model in the comments yesterday. Like, the first thing I saw this morning, and the person was like, I know where these pieces go, but they won't slide in. Yeah, I'm constantly excuse me, encountering exactly that situation. It's like, yeah, I see where it's supposed to go. That doesn't mean it will go there. Like right now. I see where this piece is supposed to go, but it doesn't want to go in. The good news is the person who posted that comment later posted that they got all the pieces in, so I guess it was an all wells that ends well type of situation. Now, we broke B8 getting it in, and I feel like we're also going to break B9 getting it in. But I don't think it's a very important piece, so I'm not going to really worry about it too much. Alright, one half went in. Now, what's going on with the other half? Wait a second. So, it's not totally in there. I'm not sure why. But it's, the half that was in popped out. Excuse me, I'm trying to get the other side in. And the side that was in popped out. For some reason. Alright, let's try to get the tougher to get inside first. Maybe that'll help. Nope, that's not helping. Alright, we're just going to push in the side that we can get in, and we're going to not worry about the other side. At least for now. Perhaps we'll come back to it later and make it work. But I'm not going to worry about it for now. And then it says to pull out the O-ring. Pull out the O-ring and keep it well for later use. So we're going to put something on, then we're going to put the O-ring back. Yeah, we're going to put on B2 and we're going to put on E10, but we're going to build it together first with E10, B14, and one of the B19s. Or is there only one B19? Anyway, we're building something first. E10, B19, B14. Alright. So there's the B19. First thing we gotta do is slip the B14 into that. That's way too big. Alright, it's the outer holes. The inner holes were way too big. The outer holes are too small. What's going on today? None of these holes wanna... None of these pieces want to go in their designated holes. Alright. And the bigger holes in the middle, that's where this E10 goes. And then that steer... Oh, it does not fit there. Okay, it goes like kind of in front. So that means we put this one on backwards. Just because we want it to be inside out. It's not really a big deal. It's a symmetrically cut piece, but if we want the ink side out to be consistent with the other piece, we got to spin around that B14. I'll show you why that is. It's very subtle, but there's some ink on this piece, and I just want this ink to be facing the same direction as on this E10 piece. There we go. And you can see the ink is all together. Now, the steering wheel goes in here, but I've already broken it. Oh well. And then that goes onto here. This is the same place we just took it out of. And they want it in first. So like, this is where we just removed it from, but it was already here. So we should have just not removed it. That's crazy. Alright, there's some pegs there. Let's see if we can get it to go in. I don't think so. It's not happening. Are we doing this backwards? So I had it right the first time. The ink was, wow. I gotta turn these pieces around. This goes in the back, so the ink goes the other direction. Basically, I had it right the first time before I switched it up. Well, everybody makes mistakes, but we gotta correct them now. Yeah, that's the important thing, right? That you recognize it's a mistake and you fix it. Okay. That's in there. And now we put the O-ring back on. I remember when we did this O-ring yesterday, we couldn't even see what we were doing. But I remember it went on pretty smoothly. I just kind of pushed it on there and it just happened. I'm not even sure this goes on at this point. I probably shouldn't be struggling to get it on. I think we did it yesterday by pinching one side with the finger. Yeah, and the other side with the pliers. So those needle nose pliers are great for getting that O-ring on and off. So there it is back on. Sorry, I didn't realize it was off camera. Alright. Now we're going to build something outside of this. And it basically involves all the pieces we have left. And the O-ring. So we put that on too soon. Let's take that off again. There's another piece that goes on first. There's this piece. Is it like a clock or something? Is that why we're putting this on? It doesn't fit. Is this piece going to break in the process of trying to get it on here? Okay, now it's on. So it only went on one specific direction. It's definitely a clock. I'm not going to worry about what time the clock says. I think it says 5 to 8, but I'm not going to worry about that. Alright, so this molding goes at the top. The molding is B11. Knock this piece out. Get that back in. I was hoping that these pieces would pinch in the pieces we already put in, but it seems like they're, rather than pinching them in, they're knocking them out. But we'll keep trying. Well, that piece is now broken. Hopefully it was just a decoration. Alright, what are the other two pieces? They're just clips. Sort of half decorations, half holding the pieces in. B5 piece in. There we go. I don't think we really did much today. Well, it's only been 27 minutes. We could keep going here. Alright, so now we're on page 19. And at the top of page 19, it's another collection of pieces. B12, 18, 20, 22, E11, 12, 13, P6 times 2, P25 times 2, so that's 3, 5, 7, 8, 12 pieces. So 279 plus 12 is probably 291. Alright. So let's collect those pieces. So thinking... There's an expression, measure twice, cut once. I think you can say that about the thinking and the writing as well. I don't know. Think twice, write once. Something like that. So anyway, it says B18 in the middle here, and we need B18. But what is this, like, is this garbage in the middle here? I guess it is. Seems like this is just garbage. So there's B18. Where's B12? That's B22. What does B12 look like? It's like a ring. It looks like that. That's B12. And then 20, and then 22. Okay. B20. Where is B20? Where is B22? Oh, B22 I know about. It's right here. Here's the two B22s. And there's something inside of them, of B23. The B23 is like inside of the B22. But we don't need that yet, so I'm just putting it on the scrap pile. What we do need is B20. What does B20 look like? It shows B20 right here. So I guess this piece is probably B20. And it's again got something like inside of it. I'm not sure what that is. B21. It's a B21. We don't need a B21 at this point, but it's a little like candy cane piece whenever we do need it. Wow, it looks like scrap. You easily could throw that out. I guess not exactly because it has two tabs on the back, so I guess it doesn't exactly look like scrap. But it looks almost like scrap. Alright, there's all the B's. We still need E11, 12, and 13. Alright, I see 14, 15, and 16. I think that's it. 11, 12, 13. So, it seems like there's a couple of like 13, 12s, but I guess they only need one of them. E11 is a crazy piece. By that I mean tough to get out without breaking. We got it. E11. That might be, this thing might be scrap. I'm going to throw it out. I sure decided to throw that out quickly, considering I only thought it might be scrap. Alright, is this E12 down here? Yeah, it is. There's two E12s. And I punched them both out by accident. One of them is labeled, the other one isn't, so the one that's labeled I'll put in the junk pile. And we'll work with the one that isn't, because it's fresh in our mind. We know it's E12. Here's E13. Alright, so now we're up to the P's. P6, two of them, P25, two of them. Did I count these pieces? Let me see. 3, 5, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, I counted them. Yeah. Alright, so we need the P's. Two P6s and two P25s. What is P25? Oh, the acrylic tube. Oh no, that's P26. Alright, P25 is a rivet. And it's in bag 2. I mean, we've used bag 2 so much at this point, it's like whatever's left in bag 2. That must be what we're looking for. Alright, here's bag 2. Do you see anything here that looks like a rivet? Well, I see two springs, like multiple steel rods, and two, I don't know, they look like thumbtacks. I guess those are the rivets. They're 7 millimeters long, so those really are the rivets. Because they're the right size. Gonna be tough to fish out these little pieces. I could pour them all out, then put them all back in. I think I'm gonna do that. Alright, there we go. I saw them rolling by. Trying not to lose these steel rods in the process. But there's the 2 rivets. There you go. 2 rivets. I think those are rivets. I really honestly don't know. Those are the P25s. Now the P6s are... They're just from a bag that says P6. They're also 7 millimeters. But they're from a bag that says P6. So let's look for a bag that says P6. Well, maybe it just says 6. I don't know. Or maybe it doesn't say anything. We've come across that a few times. A bag that just doesn't say anything. Alright, 2 by 5. You know, actually, no. Yeah, there should be a bag that says P6. Because there's 15 of them in there. I don't see any bag that says P6. Did I dump that bag out already? I see P16, but that's washers. This is washers. And it's got to be hidden in there somewhere. This must be it. It is it, P6. So we need 2 of these. They're screws, by the way. So 7 millimeter screws and 7 millimeter rivets, which are kind of like nails. Kind of. Alright, so what do we need here? We're going to use the 2 rivets, which are definitely not 7 millimeter. The other ones are 7 millimeter. So the 2 rivets are going to go into this. That doesn't look right. I guess they're like nails. They're just going to go right in there. Yeah, and they go through the E11 piece. Alright, so let's get the E11 on there. Is that where it goes? I think so. E11. A lot of these pieces not going in lately. I'm in trouble getting them in where they're supposed to go. A lot of pins to connect in like multiple places. Alright. That's going to have to be good enough. Well, there's going to be nails going in a second, so I guess they're going to make it better. Now, how do these nails work? Do we just like nail them in? Yeah, these are pretty much just nails. So let's drop them in here. Wow. I don't recall using nails on a model before. I don't know if this is going to go well or not. Let's find out together. Alright, there's the 2 rivets. I'll line them up. Alright, I just kind of pushed them in with my fingers, which wasn't comfortable, but They went in, and now I'm going to use wood to push them in a little further. Whoops. I thought that piece went flying for a second. I heard it. I heard something go flying, but I guess it wasn't the rivet. Both rivets fell out. That was a fail. I feel like I need a little hammer. These rivets are not going in otherwise. Since when do wooden models use rivets? This is like... Did I lose them both? The rivets fell to the table. I didn't hear them hit the floor. There's one of them. But I guess they bounced. There's one. Where's the other one? They're tough to even spot. Like, even if they're still on the table. It'll be impossible to spot on the floor. So, what's going on here? Well, I'll have to just take another rivet from the bag. I don't think there are any others. Glue? I could use glue, maybe. I'm just worried that I'm going to step on that rivet tomorrow if it fell on the floor. But it's so small. I don't know how to see it. I didn't hear it hit the floor, which is making me think maybe it bounced and landed on my clothing. Let me stand up and see if it falls. Nope, that didn't work. Now I'm worried. Like, where did that nail go? This rivet was stupid. They shouldn't have put these rivets in here. First of all, they don't stick to where they're supposed to go. Second, since when are there rivets in a wooden model? That's like totally new and uncalled for innovation. Yeah, this is not even going to work. Trying it again, but I don't see it working. It's so tiny, I can't even work with it. If anything, they should have made the rivet longer. Well, let's try it again. It fell out. It landed on my wrist and then fell down to the table. But where did it go? I lost the second rivet. And this one I saw. Like, I could rewind the tape. It like went onto my wrist and then it fell down. So it couldn't have went far, but I don't see it. I'll have to sweep this table with a magnet. Forget about the rivets. They're not happening. Oh, here's one of them. Alright. I don't know if this is the one that just fell or if this is a previous one. I'm going to try one more time. Alright, let's get some pinching device on the back there. Let's try again. Nope. I'm throwing this rivet out. It's never going to work. I shouldn't give up so easily, but I don't think it's going to work. Alright, last attempt. The reason why I want to throw it out is I don't want to step on it tomorrow. When I'm just like, during the day, just using my desk as a desk, not as a model building place. Like magnetized to this metal. Alright. So much for those pieces. Yeah, what else? Pull B12 slightly to align with holes. Alright. Now, P6s are going to go in from the sides. B20, B18, P6. Alright. All of a sudden we're like using rivets and screws. Like why? Why are we suddenly doing this? I think yesterday we used this camera just to make this stuff visible. What is that? Oh, it's this other camera. Oh well, there's a camera in the shot. Alright, now these ones get screwed on. Oh, I found the other rivet. So at least it's not going to stab me in the foot tomorrow. So I found the 2 rivets. Theoretically I could fish them out of the recycle and try again, but I'm not going to. We're just going to live without that piece. I don't think it's terribly important of a piece. The screw is not catching at anything. Wow, they gave us 2 like BS pieces in a row. The rivet that doesn't catch anything, and now the screw that doesn't catch anything. Like, what is it even supposed to catch? No idea. Like, this wood is clearly not tight enough. It goes right through it. Maybe there's something underneath there. Let's try like a 3rd layer. Maybe it's going to catch. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I think it caught something. So there's some 3rd layer that it catches. Dude, we still got a lot of pieces we didn't use yet. Alright, let's get this on the other side. Hopefully we're not, yeah, like B22. So we were probably then supposed to also use, yeah, the B22. Alright, that goes at the bottom. That's not a big deal. We'll get to the B22 in a minute. So right now we're putting, I think B18 is the name of this piece. Up here, we're going to put a screw through it. A P6 screw. If we ever get it in the slot. We're like, this is the easy part. Why is it not going in? Come on. It's just a piece of wood going into a slot. Oh, is that slot? That's the slot. Okay. I was putting it in the wrong slot. I must be tired. I am tired. Alright. Screw to that 3rd layer. Whatever the heck is in there. It's not catching. This one's not catching yet. Keep going. Come on. Get in there. It's not catching anything. I'm going to try to change up the angle a little